IPS, Special Commissioner of Traffic Police, Bengaluru, on the dais. I would also request our registrar, Dr. B.S. Shankarnarayan Rao, Dr. K. Muralidharan, Medical Superintendent, Dr. Esha T.C., Dean of Neurosciences, and Dr. Yeah, we thought we are ahead with technology, but this is a surprise technology. Now, I also invite Dr. Dhaval P. Shukla, Head of the Department Neurosurgery, to the dais. Brain Injury Awareness Month, recognized each March, and the World Head Injury Awareness Day, observed every year on 20th March, provides a significant opportunity to bring attention to the prevention of head injury and to promote strategies to improve quality of life for persons living with head injury and their families. Survivors of head injury are often challenged with physical limitations and can feel difficulty in the social environment. NIMHANS has organized this World Head Injury Awareness Day program with the theme Safer You, Safer Nation, Your Well-Being on the Road, to create an awareness campaign to educate the general public about the safety measures on road and head injuries and let them know that they are not alone. We have organized a panel discussion on way forward to reduce burden of head injuries and improved head injury care in India, Head Injury Symposium, and sharing the lived experiences by TBA survivors as part of this program, which will be held immediately soon after the inauguration. I now invite Ms. Pratima Bhatt. It is a mark of our undying tradition to invoke the Almighty at the beginning of an important event. Let us begin our program by invoking our Almighty.
Vani Veena Pustaka Pani Vani Veena Pustaka Pani Vanchita Palade Kalyani Pustaka Pani Vanchita Palade Kalyani Vani Veena Pustaka Pani Vasava Vinute Bhasuraka Vasava Vinute Bhasuraka Osura Prite Shubha Charite Vasava Vinute Bhasura Kante Osura Prite Shubha Charite Mate Khyate Suranaraputi Suruchira Sanmati Nidodati Mate Khyate Suranaraputi Suruchira Sanmati Nidodati Vani Veena Pustaka Pani Vanchita Phalade Kalyani Vani Veena Vani Veena Vani Veena Pustaka Pani. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pratima, for the soulful retention. May I now request all the dignitaries to light the lamp. Thank you all. May I now take the pleasure to invite Professor and Head of the Department of Neurosurgery, Dr. Dhaval P. Shukla, to welcome the gathering and talk on the significance of World Head Injury Day. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, everybody. I welcome our chief guest, Dr. Salim, our director, Dr. Pratima, medical superintendent, Muralidharan, registrar, and dean of neurosciences, and all the people who have joined us for this day. Traumatic brain injury is a silent epidemic, and leads to say the burden of TBI is great enough to warrant it to be addressed as a public health concern. Because of this, the International Brain Injury Association decided to observe a day on 20th March as International World Head Injury Awareness Day, so as to make us aware about the burden of TBI, so that we can prevent traumatic brain injuries, treat if it occurs promptly, and rehabilitate the survivors, and make sure that the survivor returns back to the community in the condition as he or she was a moment before the accident. So this is the significance of this day, and we observe this day every year at NIMHANS, and we have a number of stakeholders, not only the healthcare workers, but social workers, media, police, traffic police, and even the public, and even the survivors of traumatic brain injury who have joined us to narrate their stories, so that after listening to their stories, you will ensure that you don't become one of the victims of these injuries. So I welcome you all, and I expect that you will stay for a wonderful academic program as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, the Department of Neurosurgery, Epidemiology, Mental Health Education, and Psychiatric Social Work of NIMHANS has brought out various educative and awareness materials for patients, caregivers, and public about head injury. IEC materials are becoming an effective medium of bringing an awareness, providing an information, playing a pivotal role in spreading awareness and taking preventive measures in behavior change. We are happy to release IEC materials prepared as part of the World Head Injury Awareness Program. I now request our chief guest, along with our director, registrar, medical superintendent, dean, and head of the neurosurgery, to release the IEC material. We have two awareness video programs prepared by Department of Neurosurgery, Mental Health, Education, Epidemiology, and Psychiatric Social Work. The first IEC is from NAJK Public Lecture Series, a trailer release of head injury awareness video. Yeah. The video will play. It's just a seconds. Volume. The second video release is about prevention and crisis management of head injury among the youth. And this video is basically going to talk about, spoken by the various experts.
In the year 2021, the statistics from the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways indicated that nearly 1.5 lakh people died due to road crashes in India.
Like, irrespective of the type of injury, when a person arrives to emergency room after any accident, we have to look for first vital parameters like airway, whether patient is breathing properly or not, as is he having any difficulty in breathing, then blood pressure, pulse rate. These are the minimum things one has to look for.
We have recently conducted observational study of road safety risk factors in Bangalore city, and we have found that close to 30% of the people do not wear standard helmets. In fact, the correct use of helmets rate is only around 1/4.
For brain injury, we have specific something called Glasgow Coma scale, so which we divide into 3 categories: mild traumatic brain injury, moderate traumatic brain injury, and severe. Like mild traumatic brain injury patients usually do not have prolonged loss of consciousness or prolonged loss of memory, whereas severe traumatic brain injury patients are in coma after injury. And anywhere in between is called mild traumatic brain injury.
As we all know, the traumatic brain injury is the silent epidemic of modern times. As a result of traumatic brain injury, one can have deficits in cognition, behavior, and emotion, irrespective of their severity. If they are students and are college going, when they going back to the college becomes the challenging issue. And if they are employed, getting back to the work and then working as how they were working before the accident becomes the major challenging. Once they recover, after the cognition has been evaluated, we send them to the vocational rehabilitation center, and we also try to tap the community-based NGOs.
Yeah, thank you. May I now request the chief guest and the dignitaries to release the pamphlet prepared by all the 4 departments. May I also request the dignitaries along with the chief guest to release the poster prepared by Department of Epidemiology and along with all the other departments. Thank you all, the esteemed guests, for releasing the IEC materials. As part of the World Head Injury Awareness Day, we had organized various competitions on the theme, Safer You, Safer Nation. The competitions included short video making, poster making, and poetry. We received an overwhelming response from all over the country for all the competitions. Now I would request our honorable chief guest for today to give away the prizes. I also request all the dignitaries to join the chief guest. Video contest winners, the constellation prize goes to Mr. Manu. Mr. Manu is not present. On his behalf, his brother has come to receive the prize. Video. Play the video. It's funny. Mr. Manu was the victim of a road traffic accident and he has lost his hand. With that, he has developed a video. We will circulate because we are trying to play the video, but it is not coming. The third prize goes to Ms. Gangana, who is not present today. And the second prize goes to Mr. Rajesh VL. The first prize goes to Ms. Smriti Bhaskar. Okay. Thank you. May I now request e-poster contest winners. Third prize goes to Aditi N. Thakur. She is not present today. And the second prize goes to Ms. Pranati Shreya Arun. The first prize goes to Mrs. Ollie Pushpa OS. The next award goes for slogan contest winners. Third prize, Dr. Kiran K, who is not unable to come and receive the prize in person. The second prize goes to Mr. Amandua. She is also not around. The first prize goes to Mr. CUGC. CUGC. The CUG is also not come. The next competition, poetry winners, contest winners. The third prize for poetry competition is won by Miss Ankita Kumari. The second prize goes to Miss Aninita Majumdar. The first prize goes to Mr. Roshan, who is not able to attend the event. Thank you all. Thank you all. Congratulations to all the prize winners who actively participated and won the prize. We have given ISI helmets as the first prize and cash vouchers from Swapna Bookstall for second and third prize. And these prizes have been sponsored by Bloomberg in Karnataka chapter. May I now request Dr. Muralidhar, Medical Superintendent. Finance is the essential part without which developing the IEC material is not possible. I take this opportunity to thank our Medical Superintendent, Dr. K. Muralidharan, and Resident Medical Officer, Dr. Shashidharan, AOH, and staff for helping us to publish today's IEC materials through Swachhata Action Plan 2023 and 23, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. The prizes were sponsored, as I have mentioned, Bloomberg Initiatives for Global Road Safety, Bangalore chapter, under Department of Epidemiology. May I now request Dr. Muralidharan, Professor of Psychiatry and Medical Superintendent, NIMHANS, to address the gathering, sir.
Eldrigu Namaskara. A very good morning to all. It's nice to see a good mixture of people in the audience. We have people who ride two-wheelers and cars, and then people who make sure that we are following traffic rules in the same room. So a round of applause for all the traffic police who are here from the staff of NIMHANS. I'm sure today we're going to hear a lot of information about head injury and the kind of impact that it can cause to one's brain and to one's life in general. But I just want to make a couple of points which probably no one else will talk about. One is the problems that families face in trying to find a bed for a patient who suffers from head injury. We get almost 13,000 to 15,000 patients a year coming to NIMHANS for treatment of head injury. This is our hospital statistics. And it's understandable that we cannot cater to everybody who comes here. Some degree of triaging has to be done. And we take in people who can be treated and provided rehabilitation. But there are some people who come with milder injury, some with very severe injury who are not salvageable. So it's impossible for us to treat all patients who come here with head injury. So the important thing that you must remember is that if you have a head injury and you survive it, there's a high possibility that your family members are going to run from hospital to hospital looking for an ICU bed. So take care of your heads, protect yourself, and prevent all these problems from happening in future. The other issue that I think I should flag here is the costs of treatment. A lot of times when the head injury happens, people rush to the nearest hospital. Treatment in an ICU can be very, very exorbitant, and that's just the acute treatment. The burden of illness can be very, very high, especially for people who survived the head injury and who require rehabilitation. There are a lot of schemes that the government has put out to help patients from the poor and the disadvantaged sections of society to avail treatment for head injury in our hospital and other government hospitals, but it is extremely expensive. So not only is it difficult to get beds for treatment if you have a head injury, it's also extremely expensive. There are a lot of plans in place to try and expand infrastructure, but let's remember, as the population keeps increasing, as the number of two-wheelers on the road keeps increasing, as the number of people using vehicle keeps increasing, the incidence of road traffic accidents are going to be high. So it's important that we protect ourselves. I'm sure the teams have put together a very, very nice educative program outside on the various, complications that head injury poses. And I hope all of you will go back and share this information with a lot more people so that we can spread awareness about head injury and the problems that it brings with it. So thank you all for your attention. I hope you have a very educative experience today. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. Esha, the Dean of Neuroscience, to address the gathering.
A very good morning to all of you and a warm welcome to our Chief Guest, Dr. Salim, Special Commissioner of Police for Traffic, our beloved Director, Dr. Pratima, our esteemed Registrar, Dr. Shankar Narayan, our MS, Dr. Muralidharan, and our expert neurosurgeon for trauma, Dr. Dhaval Shukla. This is such a very important day which needs to be commemorated, like Dr. Dhaval Shukla said, because head injury really plays a huge role in altering so many of our lives. And I think in the audience, I don't think there'll be many who have not been affected by either a family member, a family member, or a teacher or a friend who has been affected by this. And it's not just the trauma itself, and as Dr. Muralidharan mentioned, getting a place and getting the treatment, etc. It's also the rehabilitation. So there's a lot of human resources, the financial resources, and the emotional resource that goes into these cases, which cause both morbidity as well as mortality. And particularly when there's morbidity, it goes on for a very long time when all these resources are pushed to the limit. So apart from the facilities that Dr. Muralidharan mentioned, I think there is a very important need for rehabilitation as well. Affordable rehabilitation long-term is something. Now, we talk so much about the brain and its functioning. So what we are seeing in today's thing, what we are talking about is the physical damage that actually occurs to the brain. And I think many of you might have seen our stall, the neuropathology stall, which has shown you the brains of people who were alive and who have succumbed to head injuries. So just to give you an example of the types of injuries that can lead to this. So, we're talking so much about traffic accidents. So a little bit about more than half, about 60 to 70% of head injuries are caused by traffic accidents. But also a significant number, I think about a quarter to a 1/3, are also caused by other things like falls, etc. So just want to bring that to the attention, because don't take risky behavior, take precautionary measures while climbing trees, getting down staircases, safety measures which need to be taken. Just a second's negligence and can lead to a whole lifetime of difficulty. So I think this is a very important thing to keep in mind. And another small thing I just want to bring in is repetitive brain injury is something which you may be reading about in the paper. So as a neuropathologist, just want to bring that in, that it's the immediate effect of a severe injury or a moderate injury, but there's also repetitive brain injuries, like in footballers who, I think we don't have that sport so aggressively here, but abroad it's well known that when they have repetitive head injuries and they can develop dementia at a later age. So just wanted to flag that as well. So I'd like to end with that slogan, mind your head and stay ahead. So it's not for any small reason that nature has given us a hard skull and the brain inside. So let us mind it and take care of it. Be safe. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. it's time to hear from our chief guest, Dr. M.A. Salim, IPS, has a rich work experience and served Karnataka State Police in the various capacities. His diligence won him several awards and brought many laurels. May I take the pleasure and honor in inviting you, sir, to address the gatherings.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. Respected Director of NIMHANS, Dr. Pratima Murthy, dignitaries of the dais, Dr. Dhaval Shukla, Dr. K. Muralidharan, Dr. SRTC, Dr. B. S. Shankar Narayana, and Dr. Dhaval Shukla, participants of today's World Head Injury Awareness Day program, as well as my colleagues from Traffic Police. First of all, I would like to compliment NIMHANS for choosing today's subject to highlight the trauma and injuries which generally occur because of head injuries, which I was told majority of them are due to road accidents. And very aptly, because in fact, although there are so many organizations which work for road safety, including Traffic Police, but frankly, we are not aware of this day itself. That shows the commitment and also the concern what NIMHANS has for preventing the traumas and injuries, not only from head injury, but from various, I can say, facets of life, which generally result in head injuries and also the traumatic experiences which people undergo with that. And truly with that, NIMHANS, though started way back as in colloquial Kannada language, what we call as Huchaspatre, way back I think almost 90 years now. Since then, it has grown in such a dimension today that it is an institute of national importance, not only national, I think national importance. And the one name which generally, flashes in our mind whenever there is an accident or there is a head injury is NIMHANS. Anywhere, not only in Bangalore city, but also in the whole of Karnataka. I think that is the reason why you can see the ambulances coming. You just stop any ambulance on Tumkur Road, just ask him where you are heading. The only answer is NIMHANS, because they have been referred to NIMHANS. Though there are super specialty hospitals everywhere now. Every district has a super specialty hospitals. But still, any head injury, the only credible name, or the only name which comes is NIMHANS. And I think not only I can say the treatment or the medical facilities or anything, but more than that, the research activities, the research and development, as well as close coordination with other agencies. For example, Traffic Police, we had a very long association, in fact, with NIMHANS, starting with Professor Guraj and subsequently now with Dr. Gautam. We have done a lot of campaigns and also a lot of studies in association with the World Health Organization to ensure that some sort of awareness can be created and also to prevent road accidents to some extent. I think towards that end, NIMHANS' role as well as the contribution, particularly for Traffic Police, has been quite immense. In fact, we are indebted and very grateful to you, ma'am, for facilitating most of our activities to a large extent, particularly the campaigns which we conducted. For example, recently we have started the drunken driving, that is a drive against drunken driving on 4th March with the help of NIMHANS team. And we will continue to do because our next campaign is basically on head injuries. That is on helmet, wearing of helmet. The campaign on wearing of helmet is our next theme. So we, in fact, without animals, I don't think we will be conducting any campaign in the bigger scale in the city. Now coming to head injury itself, I think I'm painful to say that we don't, the particular road accidents do not get that much attention compared to any other disease or any other epidemics. Although we lose almost 10,000 people every year in Karnataka because of road accidents, and the majority of them are basically resulting in head injuries only. But that much importance is not given. For example, recently we had COVID pandemic about 2020, 2021, even last year, early last year also we had something. But the amount of attention given is huge. In fact, last 3 years, the total deaths in road accidents is 4.5 lakh. 4.5 lakh people have died across the country in last 3 years. Whereas in pandemic COVID-19, total deaths officially is about 5 lakh. So it is almost the same. But you can see the amount of attention given, to the pandemic. But same attention is not given to road accidents. And that is, I can say, a little painful that sometimes we feel that, there is less value for human life and much attention has not been provided. In fact, we account, that is the reason why we account almost 12% of the world's fatalities. The world's total fatalities may be around 1.2 million, but almost 12% of that is in India only. Although we have only about 2% of vehicles, if you take the total vehicles worldwide. So the main gap is that we are not giving enough attention. That is one of the major issue, I can say, as far as health is concerned. And head injury, of course, we are from traffic police, we are trying to ensure that we can prevent accidents to a large extent. But our dilemma is that whenever we clear the roads, we make the speed little faster, or we can decongest any road or any this thing, or when a new road surface is laid or new facilities are provided, there is a tendency to overspeed. There is a tendency to overspeed, and there is a tendency to have more accidents. In fact, the new Bangalore-Mysore highway, it has just been opened now, and only we wish that along with the good surface, along with that good road, our driving skill also improves. The driving skill also should be commensurate with the developed road. Then only the benefit of the technology or the benefit of the investment which has been made for that road can be achieved. Because we have our own fears generally. If, for example, in the way back, almost 2 decades back, this outer ring road was opened in Bangalore city. And in the very first year itself, because the one portion of the road used to come under Fraser Town traffic police station limits. The annual deaths, road accidents before the opening of that outer ring road was about just 15, 16 only. But suddenly it went to 250 once the road was opened, because although the road surface is so good that you can overspeed or you can drive very easily, but at the same time, if the people who are traveling in that road and also people who are living in the surrounding areas, their traffic sense or driving sense doesn't improve, then it generally results in road accidents. But at least to some extent, maybe thanks to traffic congestion, that we have lesser accidents in Bangalore city compared to the rest of the state. For example, if you have 10,000 deaths on an average every year, our deaths in Bangalore city is about 700, which is only 7% when compared with 50% vehicles we have got. Because if you take the total vehicles registered in Karnataka, 50% of them are in Bangalore city only. So if you take that figures, at least we are less, but not because of any, I can say, good enforcement or good regulation. It is because of congestion, I can say, because we cannot drive so faster. That is the reason why at least the accidents are less. That's this phenomenon is there in other cities also. But again, it is not our ultimate goal. The ultimate goal is that we should have less traffic congestion. Your driving time or the journey time should be less. At the same time, one should drive very safely. In fact, cities, particularly in the first world countries, since there is no heterogeneous traffic there, only majority of the vehicles on the road is only cars. Generally, the number of accidents are very less. In fact, Dubai, which has a population of 45 lakh, has only about 7 deaths in the year 2019 for road accidents. But of course, there the systems are a little different, and we don't have heterogeneous type of vehicles. So that may be the reason. So towards that end, we have to work on that. Now, coming to the last part of injury prevention is basically the trauma care. The trauma care and the emergency services. I think towards that end also we have to do a lot of work. In fact, with Nimhans, we had done a lot of studies earlier about the movement of ambulances in the city. But sadly, we can say still a lot of things have to be done, because although the good awareness campaigns were conducted through different agencies, but still in many places we feel that still we have to improve the freer movement or the green movement of the ambulances should be ensured, so that people, particularly head injuries, because we are just seeing the exhibition out there, and although it's very, very scary. But I wish that all the youngsters, particularly age group of 18 to 30 years, should compulsorily see this exhibition, which has been so depicted in such a lucid manner, so that people can understand the consequences of the indulgences which generally people do on the roads. They can be able to be careful. So once something happens, okay, something has happened many times. What happens because of not because of our fault, but because of some other's fault, also we may have accidents because of little less defensive driving system we have got. That in such circumstances, the golden hour, the first 1 hour, which is so crucial for head injuries, that needs to be, that medical attention or medical emergency services which have to be provided within that time, we should be able to ensure that. So towards that end, now we are working. In fact, we are now going for the adaptive signal lights, which will have sensors for ambulances. Whenever a sensor detects the ambulance about 200 meters away from the signal light, it automatically turns into green. So that technology now we are bringing in the city, which is prevalent in Western countries. But since in Indian conditions, because the volume of traffic is higher than the capacity of the road, it had become very difficult to have such technologies. But now CDAT has come out with good solutions. So very soon we are going to have, for the first phase, 165 junctions in high density corridors, where high density means where continuous arterial roads are there, like Tumkur Road, for example, all along Tumkur Road or all along Hosur Road. Such roads, we can have a free passage, I can say, for ambulances, which can save the human life, particularly during golden hours. Because and also roads around this Nimhans also we need to do a lot of work, particularly the 10th main. I think our inspector Wilson Garden is here. So the 10th main junction needs to be a little more smoother, so that vehicles coming from any direction, particularly the ambulances coming from any direction to Nimhans, should have a very free way, free access, so that something can be done and precious life can be saved. With this, I once again thank Nimhans, particularly Director Srimati Pratima Murthy, for organizing this one-day seminar as well as the exhibition. And we hope that this will go a long way in the achieving the main goal, that is to prevent head injuries. And if it happens, the quick movement, that is the immediate emergency medical services which needs to be provided, should be within the, can say, within the stipulated time, as quickly as possible. So thank you very much, ma'am, and thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us by sharing your rich experience. You have motivated all members over here. Dr. Pratima Murthy, our director, professor of psychiatry, a well-recognized leader in addiction psychiatry, has been instrumental in the successful development of state-of-art Center for Addiction Medicine at NIMHANS. She has 3 decades of extensive experience and exceptional accomplishment in the field of mental health. May I now request Dr. and Professor Pratima Murthy to deliver the presidential address.
Thank you very much. Dr. Salim, Special Commissioner of Police Traffic and Additional Director General of Police, my colleagues on the dais, all the people gathered here today. And I think it's very important to mention that we have family members of people who have suffered trauma. We have persons who have suffered trauma. We have the important gatekeepers to preventing trauma, several members from the police department. We have so many departments represented here, which actually look for the prevention of head injuries and their treatment, starting from the Department of Neurosurgery, colleagues in epidemiology, colleagues in psychiatric social work, colleagues in clinical psychology, our nursing staff who play a very important role, our nursing students who are learning about how to prevent injury, other departments like physiotherapy, like mental health education, various other departments. I might have left out a few, but I think the most important thing is to emphasize that managing head injuries is a huge multidisciplinary issue, from acute care to rehabilitation. So our colleagues who work in neurorehabilitation also play a very important part. And it's only very few places like NIMHANS which has this kind of multidisciplinary team, because there are so many elements of recovery from head injury. And we already heard the statistics that, nearly 10 million people have injuries globally every year. And several of our colleagues have mentioned, while road crashes are the most important, it could occur from falls, it could occur from assaults and sports events as well. And in India, we heard from our chief guest that we have nearly 1.5 lakh deaths on Indian roads. The component from Bangalore, fortunately, is less. And I think you mentioned also that it's part of the natural bottlenecks that we have and the traffic congestion. But more important than statistics is that a lot of young people die from serious head injuries. In fact, there are several instances of a young individual, 18 or 19, got his first motorcycle, was very excited about taking a night drive, maybe on the nice corridor, somewhere where you can drive very fast, just did a wheelie, or just in that spur of the moment, did not see that little impediment, landed up with a head injury and a spinal injury, and has been in a vegetative state with family members desperate for him to be okay, spending lakhs of rupees, and still the person being in a vegetative state. It's not an uncommon story. The only message we have is really about preventing it. So in some ways, although every year March 20th is observed as World Head Injury Day, I wish we didn't have to observe many of the days we actually observe. Because much of what we observe is about preventing these kind of problems, which cause immense, problems, both in terms of mortality, in terms of sickness, in terms of very poor quality of life and distress, not just to the individual, but also to the family. So this year's campaign is more than my brain injury. So it's not just about brain injury. It's about livelihood. It's about family well-being. It's about a whole host of other things. And therefore, we must reduce the risk of head injuries from any cause and, of course, improve the treatment that we have. Sir, as you mentioned, NIMHANS has been in the forefront from a very, very long time. The medical superintendent mentioned the number of head injuries we get in a year. And we feel guilty every time we have to turn away a person with acute trauma because we don't have enough beds. We have repeatedly also mentioned that it's not just about having beds in one center. It is about making sure that people with head injury, as with any other acute neurological insult, get help near where they are. And although there is a growth in the private sector, people simply cannot afford this care. Or sometimes it happens that 2 or 3 days out of desperation, they admit to a private facility, they run out of their money. And then they approach us at a time when we cannot do anything. So in the golden period, if people are not taken to the nearest facility, they develop a lot of deficits. And the only way we can prevent that is really to have decentralized facilities throughout the state. We have been recommending it, and we have offered to play an important part in training people and helping people develop capacity in the local medical college at the district level to develop both acute trauma facilities as well as rehabilitation facilities. And we hope that the government will soon do something in this area so that we have good emergency facilities in all the peripheries. We look at strengthening ICU care everywhere. We develop advanced operating systems, which our faculty here do day in and day out, but which needs to be also be expanded in other places. And of course, we need to develop human resources. We have also started something called the Karnataka Brain Health Initiative, where we are training doctors in primary and secondary care to be able to identify various neurological conditions. We can add the neurosurgical conditions to that. But in that connection, if we don't have supporting regional neurotrauma centers, it will be very difficult to sustain it. Of course, in our North Campus in Kalsanhalli, we have suggested having a 538-bed polytrauma center so that everything can be comprehensively managed, particularly when people have multiple systems who are injured. It's difficult to manage it when you don't have the supporting services, and therefore we envisaged a polytrauma center there. And of course, from a prevention point of view, the Department of Epidemiology, we are the WHO Collaborating Center for Injury Prevention and Safety Promotion. We've had the first trauma registry, in the country. And helmet legislation is something that NIMHANS has contributed to. And of course, a drink driving campaign, something that you mentioned, is something that we're all very concerned about. And in the Karnataka Vision document, which Dr. Gururaj highlighted, there are other recommendations as well to prevent head injury. I'm also very glad that Professor Uma Maheshwar is with us again. There are several other senior colleagues from the Department of Neurosurgery and several other departments who are here with us today. It's very important for all of us to come together and work together to find solutions for this. From that point of view, Dr. Salim also mentioned, I also must mention the inspector who actually came and met us. I think it was about a month ago, to look at solutions. So I think that is really the important thing, to engage stakeholders, to see what the problems are, to see what the bottlenecks are, and to find solutions together and to implement the solutions. We saw what can happen when the brain gets injured. There's a lovely exhibition that our Department of Nursing, our students of nursing, and the Department of Neuropathology have put together so well. These are extremely popular, but we need to make people understand it so that any head injury is prevented. And that prevention comes from good awareness, good protection, good driving skills. I mean, it is very exciting when you see a 4-lane highway to speed, but we know that speeding can cause a lot of problems. And I think protecting our heads is by using not thinking about our brains, but using our brains in an effective manner to make sure that our brain doesn't get injured. So I hope all of us today will make a commitment that we will talk about head injury prevention wherever we go. Make sure that people understand the importance of safe driving, at least, and of course, the consequences of trauma and help to prevent it. Thank you all very much for participating in what's going to be a very exciting day ahead of you to discuss in a panel, how to prevent these in a more granular manner. What exactly can each person do in this connection? And that will take us a long way in making sure we have a safe city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. I now request all the dignitaries to felicitate the chief guest of the program, Dr. M.A. Salim. You can come on. Thank you all. We are near to the concluding the inaugural program of the World Head Injury Awareness Day. I now request Professor Dr. B.S. Shankar Narayan Rao, Registrar, Professor and Head of Neurophysiology, who renders all his support towards all the administrative initiatives of the Institute for the vote of thanks.
Ellargu namaskara. Good morning. This is a most important day. This is to celebrate how to protect our brain. So in fact, we should be celebrating this on every day, just to see that, okay, before we leave home, what disciplines we follow, how we reach safely the workplace. But most of the time, not of your mistake, but mistake occurs in the road. That's why it's important. The World Head Injury Prevention Day is celebrated all over the world today. ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ತಮ್ಮದಲ್ಲದ ತಪ್ಪಿನಿಂದ ತಮಗೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗುವಂತ ಒಂದು ವಿಚಾರ ಇದು. ಕೆಲವು ಬಾರಿ ನೀವು ಬಹಳ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಡ್ರೈವ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀರಾ. ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಸಿಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಡ್ರೈವ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಮನೆ ತಲುಪೋದು ಭಾರಿ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಬೇರೆಯವರು ಎಲ್ಲಾ ತರ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ ಒಂದು ಡಿಸಿಪ್ಲಿನ್ ತರುವಂತ ಒಂದು ಇಲಾಖೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಇಲಾಖೆಯವರು. ನಾನು ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ದಿವಸ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ, ಇವನ್ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಆದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ನವರು ಒಂದು ಚೌಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ನವರು ಒಬ್ಬರು ನಿಂತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತಂದ ಇರುವಂತ ಡಿಸಿಪ್ಲಿನ್ ಅವ್ರು ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರುವಾಗ ಇರುವಂತ ಒಂದು ಕಯಾಸ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ತಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಅದರಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್, ಎರಡನೇದು ಒಂದು ಇಲಾಖೆ, ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಇಲಾಖೆ, ಎರಡರ ಸಹಭಾಗಿತ್ವದಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಮೆದುಳಿನ ಏನು ಆಘಾತ ಆಗೋದಿದೆ, ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಇಂಜುರೀಸ್ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ, that can be prevented. So it is a collaborative effort between the public and the police. So if both we work together, the head injuries can be prevented. So when our director invited our chief guest, Dr. Salim, so he has readily agreed, and he has a long association with NIMHANS. NIMHANS ಜೊತೆ 20 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಸಂಬಂಧ. ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಒಂದು ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಒಂದು ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಒಂದು WHO ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಜೊತೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಿಮ್ಯಾನ್ಸಿನ ಸಹಭಾಗಿತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಕಿರುವತಿಗಳಂತಂದು ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾದರಿಯಾಗಿರುವಂತ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನ ನಿಮ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ಇಂದ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕಾಯ್ತು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಕಾರಣಭೂತರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ವಿಟ್ನೆಸ್ ಆದಂತವರು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಚೀಫ್ ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ನಿಮ್ಯಾನ್ಸಿನ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ನಾವು ಉತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನ ತಮ್ಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸ್ತಾ. ನಮ್ಮ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರು ಬಹಳ ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನ ಗಮನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ರಸ್ತೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಹಂಪ್ಸು ಅನ್ಸೈಂಟಿಫಿಕ್ ಆಗಿರೋದು, ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಹಳ್ಳಗಳಿರೋದು, ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಕನ್ಸರ್ನ್ ಏನು ಅಂತಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ರಸ್ತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಓಡಾಡುವಾಗಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ರಸ್ತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಡ್ರೈವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋದಾಗ ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾದ ತೊಂದರೆಗಳಾಗಬಾರ್ದು ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ವಿಚಾರ. ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲೂ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಬದಲಾವಣೆಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ಈಗ ತಗೊಂಡ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ 3 ವಾರಗಳ ಹಿಂದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಇನ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಅವರು ಬಂದು ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರು ಮತ್ತೆ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಇಬ್ಬರನ್ನು ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ನಾವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ವಿ, ನಮ್ಮ 5 ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಆಂಬ್ಯುಲೆನ್ಸ್ಗಳಾಗ್ಲಿ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಗಳಾಗ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಬೇಗ ರೀಚ್ ಆಗೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ತೊಂದರೆ ಇದೆ. ಒಂದು ಸೋಮೇಶ್ವರ ನಗರದಿಂದ ಬರೋದು, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಬೈರಸಂದ್ರದಿಂದ ಬರೋದು ಅಂತ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಮೇಡಮ್ ಫಾರ್ ಯುವರ್ ಎಫರ್ಟ್. ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಇತಿಮಿತಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಸುಗಮವಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಸಂಚಾರ ಆಂಬ್ಯುಲೆನ್ಸ್ ನ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ನಾವು ಯು ಕುಡ್ ಸಿ ದಟ್ ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಲಾಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಚೇಂಜ್. Siddhapura police station, in front of that the ambulances can easily access the hospital, not only our hospital, Indira Gandhi Hospital, Sanjay Gandhi Hospital, and also Rajiv Gandhi Chest Hospital, and also that road also leads to the Kidwai Hospital as well. So it is always the effort, and we should understand that okay, how soon the patient reaches. As our chief guest mentioned and our director mentioned, the golden hour is most important. ಎಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಆದ್ರೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ once you reach the hospital, okay, so where we can prevent the further damage so that the treatment can be offered so that as close to the normal they can reach as soon as possible. So adrinda these awareness programs, whatever we do it, this is for the public and also for the professionals as well. So one is the police department, another one is the professionals who take care of the patients once they reach. And NIMHANS is the only place where you have a comprehensive treatment for head injury. So ಅದನ್ನ ಈ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಸ್ ಗೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಬೆಡ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ, ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಂತ ಒಂದೆಲ್ಲ ಒತ್ತಡಗಳನ್ನ ತಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂತವ್ರು ನಮ್ಮ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಸೂಪರ್ಡೆಂಟ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೂ ಸಹ ನಾನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಫ್ಯಾಕಲ್ಟಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಒಂದು ಎಜುಕೇಟಿವ್ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ನ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕೋರ್ಸಸ್ ನ ಲೀಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ನೀಡ್ತಾರಂತ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಯಶಾ ಅವರು, ಡೀನ್ ಆಫ್ ನ್ಯೂರೋ ಸೈನ್ಸಸ್, ಅವರಿಗೆ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜರಿ ಆಗ್ಬಾರ್ದಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಬಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ನಿಮ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರಿಗೆ ಇಮಿಡಿಯೇಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಒಂದು ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ. ಅದನ್ನ ದಟ್ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸಿಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಇಸ್ ಡನ್ ಬೈ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಧವಲ್ ಶುಕ್ಲಾ ಅಂಡ್ ದ ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಟೀಮ್. Such programs, it's always, NIMHANS has this tradition of working together. Very comprehensive treatment regimes are there in the involvement of all the departments. So I take this opportunity to thank each one of you to participate in this entire program. And there is a panel discussion and subsequently a lot of information you are going to learn. Once you learn that information, if you could educate others, so that will have a larger impact. And once again, I take this opportunity to thank profusely the chief guest and also his department, who is really protecting many lives and many brains. Dhanyavada, namaskara, Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. May I request all the dignitaries and the participants to stand for the end of the program, national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा, तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे, गाहे तव जय गाथा, जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you. After a short break, all of you are requested to assemble for the next program panel discussion. The videos in out of ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಅಟೆಂಡ್ ನಿಂತಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಏನ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾ ಸೆಷನ್ ವೈಸ್ ನಿಮ್ದು ಯಾಕೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ the first one you should see. Yes, thank you so much. We also thought of it, but everything was covering, so we couldn't do that. Thanks.
here. Dr. Jamuna Rajeshwaran, Professor of Clinical Psychology. Dr. P.R. Kanmani, Associate Professor of Psychiatric Social Worker. Dr. Navi, Assistant Professor of Department of Neurorehabilitation. To come to the stage for the panel discussion, let me now hand over the session to be moderated by Dr. Gautam Emas.
Thank you, ma'am. So I request all the moderators to please come onto the stage and we shall start. Due to paucity of time, since we had a long inauguration, so what we will plan it this way, that the moderator will pose questions to the expert panelists here, and I request the expert panelists to restrict their responses to less than 2 minutes. So we will have 2 rounds of questions, and at the end, the panelists can take questions from the audience. Is that okay, sir?
Thank you.
Yeah. So to start with, welcome to this panel discussion on the way forward to reduce traumatic brain injuries in India. As you all know, I will start off with a panel discussion just by saying that the burden of traumatic brain injuries has already been discussed since morning. I will not spend time to go into the statistics of what is the burden of traumatic brain injuries, but I will directly dive down to the care aspects. So we have with us Dr. Nishant Sadashiva, who is Additional Professor, Department of Neurosurgery. Dr. Nishant, you have been day in and day out managing head injuries. According to you, what is the profile of head injury cases that seek care in hospitals, maybe demands and outside? And how do you treat them, and what are the referral related issues?
Well, I can speak to what we do in our institute. So, like we see around 25 to 35 cases of head injuries per day. I can speak in Kannada.
Yes, sir.
So, 25ರಿಂದ 35 ರೋಗಿಗಳನ್ನ ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ, ತಲೆ ಪೆಟ್ಟು ಬಿದ್ದವರು. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 60ರಿಂದ 70% ಮೈಲ್ಡ್ ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಮೈಲ್ಡ್ ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ತೀವ್ರವಾಗಿ ಇರಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಲೈಕ್ ನಾವು ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಔಷಧಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ತಲೆನೋವು ಅಥವಾ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಔಷಧಿಗಳು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಕಳಿಸ್ಬೋದು. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 15ರಿಂದ 20% ಸಿವಿಯರ್ ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜುರೀಸ್ ಅಂತ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ತೀವ್ರವಾಗಿ ತಲೆಪೆಟ್ಟು ಬಿದ್ದಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇನ್ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಕೇರ್ ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇನ್ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಕೇರ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಡ್ಮಿಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಕೆಲವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಆಪರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ತಲೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಬ್ಲಡ್ ಕ್ಲಾಟ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಆಪರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬ್ಲಡ್ ಕ್ಲಾಟ್ ಅಥವಾ ರಕ್ತಸ್ರಾವಾಗಿರೋದನ್ನ ತೆಗಿಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಕೆಲವು ರೋಗಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಮೆದುಳಿನ ಒತ್ತಡ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮೆದುಳಿನ ಬುರುಡೆ ಇರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಅದನ್ನ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮೆದುಳಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಾಗ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಚೇತರಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂತಹ ಟೈಮ್ ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಕೆಲವರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ವೆಂಟಿಲೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ವೆಂಟಿಲೇಟರ್ ಆಗಿ ಐಸಿಯು ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಆ ತರ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನಾವಿಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋದು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ನಾವು ತೀವ್ರವಾಗಿ ತಲೆಪೆಟ್ಟು ಬಿದ್ದವರಲ್ಲಿ 30ರಿಂದ 50%, ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ 20ರಿಂದ 30% ಅಷ್ಟು ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ ಡೆತ್ ಆಗೋ ಚಾನ್ಸಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ನಾವು ಆಪರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಲೈಕ್ ಏನೇ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಒಂದ್ಸತಿ ನಾವು ಬ್ರೈನ್ಗೆ ಸಿವಿಯರ್ ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆಗದೆ ಅದು ಒಂದು ಮಿತಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಮಿತಿನ ಮೀರಿ ಅದು ಡ್ಯಾಮೇಜ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ರೋಗಿ ಉಳಿಯಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಆ ಮಿತಿ ಮೀರಿದ್ರೆ ಅದ್ರೂ ಸಿವಿಯರ್ ಡ್ಯಾಮೇಜ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಆ ರೋಗಿ ಲೈಫ್ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಕೋಮಾ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಥವಾ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಅವರೇ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳಕ್ ಆಗದೆ ಇರೋ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಅವಾಗ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವರಿನ ಮನೆಯವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅವರು ಹೊರೆಯಾಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆಗೋದು, ತಲೆಗೆ ಪೆಟ್ಟು ಬಿದ್ದೋಳು ಬಹಳ ಯಂಗ್ ಪೀಪಲ್, ಒಂದು 30ರಿಂದ 50 ವಯಸ್ಸಿದ್ದವ್ರಿಗೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಇವಾಗ. ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಅಂಥವ್ರು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೊರೆಯಾಗಿ, ಅವರು ದುಡಿಮೆ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗಿ, ಅವ್ರ ಮನೆಯವ್ರಿಗೂ ಹೊರೆಯಾಗಿ ಲೈಫ್ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಅದೇ ತರ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಅವ್ರ ಮನೆಯವ್ರಿಗೆ, ಅವ್ರ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೂ ಹೊರೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಲೈಫ್ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಕೇರ್ ಕೊಡಕ್ಕೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಗಳು ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಕೇರ್ಗೂ ಹೊರೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ನಾವು ಈಗ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದಿರೋ ಪ್ರಕಾರ 30ರಿಂದ 35 ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಸ್ ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಹಾಕ್ಬೋದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಈ ತರ ಆಡ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಇದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಹೊರೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಆ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಹೋಗದೆ ಇರೋ ತರ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಬಹಳ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಅದು ಹೋದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಲೈಕ್ ಏನೇ ನಾವು ಬಹಳ ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ನಾವು ಸಂಶೋಧನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೇರ್ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ದರ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಲಿಮಿಟ್. ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಒಂದ್ಸಲ ಡ್ಯಾಮೇಜ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಆ ಡ್ಯಾಮೇಜ್ ರಿಕವರ್ ಆಗೋ ಚಾನ್ಸಸ್ ಬಹಳ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಮಿತಿ ಮೀರಿ ಡ್ಯಾಮೇಜ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಅದು ರಿಕವರಿ ಆಗೋ ಚಾನ್ಸಸ್ ಬಹಳ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಅದನ್ನ ಮೆದುಳಿಗೆ ಡ್ಯಾಮೇಜ್ ಆಗದೆ ಇರೋದನ್ನ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಥವಾ ತಡೆಗಟ್ಟೋದು ಬಹಳ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ಈಗ ಒಂದು 30 ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಟೈಮ್ ತಗೊಂತೀನಿ ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ. ಒಂದು 30 ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೋ ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಕೇಸಸ್ನ ನಾವು ಯಾವಾಗ ರೆಫರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಅವ್ರು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ, ನಮಗ್ ಬರೋ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಒಂದ್ಸತಿ ಅಡ್ಮಿಟ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಆವರೇಜ್ ಆಗಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ದಿವಸ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಡ್ಮಿಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಅದೊಂದು ತಿಳಿಸ್ಬೋದಾ ಆಡಿಯನ್ಸ್ಗೆ?
ಇದು ನಮಗೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಗೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸೊಸೈಟಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಬಿಗ್ಗ ತಲೆನೋವು. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸರಿಯಾದ ಉತ್ತರ ಇನ್ನು ಕಂಡುಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ 1, 2, 3 ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ರೆಫರ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಗೋಲ್ಡನ್ ಅವರ್ ಅಂತ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಬಂದು ನ್ಯೂರೋ ಸರ್ಜನ್ ನೋಡಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನ್ ಬೇಕೋ ಅದ್ರ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗೋ ಚಾನ್ಸಸ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಮೊದಲು PH ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ ಅಥವಾ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕೇರ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವಾಗ ಇಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೈಲಿ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬರುವಷ್ಟರಲ್ಲಿ ಹಲವಾರು ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಗಳು ಆ ಗೋಲ್ಡನ್ ಅವರ್ ನ ಪಾಸ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರು ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗೋ ಚಾನ್ಸಸ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಗೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆದಾಗ ಅದು ಬ್ಲಡ್ ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ಮೇಂಟೈನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಮತ್ತೆ ಆಕ್ಸಿಜನ್ ಕಾನ್ಸಂಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಮೇಂಟೈನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ತುಂಬಾ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಶಿಫ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಡ್ಯಾಮೇಜ್ ಆಗಿ ಆ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗೋ ಚಾನ್ಸಸ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ನಮ್ ನಿಮಾನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಹಬ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಸ್ಪೋಕ್ ಪ್ಯಾಟರ್ನ್ ಆಫ್ ರೆಫರಲ್ ಪ್ಯಾಟರ್ನ್ ಅಂತ. ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಒಂದು CT ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಅಥವಾ ನ್ಯೂರೋ ಸರ್ಜನ್ ನೋಡಿ ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬೇಕಾ ಬೇಡವಾ ಅಂತ ನೋಡೋದು ಬಹಳ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಅದು ಡಿಲೇ ಆದಷ್ಟು ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗೋ ಚಾನ್ಸಸ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಈಗ ಅದು ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದಾದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಯೂಶಲಿ ವೆಸ್ಟರ್ನ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಔಟ್ಕಮ್ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಪ್ರೂವ್ಡ್, ಲೈಕ್ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಪಾಲಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಔಟ್ಕಮ್ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಪಾಲಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಗೂ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ನಿಶಾಂತ್. ಅಂಡ್ ಒಂದ್ಸತಿ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ನಿಮ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ಬಂದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಎಮರ್ಜೆನ್ಸಿ ಕೇಸಸ್, ತುರ್ತು ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆ. ಸೊ ದ ರೋಲ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ನ್ಯೂರೋ ಅನಸ್ಥೀಶಿಯಾ ಅಂಡ್ ದ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸುಪರ್ಣ ಭಾರದ್ವಾಜ್, ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಟ್ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್, ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ನ್ಯೂರೋ ಅನಸ್ಥೀಶಿಯಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮೇಡಮ್, ನಾರ್ಮಲಿ ಎಮರ್ಜೆನ್ಸಿ ಇಂಟೆನ್ಸಿವ್ ಕೇರ್ ಅಂತ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ, ಒಂದು ಬಿಗ್ ಫ್ಲೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಅದು. ವೆಂಟಿಲೇಟರ್ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ, ವೆಂಟಿಲೇಟರ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ವೆಂಟಿಲೇಟರ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ವೆಂಟಿಲೇಟರ್ ಕೇರ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಯಾವ ತರ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಟೆನ್ಸಿವ್ ಕೇರ್, ವೆಂಟಿಲೇಟರ್ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಹೆಡ್ ಕೇಸಸ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ? ಒಂದ್ಸತಿ ಅಡ್ಮಿಟ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ICU ಎಷ್ಟು ದಿವಸ ಇರ್ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಖರ್ಚಾಗತ್ತೆ, ಅವ್ರ ಚಾನ್ಸಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಸರ್ವೈವಲ್ ಏನು, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪಾತ್ರ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿದೆ ಟು ಎನ್ಶೂರ್ ಆಲ್ ದಿಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ ಸ್ಮೂತ್ಲಿ, ಅದೊಂದು ಆಡಿಯನ್ಸ್ಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು.
ತಲೆಗೆ ಏಟ್ ಬಿದ್ದಾಗ 2 ತರದ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಗಾಯ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಫಸ್ಟಿಗೆ ಏಟ್ ಬಿದ್ದಾಗ ಎಷ್ಟು ಗಾಯ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೋ ಅದು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಆ ಗಾಯ ಹೀಲ್ ಆಗಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಆಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಹದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೇನು ಪ್ಯಾರಾಮೀಟರ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ BP ಅಥವಾ ಆಕ್ಸಿಜನ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಎಷ್ಟಿರ್ಬೇಕು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಪಲ್ಸ್ ರೇಟ್ ಎಷ್ಟಿರ್ಬೇಕು, ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಮೇಂಟೈನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಮೊದ್ಲು ಆಗಿರೋ ಗಾಯ, ಅದನ್ನ ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಅದು ಮತ್ತೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗದೆ ನೋಡ್ಕೋಬಹುದು. ಆದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಉಸಿರಾಟ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗಿ ಅದರಿಂದ ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮೊದ್ಲು ಎಷ್ಟು ತಲೆಗೆ ಏಟು ಬಿದ್ದಿರುತ್ತೋ, ಗಾಯ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೋ ಅದು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಇದನ್ನ ಸೆಕೆಂಡರಿ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಫಸ್ಟಿಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಯಾನ್ಸಿಗೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ತಲೆಗೆ ಏಟು ಬಿದ್ದು ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಬಂದಾಗ ಅವರನ್ನ ಕ್ಯಾಶುಯಾಲಿಟಿಯಲ್ಲೇ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಏಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ತಲೆಗೆ ಅದನ್ನ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇವರು ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಉಸಿರಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದಾರಾ ಅಥವಾ BP ಸರಿಯಾಗಿದ್ಯಾ, ಪಲ್ಸ್ ರೇಟ್ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿದ್ಯಾ, ಆಕ್ಸಿಜನ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿದ್ಯಾ ಎಲ್ಲ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ICU ಬೆಡ್ ಬೇಕಾ ಬೇಡವಾ ಅಂತ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಡಿಸೈಡ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ICUಗೂ ಒಂದು ಮಿತಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬೆಡ್ ಒಂದು 12ರಿಂದ 15 ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಗಳು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಒಂದ್ಸಲಿ ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ತಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಊತ ಇದ್ರೆ ತುಂಬಾ ದಿನ ಉಸಿರಾಟದ ಮೆಷಿನ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಇಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಬೆಡ್ ಸಿಗದೆ ಇರೋ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಗಳು ಜೀವ ಕಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ಮಿತಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ಬೆಡ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ನ್ ಲಕ್ಕಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು ಪೇಷಂಟ್. ನಿಮ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಡ್ ಸಿಗೋದು ತುಂಬಾ ಕಷ್ಟ. ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು 48 ಗಂಟೆಗಳ ಕಾಲ ನಾವು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಉಸಿರಾಟದ ಮೆಷಿನ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಇಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ತಲೆ ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಊತ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಮತ್ತೆ ಎಚ್ಚರ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಎಚ್ಚರ ಆಗದಿದ್ರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಉಸಿರಾಟದ ಮೆಷಿನ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಇಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಉಸಿರಾಟದ ಮೆಷಿನ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಇಟ್ಟಾಗ ಬೇರೆ ಕಾಂಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ಗಳು ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಲಂಗಿಗೆ ಇನ್ಫೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಬ್ಲಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ಫೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು. ಸೊ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಆದಾಗ ಅವ್ರ ICU ಸ್ಟೇ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಅದು ಇನ್ನ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ICU ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ದಿನ ಇದ್ರೆ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಸ್ಟೇ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಖರ್ಚು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ಡನ್ ಒಂದು ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಇದು ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆ. ಅದಲ್ಲದೆ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಗಳಿಗೂ ಖರ್ಚಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಔಷಧಿಗಳು ಬೇಕು, ಆಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ಗಳು ಬೇಕು, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ BP ಸರಿಯಾಗಿಡಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಔಷಧಿಗಳು ಬೇಕು. ಇದೇ ತರ ಖರ್ಚು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಚಾನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಸರ್ವೈವಲ್ ಎಷ್ಟಿರ್ಬೋದು ಮೇಡಮ್? ನಾರ್ಮಲಿ ಮಾಡರೇಟ್ ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ICU ಸೇರಿದ್ರೆ ವಾಟ್ ಆರ್ ದ ಚಾನ್ಸಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಔಟ್ ಅಲೈವ್?
ಅದು ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಎಷ್ಟಾಗಿದೆ, ತಲೆಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಏಟು ಬಿದ್ದಿದೆ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ವಯಸ್ಸು ಎಷ್ಟು, ಇದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಡಿಪೆಂಡ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಬರುವಾಗ ಯಾವ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ರು, ಅಂದ್ರೆ BP ಇದೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. BP, ಆಕ್ಸಿಜನ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್, ಪಲ್ಸ್ ರೇಟ್ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಎಷ್ಟಿತ್ತು ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಡಿಪೆಂಡ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಉಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವ ಚಾನ್ಸಸ್ ತುಂಬಾ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ನೀವು ವೆಂಟಿಲೇಟರ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಇಟ್ರು ಅವ್ರ ರಿಕವರಿ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ನಿಶಾಂತ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ಎಚ್ಚರನೇ ಆಗದಿದ್ರೆ ಅವರ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಅವರು ಮುಂಚೆ ಏನ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಅಥವಾ ಓದ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದ್ ಡಿಪೆಂಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅವರು ಎಲ್ಲ ದಿನಾಚರಿ ಏನೇನ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಬಾತ್ರೂಮಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಬೇಕು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಮೇಡಮ್. ಸೊ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಡೇಟಾ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೆ people with traumatic brain injuries, 25 to 30%, they tend to have lifelong disabilities. ಸೊ ಡಿಸಬಿಲಿಟೀಸ್ ನ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗದಿರೋದನ್ನ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು, ಎಷ್ಟಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಫಂಕ್ಷನಾಲಿಟಿನ ರೆಸ್ಟೋರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನ್ಯೂರೋ ರಿಹ್ಯಾಬಿಲಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ತುಂಬಾ ಪ್ರಾಮುಖ್ಯದ ಒಂದು ರೋಲ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಇದನ್ನ ನಿಮ್ಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ತಿಳಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ನವೀನ್, ಅಸಿಸ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಆಫ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ನ್ಯೂರೋ ರಿಹ್ಯಾಬಿಲಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂತೀನಿ. ಈ ಟ್ರಾಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಇಂಜುರೀಸ್ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಸ್ ಯಾವ ತರ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಸ್ ರಿಹ್ಯಾಬಿಲಿಟೇಷನ್ OPD ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೇನು, ವಾಟ್ ಆರ್ ದಿ ಮೇಜರ್ ಡಿಸಬಿಲಿಟೀಸ್ ಯು ಸಿ ಅಂಡ್ ಹೌ ಟು ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ ದಮ್? ನಿಮ್ಮ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸಸ್ ಆಡಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ?
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಸೊ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನ್ಯೂರೋ ಸರ್ಜರಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ನ್ಯೂರೋ ಅನಸ್ಥೀಸಿಯಾ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ರೋಗಿಗಳು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಒಂದು ಸಿವಿಯರ್ ಆಗಿ ಒಂದು ಪೆಟ್ಟು ಬಿದ್ದ ಮೇಲೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಪುನರಾವರ್ತಿತ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ರಿಹ್ಯಾಬಿಲಿಟೇಷನ್ ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು OPD ಬೇಸಿಸ್ ರಿಹ್ಯಾಬಿಲಿಟೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕೆಲವರಿಗೆ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಪೆಟ್ಟು ಬಿದ್ದಾಗ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ರಿಹ್ಯಾಬಿಲಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಇಂಜುರೀಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪೆಟ್ಟು ಬಿದ್ದ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರಾಗಿ ಶೇಕಡ ಒಂದು 80% ಅಷ್ಟು ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಗೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಬೇಕಾಗದೇ ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಇಂದ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. ಇನ್ನ ಒಂದು 20-30% ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಗೆ ಸುಮಾರಾಗಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ತೊಂದರೆ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ಏನೇನ್ ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಒಬ್ಬ ಮನುಷ್ಯನಿಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಮೆದುಳು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಎಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ದಿನನಿತ್ಯದ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲು ಮೆದುಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡುವ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ, ಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆ, ನಿಮಗೆ ಬಿಹೇವಿಯರ್ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಕೋಪ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು, ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಾಳೋದು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ತೊಂದರೆ ನೀವು ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು. ಮರ್ತು ಹೋಗೋದು, ಅದು ಮನಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟ ನೀವು ಯಾವುದೇ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಯೋಚನೆ ಬಂದ್ರು, ಅಥವಾ ತುಂಬಾ ಡಿಪ್ರೆಷನ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಕುಗ್ಗು ಹೋಗುವುದು, ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು. ಮೆದುಳಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಪೆಟ್ಟು ಬಿದ್ದಿದೆ ಅದ್ರ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಾಗಿ, ಹಾಗೇನೆ ಮೆದುಳಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೈ ಕಾಲಾಗ್ಲಿ ಮಾಂಸಖಂಡ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲು ಮೆದುಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ನಿಮಗೆ ಕೈ ಕಾಲಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಟೈಟ್ನೆಸ್, ನಾವೇನು ಸ್ಪಾಸ್ಟಿಸಿಟಿ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ, ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಟೈಟ್ ಆಗುವುದು, ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಳಕ್ ಆಗದೆ ಇರೋದು, ನಡೆಯಕ್ ಆಗದೆ ಇರೋದು, ಅವರ ಕೆಲಸ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡೋದು, ಮೂತ್ರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗೋ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆಗಳು ಇರ್ತವೆ. ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರುವುದು, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆ ಇರುವುದು, ಹೇಳೋ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗುವುದು, ಮಾತಾಡೋದು, ಬಟ್ ಬೇರೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ದಿನನಿತ್ಯದ ಕಾರ್ಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ತೊಂದರೆ ಇರೋದು. ಸೊ ಈ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್, ಎರಡೂ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ಅಥವಾ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಪೆಟ್ಟು ಎಷ್ಟಾಗಿದೆ ಎಲ್ಲಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಬೇಸಿಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ತೊಂದರೆ ಕಾಣೋ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಪುನರಾವಸತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತಿರೋದೇನಂದ್ರೆ ಡಿಪೆಂಡೆನ್ಸಿ, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾಳೆ ದಿನ ಒಂದು ಸಿವಿಯರ್ ಆದ ಒಂದು ಪೆಟ್ಟು ಬಿದ್ದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರಿಗೆ ಭಾರ ಆಗ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಹೇಗೆ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಸೊ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಭಾರ ಆಗ್ದಿರ ಅವ್ರ ಕೆಲಸ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡೋದು ಹೇಗೆ, ನಡೆಯೋದು ಹೇಗೆ, ಮುಂಚೆ ಮಾಡೋ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಆಗದೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಸೊ ಬೇರೆ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಆಗ್ತದಾ, ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟ ಒಂದು ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆ ಏನಿದೆ, ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಏನಿದೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಸೌಲಭ್ಯ ಇದೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಸ್ ನೋಡಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನ್ ಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಡಿಸೈಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ. ಸೊ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಸಾಧನೆಗಳು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸ್ಪ್ಲಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಬೇಕಾಗ್ಬೋದು, ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಔಷಧಿ ಬೇಕಾಗ್ಬೋದು. ಎಲ್ಲ ಔಷಧಿ ಪ್ರೂವನ್ ಅಂತಿಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ. ಪುನರಾವರ್ತಿತ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ 100% ಪ್ರೂವನ್ ಇದು ವರ್ಕ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಅದ್ರ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಲಾಭ ಕಂಡಂತ ಒಂದು ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ಸ್ ನ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಥೆರಪಿ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅದು ಮನಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ಸೈಕಾಲಜಿಕಲ್ ಥೆರಪಿ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಕಾಗ್ನೇಟಿವ್ ಥೆರಪಿ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಥವಾ ಫಿಸಿಯೋಥೆರಪಿ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಸ್ಪೆಷಲೈಸ್ಡ್ ಆಕ್ಯುಪೇಷನಲ್ ಥೆರಪಿ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿ ಆ ಒಂದು ಅವರ ಕುಟುಂಬ ಸದಸ್ಯರ ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು ಭಾರ ಆಗಿ ಬದುಕುವುದನ್ನ ಮತ್ತೆ ಸಮಾಜದ ಮೇಲೆ ಭಾರ ಆಗದಿರ ಬದುಕುವುದನ್ನ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು, ಅದು ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಯಾಸ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀತದೆ. ಸುಮಾರಾಗಿ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು 30-40% ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಸ್ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು ಸಿವಿಯರ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಮೈಲ್ಡ್ ಇಂಜುರೀಸ್, ಮಾಡರೇಟ್ ಇಂಜುರೀಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ ವಾಪಸ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಫ್ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಸಮಾಜದ ಒಂದು ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ತುಂಬಾ ಅವಶ್ಯ. ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ಅವರ ಕುಟುಂಬ ಸದಸ್ಯರ ಒಂದು ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ತುಂಬಾ ಅವಶ್ಯ. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುವಂತ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಪಸ್ ಕೆಲ್ಸಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಂತ ಒಂದು ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಯಾರಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಕುಟುಂಬ ಸದಸ್ಯರ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ತುಂಬಾ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಜನರಲ್ ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಎಕ್ಸಲೆಂಟ್ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಕುಟುಂಬ ಸದಸ್ಯರ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಮಾಡುವಂತ ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಇಂಟರ್ವೆನ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಗೆ ಫೇಲ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ವಾಪಸ್ ಹೋದ ಮನೆಗೆ ವಾಪಸ್ ಹೋದ. ಸೊ
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್ for highlighting importance of ensuring that activities of daily living patients ಗೆ full restore ಮಾಡಿ ಅವ್ರ ಫಂಕ್ಷನಾಲಿಟಿ ನ ಮುಂಚೆ ಹೆಂಗಿತ್ತು ಆ ತರ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಏನೇನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂತ ತಿಳಿಸಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಮೆದುಳು, ಮನಸ್ಸು, ಮಾನಸಿಕ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ, ಟ್ರಾಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಅವನು ಮುಂಚೆ ಹಂಗೆ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಮುಂಚೆ ಹಂಗೆ ಎಮೋಷನ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೇಕು, ಮುಂಚೆ ಹಂಗೆ ಅವನ್ ದಿನನಿತ್ಯ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಬಿಹೇವಿಯರ್ ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಮೇಂಟೈನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಕಾಗ್ನಿಷನ್ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಜಮುನಾ ರಾಜೇಶ್ವರನ್, ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಆಫ್ ಕ್ಲಿನಿಕಲ್ ಸೈಕಾಲಜಿ ಅವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮೇಡಮ್, ವಾಟ್ ಆರ್ ದಿ ಕಾಮನ್ ಕಾಗ್ನಿಷನ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್ ಫೇಸ್ ಬೈ ವಿಕ್ಟಿಮ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಟ್ರಾಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಇಂಜುರೀಸ್ ನಿಮ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾರ್ಮಲಿ ಏನಾಗ್ಬೋದು ಕಾಗ್ನಿಷನ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ?
Thank you very much. After the patient undergoes surgery, the surgeon says that the person is, from our side, he's okay. And then from the rehabilitation, physically, the patient gets all right. In the process of recover after, there are some things that emerge in the patient. That is the cognitive deficits. What we mean by cognition is the person who was attending to the task, what he was doing, what he was working as is not able to do right now. His memory is failing. He's not able to see what he was seeing, perceive the objects. These are some of the things that the person starts developing. Apart from this, there are severe emotional and behavioral problems. Family members are able to handle this cognitive problem, but not able to handle the emotional problems and the behavioral problems. Okay, tumba sikk barutte, kopa madkoltave. So what happens is the family is also reaching a burnout stage. Avaga namatra bartare. Then in Enhance, we have developed certain tests which can address each of the functions in attention, decision making, planning, memory, ಮತ್ತೆ ಪರ್ಸನಾಲಿಟಿಗೆ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಅಸೆಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಅಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದಿಸ್, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಇಸ್ ರಿಯಲೈಸಿಂಗ್ ದಟ್ ಹಿ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಏಬಲ್ ಟು ಡೂ ವಾಟ್ ಹಿ ವಾಸ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್, ಡಿಪ್ರೆಷನ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ, ಆಂಗ್ಸೈಟಿ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಅಸೆಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೊಫೈಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇದು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಈವನ್ ಇಫ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಮೈಲ್ಡ್ ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ಕಾಗ್ನಿಟಿವ್ ಡೆಫಿಸಿಟ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ವಿ ಮೇಕ್ ಅ ಪ್ರೊಫೈಲ್. ಆಮೇಲೆ we start giving them retraining. I think we have in the afternoon about the retraining. I will be speaking in detail about the retraining that we do for head injury patients, but we draw up a profile to understand ಏನೇನ್ ತೊಂದರೆ ಇದೆ, cognition ನಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ತೊಂದರೆ ಇದೆ, behavior ನಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ತೊಂದರೆ ಇದೆ, and emotion, what are the emotional problems the individual is having, and then we plan the rehabilitation.
So thank you, madam, for highlighting the important cognition and intelligence-related problems faced by victims of traumatic brain injuries. Most importantly, ನಮ್ಮ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಯ ಬಾಗಿಲಿಂದ patient ಆಚೆ ಹೋದ್ಮೇಲೆ, after he goes from the doors of the hospital, he has to live in the society how he was living before. ಕೆಲಸ, education, ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು, they have to continue the same way. So ಅದಕ್ಕೆ community reintegration ತುಂಬಾ important for head injuries. To talk about this, I request Dr. Kanmani, Associate Professor of Psychiatric Social Work, to tell us what are the gaps in community reintegration of persons with head injuries after they finish their medical and surgical management from UMass or whichever hospital.
Thank you. Andariku namaskara. ಇದು ತುಂಬಾ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜರಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ರಿಹ್ಯಾಬಿಲಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಸ್ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕಾಗ್ನಿಷನ್ ಇವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲಾನು ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಅಸಿಸ್ಟೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಅವರಿಗೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಸೈಕಾಲಜಿಸ್ಟ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅನಸ್ಥೆಟಿಸ್ಟ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ರಿಹ್ಯಾಬಿಲಿಟೇಷನ್ ಸ್ಪೆಷಾಲಿಟಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿಗೆ ಹೋದಾಗ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಆಲ್ ಅಲೋನ್, ಯಾರು ಇರಲ್ಲ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಆಗಿರತ್ತೆ. ಅವ್ರು ವಾಪಸ್ ಅವ್ರ ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋದಾಗ ತುಂಬಾ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ ಇರತ್ತೆ. ನಾವು 4 ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಈ ಇಶ್ಯೂನ ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಒಂದು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ, ಎರಡನೇದು ಅವ್ರ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋರು, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಥವಾ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಥವಾ ಯಾರು ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರೋರನ್ನ NGO ಸೆಂಟರ್ಸ್ ನೋಡ್ಕೋಬಹುದು. ಅಂಡ್ ಮೂರನೇದಾಗಿ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಇವ್ರನ್ನ ಸ್ವೀಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಅದು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅವ್ರ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಥವಾ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಸೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರು ಓದ್ತಾ ಇರುವ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ತೊಂದರೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಒಳಗಾಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ 4ನೇದು ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನೇನು ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು 4 ರೀತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಈಗ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ನಾವು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ, ಆಸ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಜಮುನಾ ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದ ಪ್ರಕಾರ, ಕಾಗ್ನಿಷನ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಮೆಮರಿ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅಥವಾ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಕಾಗ್ನಿಷನ್ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫಂಕ್ಷನ್ ಹೋದಾಗ ಇಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲರ ಜೊತೆನೂ ಹೊಂದಾಣಿಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರು ಸರಿ ಬಿಹೇವಿಯರ್ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್, ಅಥವಾ ಕೆಲವರು ಹೊರಗೆ ಬರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂಥರ ಗೊಂದಲ ಇರ್ತವೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ತರ ವೇರಿಯಸ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ ಇಂಡಿವಿಜುವಲ್ ಆಗಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಸಫರ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಂಡ್ ಈವನ್ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಒಂದ್ಸತಿ ಕಾಗ್ನಿಷನ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೊರಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರುವಾಗ ಅವ್ರು ವಾಪಸ್ ತನ್ನ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವ ಜಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬಾ ತೊಂದರೆಗೆ ಒಳಗಾಗ್ತಾರೆ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಜಾಬ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಆ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ ವಾಪಸ್ ಡ್ರೈವಿಂಗ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾನ್ಫಿಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಅವಾಗ ನಾವು ಹೋಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಈ ತರ ಅವ್ರ ತೊಂದರೆಗಳು ಇದಾವೆ, ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತನಕ ಅವ್ರ ತೊಂದರೆ ಹೊರಗೆ ಬರುವ ತನಕ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕಂಡಕ್ಟರ್ ಜಾಬ್, ಇದು ಒಂದು ಉದಾಹರಣೆ. ಅದೇ ತರ ಸುಮಾರು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಈಗ ಅಕೌಂಟೆಂಟ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಕೌಂಟ್ಸ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಹೋಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳೋದು ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡುವ ಕೆಲಸನೇ ಇದೇ ಇರತ್ತೆ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಬೇರೆ ಏನ್ ಜಾಬ್ ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ನಮಗ್ ಲಾಸ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯರ್ ರೀತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಬಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಅ ಅಫೆಕ್ಟೆಡ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ಗೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮುದಾಯ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಸ್ವೀಕಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ ಇದೆ. ಇದು ಹ್ಯೂಜ್ ಗ್ಯಾಪ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಅವ್ರು ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಿರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. 3ನೇದು ಲೈಕ್ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಒಳಗೆ ಹೋದಾಗ ಅಕ್ಕಪಕ್ಕ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಕೇರ್ ಗಿವರ್ಸ್ ಕೆಲವು ಕಡೆ ಒಬ್ರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಒಂದೇ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಥವಾ ಯಾರನ್ನ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅವ್ರೊಬ್ರೇ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋ ಸಂದರ್ಭ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋರು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ನೋಡಕ್ ಹೋದಾಗ, ಒಂದು ಸಮಯ ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲೈಸೇಷನ್ ಆಗಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಈ ವೆಂಟಿಲೇಟರ್ ಖರ್ಚು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ಖರ್ಚುಗಳು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಇರ್ತವೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಒಬ್ಬರೇ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಬಂದು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಬೇರೆ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಇವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಡಿಪೆಂಡ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಹಣಕಾಸಿಗೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ವಾಪಸ್ ಫಾಲೋ ಅಪ್ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕೂಡ ಬಸ್ ಫೇರ್ ಕೂಡ ದುಡ್ಡು ಇಲ್ಲದಂಗೆ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ದೋ ನಮ್ ಪ್ರೈಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಆಯುಷ್ಮಾನ್ ಭಾರತ್ ಇದೆ, ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಾನು ಇದ್ರೂ ಕೆಲವರು ಸುಮಾರು ಸತಿ ಇದನ್ನ ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿರಲ್ಲ, ಈ ಫೆಸಿಲಿಟೀಸ್ ನ ಅವರು ಉಪಯೋಗ ಮಾಡಿರಲ್ಲ ಅಥವಾ ಟ್ಯಾಪ್ ಮಾಡಿರಲ್ಲ. ಅಂತ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಬಂದಾಗ ತುಂಬಾ ಜನ ದುಃಖ ಒಳಗಾಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಇದನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ರೀತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ ದ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಲೆವೆಲ್, ಲೈಕ್ ಅಬ್ರಾಡ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಆಲ್, ಐ ಹರ್ಡ್, ನಾನು ಅಬ್ರಾಡ್ ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿನೂ ಇಸ್ ಕವರ್ಡ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ಇನ್ಶೂರೆನ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಆರೋಗ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗುದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಂಡ್ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಇಸ್ ಟೇಕನ್ ಕೇರ್ ಬೈ ದ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ಆ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ನೇ ನಾವು ತರಬೇಕು. ಆಯುಷ್ಮಾನ್ ಭಾರತ್, ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಇದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗೂ ತಲುಪಿದೆಯಾ ಅನ್ನೋದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ತೊಂದರೆ. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಐ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಕನ್ವೆ.
Thank you, madam. So it is very clear from the first round of questions that head injuries, Sarve Samanya, it's very common and it involves mild, moderate, severe type of head injuries hospital barutte. Depending on the severity of injuries, ಅದರ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕೂಡ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದೆ, ICU ಕೇರ್ ಕೂಡ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದೆ. ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಅದು ಅವ್ರ ಕಾರ್ನಿಷನ್ ವಾಪಸ್ ಕೆಲ್ಸಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗೋದು ಆ ತರ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಡ್ರೆಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಇದೆ. ಬಟ್ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಒಂದು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗೆ ರೋಡ್ ಕ್ರಾಶ್ ಆಗಿ ಅಥವಾ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬಿದ್ದಾಗ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಸರ್ವೈವರ್ಸು ಬೈಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಸು ಅವ್ರು ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಪೊಲೀಸೇ ದೇವರವ್ರಿಗೆ ಆ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ. ಸೊ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ ಅಥವಾ ಚಾಲೆಂಜಸ್ ನೀವೇನ್ ಫೇಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಒಂದು ರೋಡ್ ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಕೇಸಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜರಿ ಆದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಈ ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಬಂದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ರೋಲ್ ಏನು, ಸೊ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತಿಳಿಸ್ಕೊಬಹುದು ಆಡಿಯನ್ಸ್ಗೆ. ಐ ಇನ್ವೈಟ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಅನಿಲ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ Garampuroi, who is in charge of traffic planning for Bangalore City, to tell us about the issues that I raised.
Thank you, sir. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಕರ್ಸ್ಡ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅರ್ಥ. ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾವು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ವಿಷಯ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ವಿ ಆರ್ ರಿಲೇಟಿವ್ಸ್ ಟು ಎವ್ರಿವನ್ ಇರ್ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಫ್ ಕ್ಯಾಸ್ಟ್, ಕ್ರೀಡ್, ಸೆಕ್ಸ್. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಮಾಮಗಳು ಅಂತಾರೆ. ಓನ್ಲಿ ವೆನ್ ದೇ ಸ್ಪಾಟ್ ಎ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಮಾಮ ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್, ಅದರ್ವೈಸ್ ರೆಡ್ ಸಿಗ್ನಲ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ರೆಡ್, ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಡೀಮ್ಡ್ ಆಸ್ ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ. ಚಳಿಗಾಲ ಬಂದಾಗ ಎಷ್ಟು ಚಳಿ ಎಂದರು, ಬಂತಲ್ಲ ಬೇಸಿಗೆ ಕೆಟ್ಟ ಬಿಸಿಲೆಂದರು, ಮಳೆ ಬಿತ್ತೋ ಬಿಡದಲ್ಲ ಶನಿ ಎಂದಿವರ ಟೀಕೆ, ಇವರು ಮೆಚ್ಚುವ ವಸ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಜೋಕೆ. ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಜನಗಳಿಗೆ ಅವ್ರವ್ರ ಕೆಲಸ ಏನೇನಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರವರೇ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಪ್ರಾಬಬ್ಲಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಆಗಿ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಓನ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು ನಾವು ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ಕಂಪಲ್ಸರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಅವ್ರು ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಸರ್ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಹೋಗೋದೇ ಒಂದು 10 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ಸ್ 20 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ಸ್, ನಾವು ಬೀಳೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬೀಳದೆ ಇದ್ಮೇಲೆ ತಲೆಗೆ ಏಟು ಬೀಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ನಾವ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಹಾಕೋಬೇಕು, ನೀವು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಫೈನ್ ಕಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಇದು ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ಗಳು ಮಾಡಿದಿರಿ ಅಂತ. ನಾವ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು ರೂಲ್ ಮೇಕರ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಓನ್ಲಿ ಎನ್ಫೋರ್ಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಲಾ ಮಾಡೋದು, ನಿಮ್ಮ ರೆಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಟಿವ್ಸ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಒಳ್ಳೇದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ತರಿಸಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಈ ರೋಡ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ಗಳು ಸಿಗ್ತವೆ ಸುಮಾರು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ, ಅದು ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಪರ್ಟಿಕ್ಯುಲರ್ಲಿ ಮ್ಯಾಚಿಂಗ್ ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ಗಳು ತಗೊಳಕ್ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಈಗ. ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ISI ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, BIS ಮಾತ್ರ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾವ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಇದು ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಯುವರ್ ಸೇಫ್ಟಿ ಅಂತ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಗಂಡ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ರೈಡಿಂಗ್ ಎ ಟೂ ವೀಲರ್, ದ ಮೊಮೆಂಟ್ ದೇ ಸ್ಪಾಟ್ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಮಾಮ ಹಿಂದ್ಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ಕರೋನೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಳೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದಾಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಂದ್ಗಡೆ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಮಾಮ ಇದನ್ನ ಹಾಕ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಅವಾಗ ಸುಮಾರು ಸರಿ ಒದ್ದಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ನಾವು ನೋಡಿದೀವಿ ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ಗಳು ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳೋರು. ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಈ ನಿಮ್ಮೆನ್ಸ್ ಅವರ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಿಂದ ನಾವು ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕರಲ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟೇ, ಪೊಲೀಸ್ರಿಗೋಸ್ಕರ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ಹಾಕೋಬೇಡಿ. ಈಗ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಎಷ್ಟೆಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ. ಒಂದ್ಸರಿ ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆದ್ರೆ ಮುಖ್ಯ ನಮಗೆ ಮೊದಲಿನ ತರ ಆಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ರು ಸಹಿತ ನಾವು ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಸೇಕ್ ಆಫ್ ಸೇವಿಂಗ್ ಸಮ್ ಮನಿ ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಲೋ ಗ್ರೇಡ್ ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ತಗೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ತಗೊಳ್ಳದೇ ಇರೋದು ಆ ತರ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಈ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಾನು ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದೇನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಇಫ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಆನ್ ಟೂ ವೀಲರ್ ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಮಸ್ಟ್, ಪಿಲಿಯನ್ ರೈಡರ್ ಆಗಲಿ ನೀವಾಗ್ಲಿ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಕೆಲವು ಜನ ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅದ್ರೊಳಗೆ ನಾವು ನೋಡಿದೀವಿ ತಮಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ಹಾಕೋತಾರೆ, ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನ ಸ್ಕೂಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ಹಾಕೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸರ್ ಈ ಸೈಡ್ ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳಿದ್ವಿ ಸರ್ ಸಿಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಾರೆ, ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ, ಬಟ್ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಸಿಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಈ ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಹಾಕಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ದಯಮಾಡಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಸೆಲೆಬ್ರಿಟಿ ಗಾಟ್ ಕಿಲ್ಡ್ ನಾಕ್ಡೌನ್ ಬೈ ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್. ಆ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರ ತಾಯಿ ಬದುಕ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಅಂಡ್ ಫೈನಲಿ ಸೊ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ನನ್ನ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಂದ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿನ ಅರಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಸರ್. ಆಮೇಲೆ ತಾವು ಕೇಳಿದಂಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ರೋಲು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕಮ್ಮಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಚಾರ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಸುಮಾರು 5300 ಜನ ಇದೀವಿ ನಾವು ರಸ್ತೆ ಮೇಲೆ. ಪ್ರತಿ ದಿವಸ ಸುಮಾರು 14,000 ರೋಡ್ ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್ ನ ಮೇಂಟೈನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. 1,08,00,000ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ವಾಹನಗಳನ್ನ ಅವುಗಳು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾದ ಜಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ಸೇರಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಮಯಕ್ಕೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಹೊರಟ್ರೆ ಪ್ರಾಬಬ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಜಾಮ್ ಅನ್ನೋದೇನು ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಜಾಮ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್ ವಿಚ್ ಇಸ್ ಏಲಿಯನ್. ಇದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಡಿಮ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಕನ್ವೆನ್ಷನ್ ಹಾಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತಿರೋರ್ಗೆ ಯಾವ್ದು ಜಾಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ವೆನ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ವಿತ್ ಮೈ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ಆನ್ ರೋಡ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಅ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಜಾಮ್. ಬಟ್ ಅವ್ರೇನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ನಾವು ಜಾಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಜಾಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಅಂತ. ಇಲ್ಲ, ರೋಡ್ ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇದೆ, ನಂಬರ್ ಆಫ್ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಸ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದೆ, ಅವ್ರವ್ರ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಅವ್ರು ಅರ್ಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಮತ್ತೆ ಪರ್ಟಿಕ್ಯುಲರ್ಲಿ ಟೂ ವೀಲರ್ಸ್, ನಿಯರ್ಲಿ 70 to 80% ಆಫ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಸ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಟೂ ವೀಲರ್ಸ್. ಹಾವುಗಳ ತರ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕ್ಯೂ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ರೈಟಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಂತ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ಗಾಡಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಬೀಳುವಂತ ಚಾನ್ಸಸ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರ್ತವೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಚಾರಿ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಅಂಡ್ ರೋಡ್ ಸೇಫ್ಟಿ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಥಣಿಸಂದ್ರದಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಗೆಟ್ ಓರಿಯಂಟೇಷನ್ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ವಿ ಡೀಲ್ ವಿತ್ ದ ಸಿಟಿಸನ್ಸ್, ನಾಟ್ ವಿತ್ ದ ಕ್ರಿಮಿನಲ್. ಸಂಚಾರಿ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಯಾರು ಕ್ರೈಮ್ ಮಾಡೋನು, ಮರ್ಡರ್ ಮಾಡೋನು ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬರುವಂತ ಕೆಲಸ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೇನು ವೈಲೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಅಫೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಂತೀವಿ. ಅವ್ರುಗಳು ಏನೇ ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಇಮಿಡಿಯೇಟ್ ವಿದಿನ್ ನೋ ಟೈಮ್, ನಮ್ಮ 48 ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಇದಾವೆ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಬಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ವಿತಿನ್ ನೋ ಟೈಮ್ ಅವ್ರ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟೇಬಲ್ ನಿಂತಿದೆ. ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಕೋಬ್ರಾ, ಒಂದು ಸ್ಪೆಷಲೈಸ್ಡ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್ ವಿಚ್ ವಿಲ್ ರೀಚ್ ದ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಸೋ ಕ್ವಿಕ್. ಅವ್ರು ಇಮಿಡಿಯೇಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ಒಂದು ಟೀಮ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ಟೀಮ್ ಅವ್ರು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರುಗಳನ್ನ ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಜನಗಳು ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಸುಮಾರು ಸಲ ನಾವು ಬೇರೆ ಇಂಟ್ರಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಟೈಮ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಜನ ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ವೆರಿ ಹ್ಯಾಪಿ ಟು ಟೇಕ್ ಫೋಟೋಗ್ರಾಫ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ದೇ ಮೇಕ್ ವಿಡಿಯೋಸ್ ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿರೋ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ. ಬಂದು ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾರು ಬರೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಆಪತ್ ಬಾಂಧವ ಲಾ ಬಂದಿದೆ, ಸೊ ಗುಡ್ ಸಮಾರಿಟನ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್. ಸೊ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಟೆಡ್. ನೋ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾನ್ ವಿಲ್ ಆಸ್ಕ್ ಯು ಇಫ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪಿಂಗ್ ಎ ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ವಿಕ್ಟಿಮ್. So we are even not pressurizing you to tell your name and address. If you voluntarily want to be witness of that case, you can voluntarily disclose ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಹಿಂಗಾಯ್ತು ಅಂತ. Otherwise, just helping us or helping the victim to reach the nearest hospital is what is expected out of a Indian citizen. It is your responsibility to see to it that you shift the person immediately to the hospital, as the doctors were from the morning they are saying about golden hour. So Namuru Ellaru, they are trained from Manipal Hospital and many other hospitals to shift the person in a very good condition so that they don't further make any problem to the patient.
Thank you, sir. And you also raised a very important point, and I just want to inform the audience that we should be proud that Karnataka is the first state in this country to enact the Good Samaritan law. So coming to the different dimensions of traumatic brain injuries in terms of problems and management issues. So today's panel discussion is on way forward. Solve model, that's more important. Problems. So I request the panelists to just take one minute and try to say what are the solutions. Can be many, but what are the feasible, implementable, and really practical solutions for us to help us solve this problem? We cannot solve it, can reduce the impact and severity of this traumatic brain injury situation. So first of all, I would like to start with myself from the public health perspective. So as long as the society compartmentalizes, or the government makes a compartment that head injuries is the responsibility of the Department of Health, head injuries are the responsibility of the Department of Home Affairs, that is the traffic police, things are not going to get solved. So from a public health perspective, an intersectoral coordination and multidisciplinary action is the most important step that needs to be taken to solve the problem of traumatic brain injuries. So we strongly recommend something called as a safe systems approach. All the foreign countries have implemented this, and now India situation it is our accident rate tumba jaasti ittu. Almost there, some countries are looking at vision zero. In some countries, road accident adre paper headlines al barutte. So safe systems approach na namma sarkara implement ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಅಂದ್ರೆ each wing, safe vehicles, safe vehicle user, safe roads, safe road management systems, good quality post crash care is also including safe systems. ಏನು ಡಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ ಸೇಫ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಸೇಫ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಸ್ ಅಪ್ರೋಚ್ ಅಕ್ನಾಲಜಸ್ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಎರರ್ ಈಸ್ ಪಾಸಿಬಲ್. ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ಸ್ ವಿಲ್ ಮೇಕ್ ಎರರ್. ನಾನು ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಗಾಡಿಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, 45 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಎರರ್ ಆಯ್ತು. ಐ ಆಮ್ ಎ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್, ಐ ಮೇಕ್ ಎರರ್. ಅದರಿಂದ ನಂಗೆ ರೋಡ್ ಕ್ರಾಶ್ ಆಯ್ತು. ಬಟ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದಟ್ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಎರರ್ ದಟ್ ಐ ಮೇಡ್, ಐ ಶುಡ್ ನಾಟ್ ಲೂಸ್ ಮೈ ಲೈಫ್. ಐ ಶುಡ್ ನಾಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಸಿವಿಯರ್ ಇಂಜುರೀಸ್. ಸೊ ದ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಶುಡ್ ಟೇಕ್ ಕೇರ್. The helmet should be of sufficient quality. The road should be very good, such that in spite of a human error, the head injury that I sustained, which I should not have sustained, should not result in significant loss of life or quality of life for me. ಇದೊಂದು ತಂತ್ರನ ಅಳವಡಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಸೇಫ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಸ್ ಅಪ್ರೋಚ್ ನ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಒಂದು ಲೀಡ್ ಏಜೆನ್ಸಿ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇದೆ. ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಲೀಡ್ ಏಜೆನ್ಸಿ ಇರೋದು ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಆಫ್ ರೋಡ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಹೈವೇಸ್. Since road safety is a multidisciplinary issue, one coordinating agency is very, very important, coupled with a good surveillance system. Currently, we should be thankful to the police. Without the police, there will be no head injury data in this country because hospital-based surveillance system illa nammalli. It is whatever we are having is police records-based surveillance system of injuries. So with this recommending state systems approach, I would like to request Dr. Nishan Sadashiva to say that NIMHANS is a big institute. It is a quaternary care institute. All facilities in injuries management. But all NIMHANS agalla barlu barlu. So what can be done in this country to reduce or to improve traumatic brain injury management in different hospitals?
So as I told earlier, the most important thing right now is to make sure that patients come in a proper pathway. Like for example, a referral pattern should be there where the primary healthcare worker, for example, on the spot, an ambulance goes to a place where accident is, he should be able to assess that this patient is serious. He should go to NIMHANS. Okay, and other patient, patient, like patient is fully conscious, obeying, like he can go to a smaller hospital where first aid can be given. Even our patient full safe and the health, like they can be given first aid and made sure that they doctor nodi, akasmat allinda refer madbeku anta, then they can come. But earlier there was the notion that everybody should come through proper pathway. But PHC ಹೋಗಬೇಕು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಸ್ಟೆಬಿಲೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಸ್ಟೆಬಿಲೈಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಸ್ಟೇಬಲ್ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು ಸ್ಟೇಬಲ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆತರ ಬಟ್ ದ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ದಿಸ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ whoever is shifting the patient ಅಥವಾ ಆಂಬ್ಯುಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದವರು ಅಥವಾ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಏಡ್ ವರ್ಕರ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ they should be able to give all the first aid and keep the patient in proper health until patient reaches the hospital. That is tertiary care hospital where patient gets definitive treatment. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಲೈಕ್ ನಿಮ್ಹಾನ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಲೈಕ್ ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಮೈಸೂರಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲೋ ಆಯ್ತು ಅನ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಮೈಸೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನ್ಯೂರೋ ಸರ್ಜನ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಇಮಿಡಿಯೇಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಸರ್ಜರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಇಲ್ಲ ಐಸಿ ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಪ್ರೋಪ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಕೇರ್ ಸಿಗುವಂತ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಗೆ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಬರಬೇಕು ಪೇಷಂಟ್. ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಶುಡ್ ನಾಟ್ ಗೆಟ್ ಡಿಲೇ ಇನ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಆರ್ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಶುಡ್ ನಾಟ್ ಗೆಟ್ ಇಂಜರ್ಡ್. ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ದಲ್ಲ ಮುಂಚೆ BP, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಆಕ್ಸಿಜನ್ ಕಾನ್ಸಂಟ್ರೇಷನ್, ಶುಗರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಚಾನ್ಸಸ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಈ ಶಿಫ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇನೆ ಡ್ಯಾಮೇಜ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಆ ಡ್ಯಾಮೇಜ್ ಇನ್ನ ಡ್ಯಾಮೇಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಲೈಕ್ ಈಗ ದ ನೀಡ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಅವರ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಜೂರ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಗೆ ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಬರಬೇಕು, ಸೇಫ್ ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರಬೇಕು, ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇಮಿಡಿಯೇಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸಿಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಅದು ಲೈಕ್ ವಾಟ್ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಡೂ ವೆನ್ ವಿ ಸಿ ದ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದಾಗ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇನ್ನ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಏನಂತ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಲೈಕ್ ನಿಮ್ಹಾನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಹಾನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ನಲ್ಲ 40 ಜನ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹೇಳಿದಂಗೆ 12 ICU ಬೆಡ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಒಂದ್ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಯಿಂದ ಇಡೀ ದೇಶ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಅಥವಾ ಇಡೀ ಊರಿನ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಲ್ಲ, ಅಥವಾ ಇಡೀ ಏರಿಯಾ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ನಾವು ಲೈಕ್ ದರ್ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಸರ್ವೆಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ವಿತ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್, ವಿತ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಕೇರ್ ವರ್ಕರ್ಸ್. ವಿ ಶುಡ್ ನೋ ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಕ್ವಾಂಟಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ ದ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್. ಲೈಕ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ರೂರಲ್, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಅರ್ಬನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆನ್ ಅನ್ ಆವರೇಜ್ ಒಂದ್ ತಿಂಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜುರೀಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಸರ್ಜರೀಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಸರ್ಜನ್ಸ್ ಬೇಕು, ಎಷ್ಟು ICU ಬೆಡ್ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅಸೆಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಗ್ರೋತ್, ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಇಷ್ಟು ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಇಷ್ಟು ಇಂಜುರೀಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಜುರೀಸ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಯಾವ ಏರಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಗಳು ಬೇಕು, ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಏಡ್ ಯಾವ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆ ಕೊಡಕ್ಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಓವರ್ ಆಲ್ ಲೈಕ್ ನಾವೀಗ ಪ್ಯಾನಲ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ ಕೂತಿದ್ದೀವಲ್ಲ, ಲೈಕ್ ಸೊ ಲೈಕ್ ದ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್ ಏರಿಯಾಸ್ ಶುಡ್ ಪುಟ್ ಟುಗೆದರ್ ದ ಥಾಟ್ ಇನ್ ಸಚ್ ಎ ವೇ ದಟ್ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಗೆಟ್ ಅಡಿಕ್ವೇಟ್ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅರ್ಲಿ. ಸೊ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು, ನಮ್ಗೆ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಲೈಕ್ ಈ ಏರಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು, ಲೈಕ್ ಈ ಏರಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇಂಜುರೀಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೈವೇ ಇದೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೈವೇ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಇಂಜುರೀಸ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹತ್ರ ಲೈಕ್ ವಿ ಶುಡ್ ಮೇಕ್ ಶೋರ್ ದಟ್ ಟ್ರಾಮಾ ಕೇರ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಶುಡ್ ಇದೆ. ಅಥವಾ ಲೈಕ್ ಟ್ರಾಮಾ ಇಲ್ದೇನೆ ಇದ್ರೆ ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್. ಇಟ್ ಕೆನಾಟ್ ಬಿ ಝೀರೋ. ಲೈಕ್ ಆಸ್ ಯು ಟೋಲ್ಡ್, ಲೈಕ್ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಎರರ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ ಎನಿ ಟೈಮ್. ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಎರರ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗೋದು ಯಾವಾಗ? ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದ್ದಾಗ. ಸೊ ಹೈವೇಸ್ ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ ಟ್ರಾಮಾ ಕೇರ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ಸ್. Right? They will agree with me that city ಒಳಗಡೆ there is decrease in number of traffic accidents because like they don't go fast, they cannot go fast because traffic speed is very less. So adrinda now like we have to assess in an overall holistic way and see what is the need and where is the need and what needs to be done for that. So that can happen only when multiple discipline people come together and discuss and see what is the need and put forth to the government, telling that okay, idide namdu important ಏನಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ಏರಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಅಲ್ಲೊಂದು ಟ್ರಾಮಾ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಬೇಕಾಗಬೇಕು, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ICU ಬೇಕಾಗಬಹುದು. ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಪ್ರೊಜೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಇನ್ನ 5 years ಮುಂದೆ ಇಲ್ಲೊಂದು ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಇಷ್ಟು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು. ಇಷ್ಟು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನು 5 ವರ್ಷದ ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ICU ಬೆಡ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು. ಅಥವಾ ಸೇಫ್ ಪ್ಯಾಟರ್ನ್ಸ್ ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು 0 ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಲೈಕ್ ಇಟ್ ಮೇ ಬಿ 0 ಓವರ್ ಟೈಮ್. ಸೊ ಬಟ್ ಅಟ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಏನ್ ಬೇಕಲ್ಲಿ we have to provide all these things, and one hospital, one doctor or one healthcare worker cannot solve it. Like it needs overall contribution from all healthcare workers, police, lawmakers, and rehabilitation specialists.
Thank you, sir. So you raised an important point that there is a need for trauma care centers along the highway, frankly justified, because highways, 4% of the roads in this country are highways, but they account for 60% of all accidents. And that's 60% of deaths. So trauma care centers ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ highways ಅಲ್ಲಿ. Evidence based health system development ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಆಕ್ಷನ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ ಬಿಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸಸ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರಬೇಕು. So these two methods along with a multi-sectoral approach is required for strengthening traumatic brain injury care ಅಂತ ನೀವು ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ರೇಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಪ್ಯಾಂಡಮಿಕ್ ಇಂದ ಒಂದು ಡಿಸೈರಬಲ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಗೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಕಡೆ ICU ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ICU ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಆಕ್ಸಿಜನ್ ಫೆಸಿಲಿಟೀಸ್, ಎಕ್ವಿಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್, ಸಮ್ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಸೊ ದ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಇಸ್ ಟು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸುಪರ್ಣ ಭಾರದ್ವಾಜ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ as you know that head injury requires very sophisticated ICU care. So how to improve the capacities of intensive care management across hospitals other than NIMANS? Let us say district hospital, taluk hospital, small nursing homes ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ICU care improve ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, specifically for managing head injuries, because most places don't have a neurosurgeon.
ನೀವು ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ಒಂದು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಉಸಿರಾಟ ಕೊಡಕ್ಕೆ ಉಸಿರಾಟದ ಮೆಷಿನ್ ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ವೆಂಟಿಲೇಟರ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಬಂದಿದ್ರಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಕಡೆ ವೆಂಟಿಲೇಟರ್ಗಳಿದೆ ಈಗ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಯಾವ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗಿದ್ಯಾ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗಿದ್ಯಾ, ಅದನ್ನ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ವೆಂಟಿಲೇಟರ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಿಮ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೀ ವೆಂಟಿಲೇಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಬೇರೆ ತರದ ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಅನ್ನ ಮಾನಿಟರ್ ಮಾಡುವ ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ. ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆದಾಗ ಯಾವ ತರದ ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಅವರಿಗೆ ಯಾವ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇರ್ ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅದನ್ನ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾವೀಗ ICU ಅಂತಾನು ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬಹುದು. ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬೇರೆ ಪೆರಿಫೆರಲ್ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ಸ್ ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್, ತಾಲೂಕ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆಗಿರೋರ್ನ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಸಿವಿಯರ್ ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆಗಿರೋರ್ನ ನಿಮ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬಹುದು. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಎಸ್ಟಾಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕೆಲವೊಮ್ಮೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆಗಿರೋರು ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವರಿಂದ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆದವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬೆಡ್ ಸಿಗಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಡ್ ಬ್ಲಾಕ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಅಂತವ್ರನ್ನ ನಾವು ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಗೆ ಕಳಿಸೋ ಫೆಸಿಲಿಟಿ ಇದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನ ಎಫಿಷಿಯಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಸೊ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಗಳಿಗೂ ಕೇರ್ ಸಿಕ್ದಂಗೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಕಡಿಮೆ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಕೇರ್ ಅನ್ನ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು. ಸೊ ನಿಮ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಟರ್ಷರಿ ಕೇರ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಪೆಕ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಟ್ರಾಮಾ. ಸೊ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆದವರಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟೀಸ್ ತಕ್ಕನಂಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗೋ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಗಳನ್ನ ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಈ ತರದ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ವೆಸ್ಟರ್ನ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ದು ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಎಫಿಷಿಯನ್ಸಿ ಕೂಡ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
Thank you, madam. So you have raised a very important point that ICU ಇದೆ, ವೆಂಟಿಲೇಟರ್ ಇದೆ, ಬಟ್ ಅವ್ರೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ ಬಿಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಗೈಡ್ಲೈನ್ಸ್ ಬೇಕು. ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ICU ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಗೈಡ್ಲೈನ್ಸ್ ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ICU ಇಂದ ಈ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ನ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಕಡೆ ನಾವು ವಿಸ್ತರಣೆ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. ಈ ವಿಸ್ತರಣೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂಥರ ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಜಿಂಗ್ ತರ ಮಾಡಿ ಯಾರ್ಯಾರಿಗೆ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗೋ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇದೆ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾತ್ರ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು. ಮೈಲ್ಡ್ ಇಂಜುರೀಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ತಾಲೂಕು ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ರೇಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. But you clearly highlighted that there is a need for strengthening ICU training of all the doctors for standard care for head injuries. So, ಈಗ ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಕೇರ್ ಆಯ್ತು, ಬಟ್ ಸಿಮಿಲರ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ರಿಹಾಬಿಲಿಟೇಷನ್ ಎಫರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಕೂಡ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಕಡೆ, ಇವನ್ ದೋ ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ರಿಹಾಬಿಲಿಟೇಷನ್ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲ್ ಇದೆ, ರಿಹಾಬಿಲಿಟೇಷನ್ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಎಂಪವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅವರು ರಿಹಾಬಿಲಿಟೇಷನ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟೀಸ್ ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ. ಈ ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ನ ರಿಹಾಬಿಲಿಟೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, how to improve the system within the current system, how to improve the rehabilitation efforts within the existing health department and the social justice department. I mean, what is the way forward in this? I request Dr. Naveen to tell the audience.
ಒಂದು 30 seconds ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಡಿವೈಡ್ ಆಗ್ತೀನಿ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಟು ದಿ ಹಾರ್ಟ್. ಉತ್ತಮ ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆ ಇರುವಂತ ಡಿಮ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಸ್ ಮಾತಾಡೋದು. ಅತಿ ಉತ್ತಮ ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಮೆದುಳಿಗೆ ಪೆಟ್ಟು ಬಿದ್ದಿದೆ, 30 ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ವಾಪಸ್ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ. ಸೊ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಹೇವಿಯರ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಒಂದು ಬೇಕು, ಸೇಫ್ ಬ್ರೈನ್ ನಾನು ಕೇಳೋದು. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಮೈಸೂರು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ವೇ ಇನಾಗ್ರೇಟ್ ಆಯ್ತು, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತು. 130, 150 ಗಾಡಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದೆ. ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಸರಿ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅನಿಸ್ತದೆ 5 ಸ್ಟಾರ್ ರೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಗಾಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತಿದ್ದೀನಿ ನಾನು, ಏನಾಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. 5 ಸ್ಟಾರ್ ರೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಗಾಡಿನೂ 60 ಮೈಲಲ್ಲಿ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಹೋಗಿ ಅದು ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ ಟೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ 60 ಮೈಲ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 100 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ 5 ಸ್ಟಾರ್. ಆ 5 ಸ್ಟಾರ್ ಗಾಡಿ ಯಾವುದು ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅವೈಲೇಬಲ್ ಇದೆ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಆಫ್ರಿಕಾ, ಅಮೆರಿಕಾ, ಯುರೋಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ 5 ಸ್ಟಾರ್ ರೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಕೊಡೋದು. ಅಂತ ಸ್ಪೆಸಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಇರುವಂತ ಗಾಡಿಗಳು, ಅದು ಫಾರ್ಚುನರ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಬೇರೆ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದೊಂದು ಫೀಲಿಂಗ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ, ದೊಡ್ಡ ಗಾಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಒಂದು ಬಿಹೇವಿಯರ್ ಚೇಂಜ್. ನಾನು ಕೇಳೋದಾದ್ರೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ DL ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಈಗ ರೈಟರ್ ಲೆಫ್ಟರ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡೋದಲ್ದಿರ ಸೇಫ್ ಡ್ರೈವಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಹೇಗೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಗೊತ್ತಾ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ, ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಮೆಕ್ಯಾನಿಸಮ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಆಗಲಿ, ಒಂದು ಅದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇರ್ಬೇಕು. ಇದು ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ರೇನೆ ಇವ್ರು DL ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದ್ರೆ ಕೊಡ್ಬಾರ್ದು. ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಬಿಹೇವಿಯರ್ ಚೇಂಜ್. ಈಗ ನೈಸ್ ರೋಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಡ್ರೈವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು 2 ಕಡೆ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೂಮೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಜನ ಸ್ಲೋ ಮಾಡಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಸೊ CCTV ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲಾ ಕಡೆ ಇರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ಹಂಗಂತ ಹೇಳಿ CCTV ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಒಂದು 2-3 ಕಡೆ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೀರ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಜನ ಸ್ಲೋ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು? ಈಗ ನಾವು ಅಮೆರಿಕಾ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ, ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಕಡೆ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ವೇ ಬೇಕು ನಮ್ಗೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಕಡೆ ಬೇಗ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಂದ ಮೈಸೂರು 1 ಗಂಟೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಂದ ವಿಜಯವಾಡ 10 ಗಂಟೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಇಷ್ಟು ವೇಗವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗ್ತದ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ? ಹೆಚ್ಚೇ ಆಗೋ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಬೇರೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಒಂದು ತಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕೆ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಕೆಳಗೆ ಹೊಡೆದ್ರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಹಾಗೆ ಮೆದುಳು ಒಂದ್ಸರಿ ಪೆಟ್ಟು ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಎಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಕೆಳಗೆ ಬೀಳ್ದೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು, ಏನು ಆಗ್ದಿರ ಒಂದು ಮೆದುಳಿಗೆ ಪೆಟ್ಟೆ ಆಗದಿರತ್ತ ಹೇಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಏನು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಫಸ್ಟ್. ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್, ನಮ್ಮ ಪುನರಾವರ್ತಿಗೆ ನೋಡಿ ನಮ್ಮದು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ. ನ್ಯೂರೋ ಸರ್ಜರಿ ಅವ್ರು ನೋಡಿದ್ರು, ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾವು ಸೊ ಈ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ವಿ ನಾವು. ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಮ್ಯಾನ್ ಪವರ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಜನ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ನಗರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಭಾಗ ಒಂದು 6 ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಇದೆ, ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಕೊರತೆ ಇದೆ. ಒಂದು ಜನವನ್ನು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಾಡೋದು. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಗೌತಮ್ ಅವ್ರು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು ಈಗಿರಂತ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಏನಾದ್ರು ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತದೆ? ಟೆಲಿ ರಿಹ್ಯಾಬಿಲಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ನ ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಥ್ರೂ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಆತರ ಕೊಡಬಹುದು. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಲಿಮಿಟೇಷನ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದಂತ ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟೀಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾನ್ ಪವರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ದಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಬಟ್ ಒಂದು ಮಟ್ಟದವರೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ಗೈಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡೋ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಆ ಟೆಲಿ ರಿಹ್ಯಾಬಿಲಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ. ಅದೊಂದು. ಮೂರನೇದಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರು ಆಗ್ಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಇನ್ಶೂರೆನ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಆಯುಷ್ಮಾನ್ ಭಾರತ್ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ, ನೀವು ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಇನ್ಶೂರೆನ್ಸ್ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ರಿಹ್ಯಾಬಿಲಿಟೇಷನ್ ಕವರ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಅದು ನಿಮಗೆ ಮೆದುಳಿಗೆ ಪೆಟ್ಟು ಬೀಳ್ಬೋದು, ಅಥವಾ ಸ್ಪೈನಲ್ ಕಾರ್ಡಿಗೆ ಪೆಟ್ಟು ಬೀಳ್ಬೋದು, ಅಥವಾ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಈ ತರ ಒಂದು ಕಾಯಿಲೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಕಾನ್ಸಿಕ್ವೆನ್ಸ್ ಇರುವಂತ ಒಂದು ಕಾಯಿಲೆ ಏನಿರ್ತದೆ, ಜೀವನ ಪರ್ಯಂತ ಕಾನ್ಸಿಕ್ವೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಇರುವಂತ ಕಾಯಿಲೆಗೆ ಇನ್ಶೂರೆನ್ಸ್ ಕವರ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಅವರು ಬರೀ ಆಪರೇಷನ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಕವರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬೇಕಿರತಕ್ಕಂತ ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆನ ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಇನ್ಶೂರೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಗ್ಲಿ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇನ್ಶೂರೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಗ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಕವರ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಸೊ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಮೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ಶೂರೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ರಿಹ್ಯಾಬಿಲಿಟೇಷನ್ ಕವರ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಆಯುಷ್ಮಾನ್ ಭಾರತ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಬೇರೆ ಒಂದಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಆಯುಷ್ಮಾನ್ ಭಾರತ್ ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಕವರ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಬಂದು ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆ ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಅದು ರೇಟ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ, ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಸೇಮ್ ನೀವು ಈ ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ರಿಹ್ಯಾಬಿಲಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು ಹೋಗುವ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ 3 ರಿಂದ 5 ವಾರ ಅಥವಾ 8 ವಾರ ಅಥವಾ 2 ತಿಂಗಳು ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಒಂದು ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ. 2 ತಿಂಗಳಿದ್ದಾಗ ಬಿಲ್ಲು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಎಷ್ಟು ದಿನ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಾರೋ ಬಿಲ್ಲು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಒಂದು ನಯಾ ಪೈಸಾ ಕವರ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ಶೂರೆನ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಮೆಟ್ರಿಕ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ಶೂರೆನ್ಸ್ ಕವರೇಜ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಮ್ಯಾನ್ ಪವರ್ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಾಡೋದಂದ್ರೆ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಾಡೋದು ಒಂದು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಆಫ್ಲೈನ್ 2 ಆಪ್ಷನ್ ಇದೆ. ಟೆಲಿ ರಿಹ್ಯಾಬಿಲಿಟೇಷನ್ ಒಂಥರ ಅಪ್ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಇದೆ, ಅದನ್ನ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ನಾವು ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ. ಫ್ಯೂ ಸಜೆಷನ್ಸ್ ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಈಗಿನ ಸಿಚುವೇಶನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವರ್ಕ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು.
Thank you, sir. So thank you, sir, for highlighting the importance of capacity building. ತಿರ್ಗಾ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ, ಮ್ಯಾನ್ ಪವರ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಂಥನಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಟೆಲಿ ರಿಹ್ಯಾಬಿಲಿಟೇಷನ್ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸಿ ಎಕ್ಸಿಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ರಿಹ್ಯಾಬಿಲಿಟೇಷನ್ ವರ್ಕರ್ಸ್ ನ ಟ್ರಾಮಾಟಿಕ್ ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ರಿಹ್ಯಾಬಿಲಿಟೇಷನ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಬೆಟರ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಟ್ರೈನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸಜೆಷನ್ ಇದೆ. Similarly, I would like to request Professor Jamuna Rajeshwaran to tell how to strengthen cognitive retraining services for TBIs in India now.
Nan Hilden, the previous thing I said that patients will have cognitive deficits, and what we do is we do an assessment, ಮಾಡಿ ನಾವು ಪ್ರೊಫೈಲ್ ಡ್ರಾ ಮಾಡಿ ಯಾವ ತರ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆಯಾ, ಮೆಮರಿ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆಯಾ, ಗಮನ ಕೊಡೋದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆಯಾ, ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ಮೇಕಿಂಗ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆಯಾ, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಡ್ರಾ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾವು ಕಾಗ್ನಿಟಿವ್ ರೀಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಈ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಕೆಪ್ಟ್ ದ ಕಲ್ಚರ್, ಏಜ್, ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್, ಆಕ್ಯುಪೇಷನ್ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಗಮನ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಪ್ಯಾಕೇಜ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನೋನ್ ಆಸ್ ಅ ಕಾಗ್ನಿಟಿವ್ ರೀಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್. 3 ತರದ್ದು ರೀಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಒಂದು ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಬಂದು ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ಗೆ ಬರಬೇಕು, 20 ಸೆಷನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು. ಇನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಹೋಮ್ ಬೇಸ್ಡ್ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಸ್ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಬರಕ್ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಬುಕ್ಲೆಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಅವ್ರ ಮನೆಯವರು ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಓದಿರೋರು ಇದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಅದು ಆ ಟಾಸ್ಕ್ಗಳು ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಇನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಇವಾಗ IT ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಂಟ್ರಿ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಅದೇ ತರ ನಮ್ಮ ರಿಹ್ಯಾಬಿಲಿಟೇಷನ್ ನಲ್ಲಿನೂ ಒಂದು ಹೊಸ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ, ಅದು ನಿಮ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ನಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆ, ಅದು ನ್ಯೂರೋ ಫೀಡ್ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಗಳು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬರಬೇಕು, ಬಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ 20 ಸೆಷನ್ಸ್ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ತಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಈ ತರದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವಾಗ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಹ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ನಲ್ಲೇ ಈ ತರ ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ಡ್ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಇದೆ. ನಾವು ಕೆಲವು ವರ್ಕ್ಶಾಪ್ಸ್ ಗಳು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಹೋಗಿ ಬೇರೆ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ ಈ ತರ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಗಳಿಗೆ. ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಈ ಇನ್ ದ ಪ್ರೋಸೆಸ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನಾವು ಕಾಗ್ನಿಷನ್ ಅನ್ನ ಅಡ್ರೆಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರುವಾಗ ನಾವು ಕ್ಲಿನಿಕಲ್ ಸೈಕಾಲಜಿಸ್ಟ್ ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ, ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಇಂಟರ್ಪರ್ಸನಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಕಣ್ಮಣಿ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ಫೈನಾನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ಸ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಗಮನ ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಕಾಗ್ನಿಟಿವ್ ರೀಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೇನು ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಗಳು ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ವಾಟ್ ವಿ ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಡೂ ಇಸ್ ವಿ ಟೇಕ್ ಮಲ್ಟಿಡಿಸಿಪ್ಲಿನರಿ ಅಪ್ರೋಚ್ ಇನ್ ಅಡ್ರೆಸಿಂಗ್ ಅ ಪೇಷಂಟ್, ವೇರ್ ವಿ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಟೇಕ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದ ಸೈಕ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿಕ್ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ವರ್ಕರ್ಸ್. Even employees, we have dialogue with them, because she did say a person who's working as an accountant, the job is, they cannot scale down his job. So even if they scale down the job, the patient is aware, ಅಯ್ಯೋ ನಾನು ಈ ತರ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, ಇವಾಗ ನನ್ಗೆ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದು ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಎಸ್ಟೀಮ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, 20 ಸೆಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆಸ್ ದ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವಿಂಗ್ ಏನೇನ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೋ ಅದನ್ನ ಅಡ್ರೆಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ. ಸೆಕ್ಷುವಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ, ಅದು ಹೇಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಸ್ಗಳು, ಅದು ನಾವೇ ಪ್ರೋಬ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇದೆಯಾ, ಇದು ಏಜ್ ಬಿದ್ದಿದ್ದಿಂದ ಸೆಕೆಂಡರಿ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇದೆಯಾ, ಸೆಕೆಂಡರಿ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಕ್ಲಿನಿಕಲ್ ಸೈಕಾಲಜಿಸ್ಟ್ ವಿ ourselves will address those issues also. ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಈ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಅನ್ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಆನ್ ದ ಪೇಷಂಟ್. ಸೊ ವಿ ಟೇಕ್ ಗ್ಲೋಬಲಿ ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ದ ರಿಹ್ಯಾಬಿಲಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಅಡ್ರೆಸ್. Apart from cognition, we also address emotions, psychosocial issues, and the behavioral problems.
Thank you, madam. So I think the package that NIMHANS has developed needs to be disseminated to the larger service delivery system within the state. That's an important message, so that there is more accessibility to services, affordability to services, and that there is a social justice prevails. I mean, that is the whole point. So I would like to briefly request Dr. Kanmani to say that whatever gaps you told earlier, if you want to list 1, 2, 3 measures to bridge those gaps, what would it be?
Yeah, not only my dream, it's also, I think, patient caregiver and the neurosurgeon and allied professional dreams. The first one, what I wanted is social support networks that need to be strengthened, because this dream probably will be fulfilled in the month of April. We wanted all, the moment the TB problem once they get back to the community, they need a social support groups, people who have suffered with TBA and recovered, but yet they are recovering, who need to form a support group to empower themselves to tap the resources in the community, to tap the resources in the policy level and every level, where caregivers also need to be along with this support group. That's one of my dream and most of my patients' dream. Second dream is, once the patient is discharged from the hospital, there should be a one-stop center. One-stop center, basically what I mean with my program is, the moment they get back to the community, when they go back, they need to have skill building centers for their livelihood programs, for self-employment, self-help groups, where they will be trained with whatever skills left with that. Then those are career on stocks, wherever who has after the TBA, career tumba disturb because of their cognition functions, there should be career on stock programs which have to be restart their functionality, skill building, capacity building for the employees need to be done. So these are the three areas where I feel the gaps need to be done, and that is evitable only by government when they listen to us and then start making different policies and give importance to TBA people.
So thank you, madam. So now I will not go to Dr. Anil Kumar sir, because he's got an elaborate presentation, and you by now would have realized that he's a very good communicator and an orator, because what we are expecting from Dr. Anil Kumar is actually the topic of this talk. So with this, maybe since we have overrun the time, maybe we can take 2 questions from the audience. Any questions from the audience to the panel? Yes.
See, can everyone hear me?
Hi, myself Karthik. So, ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ, ಇವಾಗ this question to every one of us in this auditorium, ಒಂದು ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಫೋನ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ನ ಗಾರ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, okay, we put Gorilla glass, right? So ಅದೇ ತರ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಫೋನ್ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಬೀಳದೆ ಏನು ಆಗದೆ ಇರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ಯಾನೆಲ್ ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಆಯ್ತಾ? You got to know so many challenges what this entire panel members are facing, and each and every one will face with our family members or loved ones who, if at all, if any anything mistake happens, or if they meet with an accident or any challenges you face, and they are the one who is going to be with a whole lot of pressure, for the entire nation, like doctors especially. Okay. ನಾವು ಆರಾಮಾಗಿ ಬಂದು ಹಣ ಸುರಿದೀವಿ, ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ನನ್ನ ಲವ್ಡ್ ಒನ್ಸ್ ನ ಇಮಿಡಿಯೇಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಖರ್ಚಾದ್ರೂ ಮಾಡಿ ನನ್ಗೆ ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತಾ? ದೇವ್ರೇ ನನ್ನ ಕಾಪಾಡು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತ? ನಮ್ ತಾಯಿ ಒಂದು ಹೇಳೋರು, ಏನ್ ಹೇಳೋರಂದ್ರೆ, ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಿನೇಷನ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಓದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಬರೆಯಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತೆ, ಖಾಲಿ ಪೇಪರ್ ಇಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ದೇವ್ರೇ ನನ್ನ ಕಾಪಾಡಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆಗತ್ತಾ? ಚಾನ್ಸೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. So what my request to everyone in this auditorium, spread messages across to your loved ones and friends, anybody, on phone mobile ತಗೊಳಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಯಾಲರಿನೇ ಸಾಲಲ್ವಂತೆ, ಅವನ್ಗೆ ಆಪಲ್ ಫೋನ್ ಬೇಕಂತೆ.
So Karthik, yeah, I think you have a point that
I understand. Yeah. So I will come to the bottom line immediately. ಇವಾಗ ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಬಂದು recently we had so many imported helmets like AGV, RI, Dala. So they had only DOT and ECE certifications. And later on, the Indian government came up with, we need a ISI certification in those helmets, only then we can sell, or it will be valid to use on Indian transport. ಸೊ ನನ್ ಹೇಳಿಕೆ ಮೈ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ, ಇವಾಗ ಫುಟ್ಪಾತ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಒಂದು ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ತೊಟ್ಟಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಅದ್ ₹150 ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಅದ್ನು ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಇವನ್
So what is the question? I mean, the question is that how do you address this?
Yeah, I wanted to address this, and I want the transport department. Your question is very hard. As per the rules and regulations of the act made by the Indian Parliament, we need to have a Bureau of Indian Standard helmet. Also, what if other low quality helmets are being sold on the footpath? Actually, ನಾವು ಅವ್ರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ರೈಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದಾಗ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಸರಿ ಒಂದಿಷ್ಟು ಕುದುರೆ ಓಡಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಜಾಕಿಗಳು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ಹಾಕೋತಾರೆ ಕೆಲವು ಜನ. ಸೊ ದ ಯೂಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಟೈಪ್ ಆಫ್ ವರ್ಕ್ಸ್. ಟೂ ವೀಲರ್ ಹೊಡಿಲಿಕ್ಕೆ BIS ಕಂಪಲ್ಸರಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಜನಗಳು ತಗೋತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅದನ್ನ. ನಾಟ್ ದಟ್ ವಿ ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಸ್ಟಾಪ್. ಇಫ್ ನೋಬಡಿ ಬೈಸ್, ನೋಬಡಿ ದಟ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ವಿಲ್ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಸೆಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಆನ್ ದ ಫುಟ್ಪಾತ್. ಸೊ ಫುಟ್ಪಾತ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾರೋದನ್ನ ಯಾರು ಜನಗಳು ಯಾಕೆ ತಗೋಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಆ ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ಗಳನ್ನ ಬೇರೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಳಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾರಾಟ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಟೂ ವೀಲರ್ ರೈಡರ್ಸ್ ಚೀಪ್ ಅಂತ ತಗೋತಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಹಾಫ್ ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನೋ ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್. ನಮ್ದು ಆಟೋಮೆಟಿಕ್ ಎನ್ಫೋರ್ಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಫ್ ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರು ಸಹಿತ ₹500 ಫೈನ್ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಅಫೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಸಬ್ಸಿಕ್ವೆಂಟ್ ಅಫೆನ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ ದ ಫೈನ್ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ಟು ದಿಸ್ ಐ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಯು, ವೆದರ್ ದ ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾವಿಂಗ್ BIS ಅಥವಾ ISI ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಂತ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಫುಟ್ಪಾತ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋದನ್ನ ಇಗ್ನೋರ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಫುಟ್ಪಾತ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದಾರೋ ಎಲ್ಲಕ್ಕೂ ನೀವು ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಯಾರು ಹೇಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಕಂಪಲ್ಸರಿ ದಟ್ ಯು ಮಸ್ಟ್ ಪರ್ಚೇಸ್. ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಪರ್ಚೇಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಕಡೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಅಂತ ಯಾಕೆ ನಾವು ಬರ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಇದೆ, ಆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಹತ್ರ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಕೈ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ, ಅವ್ರು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಬದುಕಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಂತ ಯಾಕೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಜನ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ, ಅಶ್ಯೂರೆನ್ಸ್, ರಿಲಯಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಹಿಂಗಾಗಿ ಯಾವ್ದು ಒಳ್ಳೇದಿದೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾವು ಕೊಂಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಹೊರತು ಯಾವ್ದು ಅವೈಲಬಲ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋದು ತಪ್ಪು. That is what I want to highlight.
Yeah. To answer your question, government cannot ban manufacture of the helmet. Sir has clearly told, government cannot ban manufacture of helmets. Government has only specified what helmet is defined as a protective headgear under the law. We are supposed to buy that and wear that. They are making helmets for different purposes. So government cannot ban manufacture of helmets. We have to buy ISI helmets. That's all. Yeah. Now, can we have another question, please? Because of paucity of time, we can have a discussion during the lunch. Any other question from anyone? Sir. Who's going?
It is not a question, but I must ask. About the ICU care. So, COVID has established ICUs everywhere, but the manpower to utilize that facility is inadequate. So, government should take action to improve the manpower which runs the ICU in a prison. So that's one thing. A simple thing like making oxygen available in a controlled hospital is good enough. So there are not oxygen at all in many hospitals. So that is one thing. The second thing is, after the patient goes through ICU, there is a phase when he will not know where to go. So there should be a kind of step down care kind of hospitals, which should be, I used to say when I was working, after retiring from the nuns, I would go and open a tracheostomy care hospital outside in France. So such facilities will enhance the improvement of the patient.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the valid suggestion.
We have discussed many parts of road traffic accidents as main cause of head injury. Adre road traffic accident allene there are two important injuries. One is assaults to the head, causing head injury, as well as falls, especially falls in vulnerable age groups. For example, children who fall from heights which are not protected. So we see a lot of patients, like it is not insignificant at all. Like we see a lot of patients and elderly people who don't have a protective environment around them. Like ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ವಯಸ್ಸಾದವ್ರದ್ದು ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ತಾನೆ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಅವ್ರ ವರ್ಕ್ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸೇಫ್ ಆಗಿ ಓಡಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಟು ಪ್ರೊವೈಡ್ ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಮ್. ಅದರ್ವೈಸ್ ಅವರು ಬೀಳೋ ಚಾನ್ಸಸ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜರಿ ಆಗೋ ಚಾನ್ಸಸ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಲೈಕ್ ಈವನ್ ನಾವು ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ಸಿ ಮೋರ್ ಆಫ್ ದೀಸ್ ಇಂಜುರೀಸ್. ಮುಂದೆ ನಾವು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಡರ್ಲಿ ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬೀಳೋದು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ತುಂಬಾ ಕನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಚಿಲ್ಡ್ರನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆಟ ಆಡಕ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಬೀಳ್ತಾರೆ. ವಿ ಫೀಲ್ ವೆರಿ ಬ್ಯಾಡ್ ಟು ಸಿ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಚಿಲ್ಡ್ರನ್ because of negligence of their adult counterparts not giving proper care to them. So like those two are important things which we have not touched in this, which the public should be very conscious of.
Thank you, sir. So with this, we will close this panel discussion because there are a lot more to be offered in the upcoming symposium on head injuries. So I request Madam to felicitate every panelist.
Everybody waiting.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Gautam. And I would like to thank all the panel experts to give the valuable suggestions and ideas to all the stakeholders, police people and public. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, third year BSc nursing students, they are going to play a small mime regarding the World Head Injury Day. I would like to request everyone to be the seat. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, just get them to clean the chair, put the collection, just to arrange the project and everything. So while the stage is getting ready for the symposium, so I'd like to make two important announcements. One thing is, people have put effort to organize a quiz competition for you. It's a quiz specifically on road safety and head injuries. One team will have 2 persons. Whoever is interested, please give your name to, where is Mary? Yeah, please come in the front. How will they recognize you? ಯಾರ್ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ ಒಂದು ಕ್ವಿಜ್ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಪಾಲ್ಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲೋ ಚಾನ್ಸಸ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದೆ, ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಗೆಲ್ಲೋ ಚಾನ್ಸಸ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದೆ. ಕ್ವಿಜ್ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ, ಒನ್ ಟೀಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಬ್ರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಗಿವ್ ಯುವರ್ ನೇಮ್ಸ್ ಟು ಮಿಸ್ ಮೇರಿ. Yes. But Kirtana, it does it. People should know who is Kirtana. So you can give your names to Kirtana, and this quiz will be held after the symposium. Good sound, good. I expect first no commercial. Where is this? Sound ಕೊಡೋಕೆ ಹೋದ್ರು ಸರ್. ಅಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರೊಜೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಅವ್ರು ಅಲ್ಲ ಬೇಕು ಯಾರು ಏನು ಕಾಣಿಸಲ್ಲ. ಮೈ ಮಾಡೋದು ಮೈ ಮಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಹಾಕುಸ ಅದು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಫಸ್ಟ್
Water also vital immediately. Warning signs after mopping the floor. Be careful while walking on wet floors. Traumatic brain injury is a major source of health and disability. It is estimated that nearly 1 million persons are injured, 2 lakh people die, and nearly 1 million require rehabilitation services every year in India. In the city of Bangalore, nearly 10,000 individuals sustain brain injury and more than 1,000 die every year. Buckle up every ride. Wear a seat belt every time you drive or ride in a motor vehicle. Never drive while under the influence of alcohol or drugs. Wear a helmet or appropriate headgear. Prevent older adult falls. Talk to your doctor to evaluate your risk falling and talk with them about specific things you can do to reduce your risk for a fall. God created us with a sky to protect our will. We can easily the sky clearly.
We are starting the Head Injury Symposium now. Today, in the Head Injury Symposium, organized as a part of the World Head Injury Awareness Day, we have experts from the diverse field in providing care for the victims and caregivers of road traffic accidents. The first speaker is Mr. Anil Kumar Gram Purohit, Inspector Planning, Bengaluru Traffic Police. Sir, we'll be talking on the advances in enforcement to reduce risk of traumatic brain injury TBA in Bengaluru roads. I invite Mr. Anil Kumar to the stage. Welcome, sir.
ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಅದೇ ತೋರಿಸ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಇದು ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಸಂದೇಶ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದ್ ನಿಮಿಷ ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇದು ಎರಡಿದೆ, ಇದೊಂದಿದೆ, ಇದಿದೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಿಮ್ PPT ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು ಇದಿಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆ, ಇದಿದೆ, ಇದಿಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ನಿಮ್ PPT ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತೀನಿ. PPT ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಅದು? IT ಓಪನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ? ಫಸ್ಟ್ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಆಗ್ತೈತಾ? ಫಸ್ಟ್ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಡೇ ಸಲುವಾಗಿ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ವಿನಿಮಯ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಅನ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಪ್ರಿವೆನ್ಷನ್ ಇಸ್ ಬೆಟರ್ ದನ್ ಕ್ಯೂರ್ ಅಂತ. ಯಾವುದು ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆಗ್ದಂಗೆನೆ ನಾವು ಮೇಂಟೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಬರ್ಡನ್ ಆಗೋದು ಬಹಳ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಈ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಸಂಚಾರ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ತಮ್ಮದೇ ಆದ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ಗಳು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಓವರ್ ಎ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಟೈಮ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಬೀಯಿಂಗ್ ರಿಡ್ಯೂಸ್ಡ್. ಆಫ್ ಲೇಟ್ ಹೋದ ವರ್ಷ 772 ಜನ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಸತ್ರು. ಅದು ಬಹಳ ಬೇಜಾರಾಗೋ ಸಂಗತಿ. ಪ್ರತಿ ದಿವಸ ಇಬ್ರು ರಸ್ತೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಸಾಯೋದು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗಿರೋರು ಇಬ್ರು ನಾಳೆ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಗೆ ನಮ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಬರ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ವಿಚಾರ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾದಂತ ವಿಚಾರ. ಜನಗಳ ಯೂಶುವಲ್ ರೀತಿ ಹೆಂಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾಗಳು ಸೆರೆ ಹಿಡಿದಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತಪಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಶಂಕರ್ ಎಹಸಾನ್ ಲಾಯ್ ಅವರು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಕ್ ಅನ್ನ, ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಕ್ ಅನ್ನ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಓನ್ಲಿ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಟು ಫಾಲೋ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಬಿ ಸೇಫ್ ಆನ್ ದ ರೋಡ್ಸ್.
देख के चलो। देख के चलो स्पीड लिमिट है ज्यादा स्पीड बढ़ाना नहीं, स्पीड लिमिट है ज्यादा तेज चलाना नहीं, गलत तरह से कभी गाड़ी न चलाना, तुम गलत साइड से ओवरटेक न करना, ऐसे तो करने से न करना, रोड के तहनो इनके सामने लगाने को रोड न देखो, रोड न देखो। देख के चलो.
So this is how we usually see the people on the road. We have a presentation on what exactly Bangalore Traffic Police are doing. We have imbibed the modern technology which is available elsewhere in the other countries. So now majority of the traffic police work is concentrated around regulation rather than enforcement. ತಾವುಗಳು ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಇರೋದೇ ಗಾಡಿ ಸೈಡ್ಗೆ ಹಾಕೋಕೆ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಕೇಳೋದು ಕಿರಿಕಿರಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಬಹಳ ಜನ ಅನ್ಕೋತಾ ಇದ್ರಿ. ಸೊ ನಾವು ವಿ ಆರ್ ಶಿಫ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಆನ್ ಟು ಆಟೋಮೇಟೆಡ್ ಎನ್ಫೋರ್ಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ಬಹಳ ಜನ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರಿ ಬರೀ ಜಂಕ್ಷನ್ ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಸಿಗ್ನಲ್ ಇದಾವೆ ಈಗ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾಗಳು ಅಂತ. ನಮ್ಮ ಆರ್ಟಿಫಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಇಂಟೆಲಿಜೆನ್ಸ್ ಬೇಸ್ಡ್ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾಸ್ ಎವ್ರಿವೇರ್ ಆನ್ ದ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಟ್ ನೌ. Around 7,500 cameras are coming up, out of which 3,500 have already got installed. So those who are sitting here, for your kind information, next time when you take out your two-wheeler, be sure that one camera is looking at you. Big bosses, they are observing you, and we don't have any discrimination whether you are a policeman, whether you are a firefighter or a doctor or a driver, whoever you may be. For a camera, you are just a road user, that too a two-wheeler rider. If you are wearing helmet, it will respect you. If you don't wear the helmet, it will take a picture of you. Selfie ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋದ್ರೊಳಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಫೇಮಸ್ ನಮ್ದಿದು. I am very sorry to tell you that nearly 30,000 cases are generated every day. So only through cameras. Probably in the years to come, we'll just rely on the cameras. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಮಾತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಒರಿಜಿನಲಿ ನಾವ್ ಹೆಂಗಿದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತೇ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾರು ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇಫ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ಸರ್ವೈಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ ನಡೆಯೋ ಸ್ಟೈಲ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಹೀರೋಗಳ ತರ ನಡೆಯಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ ಬಿಹೇವಿಯರ್ ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಸಿಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಕಡೆ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾಸ್ ಇದಾವೆ. ಬಹಳ ಜನ ಅನ್ಕೋತಾರೆ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಮ್ ಆದ್ರೂ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ ಕಡೆ ನೋಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಮೆಟ್ರೋ ವರ್ಕ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, BWSSB ವರ್ಕ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ವರ್ಕ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಹಗಲು ರಾತ್ರಿ ಬಿಸಿಲು ಮಳೆ ಅಂದಲೇ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಮನೆಗೆ ಹಾವು ಬಂದ್ರು ನಮ್ಮ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ರೂಮಿಗೆ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಸರ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೇಲಿ ಒಂದು ಹಾವು ಬಂದಿದೆ, ಯಾರು ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ. This is how we are working round the clock for your safety. So particularly on World Head Injury Day, through this media, we want to convey to all the road users that you are being watched. Please wear quality helmet and not the helmet which will serve no purpose at all. Rather than protecting your head, they will cause more injury. Shukla sir ಗೊತ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಲೋ ಗ್ರೇಡ್ ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡ್ಬಂದು ಅವ್ರ ಮುಂದೆ ಮಲ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾಗ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ನ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಬದುಕ್ಸೋದಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಮಾಡೋದೇ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ. ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಇವ್ರೇನು ಸುಮ್ನೆ ರೋಡಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಬೆದ್ರ ಬೊಂಬೆಗಳ ತರ ಅಂತ. ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಎ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಶನ್ ಆಫ್ ವಾಟ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಲ್ ಅಬೌಟ್.
Bangalore, the Silicon Valley of Asia, the city of innovation and technology. But the constant challenge is the city's traffic management. The Bangalore Traffic Police has effectively harnessed the right technology. The BTP had a very humble beginning since 1930, with just 53 officers manning this pensioners' paradise. Today, 5,300 officers monitor 13,000 kilometers. 193 models. 44,000 plus intersections. And an ever-increasing vehicular population of over 70 lakhs. An estimated 2,300 vehicles are added every day. Implementing enforcement and ensuring safety on Bangalore roads, the Bangalore Traffic Police has proven its leadership at all times.
This is the traffic management center that we have. It is like an apex body for the entire traffic management. All the enforcement related and all the planning related things happen in our traffic management center. We have our own database wherein people committing violations on the road, their information is documented, and if they are committing the second offense and subsequent offense, more fine amount will be there for the second and subsequent offense. Earlier, when we were issuing the challans manually, that option was not available. Now, if I catch some X on the road, I'll be able to tell you whether this fellow has done earlier offense also. So earlier also he has violated any traffic rules or not.
Innovation is their buzzword, and change is only constant. With this belief, the Bangalore Traffic Police are the solid backbone to the way the city moves every minute, every day.
This is the third biggest watch TV we have got, 20 by 80. We will view the entire activities on the road sitting at the traffic management center. So it is a very huge screen wherein videos are projected from the backside, so that even after seeing it for nearly hours together, your eyes will not burn, so that our traffic policemen who are sitting in there 24/7, they will always keep an eye on the violations which are occurring on the road. Apart from artificial intelligence enabled cameras, we also manually book the cases, those who violate the stop lines at the junctions, and those who go on triple riding, those who go against one way, those who are not wearing seat belt. So everything will be viewed. And sitting in the traffic management center, you can see what is happening at Someshwar Nagara junction or KH junction or Shanti Nagara junction. So don't think that if the traffic policemen are not looking at you, you are not completely out of sight for the traffic police.
Epicenter to all this is the Traffic Management Center. The technology here is state-of-the-art. BTP can remotely operate and dynamically manage all functions, give route guidance, sort out traffic issues by providing incident response, and also monitor and adjust traffic signals besides levying penalty on offenders. This command center is responsible.
So basically, majority of you have the problems at the junctions. Karnataka Motor Vehicle Act clearly says that when you are approaching a junction, you are expected to slow down. But main road ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೋ ಅವರಿಗೆ priority ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, those who are joining from the crossroad. For example, if you are moving out of Remans and moving towards Lalbagh West Gate, so the traffic moving on the main road should be given priority. Someshwar Nagarinda ಬರೋರು wait ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ main road traffic ಗೆ priority ಇದೆ. But a lot of people don't know that. So rules and regulations are very much essential for everyone to know it. And if they practice it, probably crashes are very less. For example, if you imagine a plus junction, it has got around 32 conflicting points. One conflicting point is that a vehicle crosses with another vehicle for the reason it is moving from one place to another place. So on plus junction atra, on T junction atra, so whenever you are approaching a junction, please see that you are slowing down to the maximum extent. ಒಂದು ಸುಮಾರು ಜನ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಸುಮಾರು ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ಅಟೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಸರ್ ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಸಿಗ್ನಲ್ ಇತ್ತು ಸರ್, ಪೆಡೆಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯನ್ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟ ಸರ್ ಅವನು, ನಾನು ಗೂಬೆ ಮನೇಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ ಬಂದಿದ್ಯೋ ಇಲ್ವೋ ಅಂತ, ಅಷ್ಟೊಳಗೆ ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗೇ ಬಿಡ್ತು ಸರ್ ಅಂತಂದು. Green signal is given to you, just it is a permission to move. It is not a permission to kill someone. ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ಬ ಕುಡಿದು ಬರ್ತಿದ್ದಾನೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಅವನ್ನ ಕೊಲ್ಲಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಯಾರು ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವನು ಅಗೇನೆಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ವೇ ಬರ್ತಿದ್ದಾನೆ, ಕುಡ್ಕ ಅವನು ಅಗೇನೆಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ವೇ ಬರ್ತಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಸೊ ಅಗೇನೆಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ವೇಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಡ್ರಂಕ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಡ್ರೈವ್ಗೆ ಏನ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಇದೆಯೋ ಅದನ್ನ ಕೇಸ್ ನಾವು ಹಾಕ್ತಿವಿ. ನೀವು ಡಿಸೈಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಕುಡಿದು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾನೆ, ನನ್ನ ಮಗನ ಸಾಯಿಸ್ಲೇಬೇಕು ನಾನು ಅಂತಂದು ನಾನು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ನಾಟ್ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಎಂಡ್ ಈಸ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್, ಬಟ್ ಮೀನ್ಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್.
For all enforcement, automation, computing, strategies, and planning activities of the BTP. A unique initiative, BTRAP, Bangalore Traffic Improvement Program, the first of its kind in the country, has been envisaged to resolve the city's traffic needs. Supported by precise and cutting-edge traffic management technology, working simultaneously with multiple agencies and wings. BTRAC envisages managing the traffic congestion and improving road safety through road markings with reflective thermoplastic, anti-ice pavement markers, street furniture, overhead signages, upgradation of traffic signals, junction improvement, surveillance or enforcement cameras, education.
So surveillance and enforcement cameras, they have been everywhere. I think probably in the years to come, we may witness lesser number of accidents on the roads of Bangalore. Not that always police can help us. Like doctors were feeling that ನಾವು ಲೈಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಎಜುಕೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ರೆಗ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಅವರು ಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಎನ್ಫೋರ್ಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, so that head injuries can be reduced. During this time, we must also understand that as a citizen, as a road user, we should also have some certain responsibilities on us. For example, ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಸಿಗ್ನಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬೇಚೈನ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಒಂದು 20 seconds ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ಹಿಂದ್ಗಡೆ ಅವನು ಹಾರ್ನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ. ಅವನು ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾರ್ನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಬರ್ತದೆ, ನೀನ್ ರೆಡಿ ಇರು ನನ್ ಮಗನೇ, ನೀನ್ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ಯಾ ಗಾಡಿನ, ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲಿಗೋ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು, ನನಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರೋ ಕರೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಾನು ಈ ಫ್ಲೈಟ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. We feel other road users are all waste bodies. ಈ ನನ್ನ ಮಕ್ಳು ಯಾಕೆ ಈ ರೋಡಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇವ್ರು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ಈ ರೋಡ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಬರೋದೇ ತಪ್ಪು ಅನ್ನೋ ತರ we feel. Only I myself will feel I am VIP, I need to reach my destination. All others are waste bodies. ಅವ್ರ ಮಗ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಈ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಏನೋ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋ ಅಂತ ಕಾಣಿಸೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೋತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ವೆರಿ ರಾಂಗ್. ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ ಮೆಟ್ರೋಪಾಲಿಟನ್ ಸಿಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಸಿಕಲಿ ವಿ ಸಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ಟೀ ಮಾರೋನು ಸೈಕಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾನೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬ ತಳ್ಳೋ ಗಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ತರಕಾರಿ ಮಾರೋನು ಬರ್ತಾನೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರು ಹೈ ಎಂಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಗಾಡಿಗಳು, ಕಂಪ್ನಿಗಳ ಹೆಸರು ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ಆ ಗಾಡಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಮಲ್ಟಿಪಲ್ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಸ್ಪೀಡಿಂಗ್ ಕೇಪಬಿಲಿಟೀಸ್ ಇರೋ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಸ್ ನ ಸೇಮ್ ಜಾಗ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಅಂತದ್ರೊಳಗೆ ಕರ್ಟಸಿ ಇಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ಡ್. ಕರ್ಟಸಿ ಬೇರೆಯವರು ದ ಅದರ್ ರೂಡ್ ಯೂಸರ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಈಕ್ವಲಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಎವ್ರಿಬಡಿ ಶುಡ್ ಪರ್ಸೀವ್. ನಾವು ಕೂತಾಗ ನಾವ್ ಯಾರು ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋದಲ್ಲ, ಗಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ ಮಾತ್ರ. ಸುಮಾರು ಜನ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟೇಬಲ್ಗಳ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಹೆಡ್ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟೇಬಲ್ಗಳ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಗಲಾಟೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ನಾನು ಯಾರಿಗ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾ, ನಿನ್ನ ಯೂನಿಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಬಿಚ್ಚಿಸ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ. ಹಂಗ ಹೇಳಿದವ್ರು ಯಾರು ಒಬ್ಬರದು ಯೂನಿಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಬಿಚ್ಚಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರು ಜೈಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇದುವರೆಗೂ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಆತರ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರು ನೋಡಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ನಾವು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಅವ್ರು ನೋಡಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ನಾವು ಅವರ ವೈರಿಗಳು ಅಂತಾನೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಬಂದಪ್ಪ ಏನು ಶನಿ ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಏನು ಕೇಳ್ತಾನೋ ಏನೋ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಬಂದು ನಾವು ರೆಗ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಯು ಆರ್ ಎ ರೋಡ್ ಯೂಸರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಮೀ, ಯು ಮೇ ಬಿ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್, ಯು ಮೇ ಬಿ CEO ಆಫ್ ಎ ಕಂಪನಿ, ಯು ಮೇ ಬಿ XYZ, whoever you may be, you are a driver for me. ಈಗ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಮುಂದ್ಗಡೆ ಮಲ್ಕೊಂಡಿರೋ ಒಬ್ಬ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇನೆ, ಅವನದು ಕಿರೀಟಗಳು, ಅವನ ಭುಜ ಬಾವಲಿಗಳು ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಬೇಕಾಗೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಗೆ. ಅವನು ಒಬ್ಬ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ರಿಪೇರಿ ಆಗ್ಬೋದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು ಅಂತ. ಅವನದು ಏನಾರ ಕ್ರೆಡೆನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಸೊ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಈ ರೋಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು ಸರಿ ನಾವು ಒಬ್ರು ಯಾರು ನಮಗೆ ಕಿರಿಕಿರಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕಿರಿಕಿರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ರಾಂಗ್. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕಿರಿಕ್ ಮಾಡೋದಿರ್ತದೆ, ಬಟ್ ಗಾಡಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಅದು ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಮೆಷಿನ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಮಷೀನ್. ಬಹಳ ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟು ಅದು ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಬೀಯಿಂಗ್ ತರ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸುಮಾರು ಜನ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಪಾಠ ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೋಗಿ ಮುಂದ್ಗಡೆ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಗಳಾಗಿರೋದನ್ನ ನಾವು ನೋಡಿದೀವಿ. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಬಿ ಅವೇರ್, ದ ರೋಡ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಎವ್ರಿ ಒನ್. ರೋಡ್ ಕಿಸಿ ಕಾ ಬಾಪ್ ಕಾ ನಹೀ ಹೈ, तो सबका है. So all of us need to share, particularly in a metropolitan city like ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು, ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಎದ್ದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ VIP ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸಿಗ್ಬೇಕು, ಮನೆಯಿಂದ ಬಿಟ್ಟ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಸೀದಾ ಅವ್ರ ಆಫೀಸ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು, ಆ ತರ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ವಿಚ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಪಾಸಿಬಲ್.
All awareness and capacity building are some of the other measures taken to manage traffic.
Okay. So this is the in between. So when you get enraged in traffic, usually this is what happens. Morning, our special commissioner was mentioning, when a person is expected to be for more time rather than the time required to travel, usually he will become impatient. ಅವಾಗ ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ಏನೋ ಕಿರಿಕಿರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ಪಕ್ಕದವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಟೂ ಮಚ್, ಯಾರು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಒಬ್ರು ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, too much learning is also dangerous. If you see a red light and if you want to obey and behind you one tipper is coming, he will not brake. So be sure that whenever you are following traffic rules, have common sense in your mind. Sometimes just following the instructions or signals will not help you out. I have seen many accidents, particularly this one I wanted to highlight to reduce the head injuries. ಒಂದು ಜಂಕ್ಷನ್ ಇದೆ, ಆ ಜಂಕ್ಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಲೈನ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಪೆಡೆಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯನ್ ಕ್ರಾಸಿಂಗ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಯು ಆರ್ ಅಪ್ರೋಚಿಂಗ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಸೇ 100 meters. ನೀವು ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀರಿ, ಹೇಳಿದೀನಿ ಆಗ್ಲೇ ಜಂಕ್ಷನ್ ಗೆ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಕನ್ಸಿಡರಬಲಿ ಸ್ಲೋ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಬಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲೇನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಆಂಬರ್ ಲೈಟ್ ಕಾಣಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಆಂಬರ್ ಲೈಟ್ ಕಾಣಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಇವನು ಇನ್ನು ಎಷ್ಟು ಜೋರಾಗಿ ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ಆಕ್ಸಿಲರೇಟರ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಚೆಕ್ ಅಂತ ಹೊರಟೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅವನು. ಇಸ್ರೋ ರಾಕೆಟ್ ಹೋದಂಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತಾನೆ. ಬಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ಲಿ, ಇದು ಬಹಳ ಜನ ಯಾರು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ಭಾವನೆ. ಏನಂತಂದ್ರೆ, those who have already crossed the stop line and they are in the well of the junction, ಅವ್ರುಗಳು ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಆಂಬರ್ ಕಲರ್ ಬರೋದು. ಇವ್ರೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ದೂರದಿಂದ ನೋಡಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಬಂತು. ನಾನು 20 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇವತ್ತಿನವರೆಗೂ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ಪುಣ್ಯಾತ್ಮ ಬಂದು ಸರ್ ಸಿಗ್ನಲ್ ಜಂಪಿಗೆ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರಿ ಸರ್, ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ ನನ್ಗೆ ಅಂತ ಯಾರು ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಯೂಟೆಡ್. ಸರ್ ನಾನು ಸಿಗ್ನಲ್ ಜಂಪ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ನಾನು ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಗ್ರೀನೇ ಇತ್ತು, ನಾನು ಒಳಗಡೆ ಬಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ನಾಟ್ ಇವನ್ ಎ ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಅಗ್ರೀಡ್ ದಟ್ ಹಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಜಂಪ್ಡ್ ದ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಸಿಗ್ನಲ್. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಡಿಫಿಕಲ್ಟ್ ಟು ಎನ್ಫೋರ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಆನ್ ದ ರೋಡ್. ಬಟ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಟು ದ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ನೌ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ರೆಡ್ ಲೈಟ್ ವೈಲೇಷನ್ ಡಿಟೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾಸ್, RLVD ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾಸ್. ನೀವು 5,000 ಜನ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಯಾಮಾರಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅಟ್ ಎ ಟೈಮ್ ಜಂಪ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ 5,000 ಆಟೋಮೆಟಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ನಂಬರ್ ಪ್ಲೇಟ್ ರೆಕಗ್ನೈಸ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. 5,000 ಜನನು ನಮ್ದೊಂದು ಪಿಂಕ್ ಕಲರ್ದು ಲವ್ ಲೆಟರ್ ತಗೋತೀವಿ. So traffic police will set that 133 notice. So please be aware. ಮುಂಚೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿ ನಾವು ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಪೊಲೀಸರು, ವಿ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಹೀಮ್ಯಾನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ದಿ ಮಾಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ಅದರ ಜಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಫೆಲೋ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಯಾರು ಒಂದ್ 10 ಜನ ಸಿಗ್ನಲ್ ಜಂಪ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಯರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಯಾರು ಇರ್ತದೋ ಅವ್ನು ಇಟ್ಕೋತಿದ್ವಿ. ಹಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಅ TVS ಫೆಲೋ. ಸರ್ ನನ್ನ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೆ ಸರ್, ಬಡಪಾಯಿ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ದೊಡ್ಡವ್ರು ಹೊಟ್ಟೋದ್ರು, ನೀವು ಅವ್ರಿಗೇನು ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಮಾತ್ರ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹಿಂಸೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಲೈಕ್ ದಟ್. ನಾವ್ ದ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್ ಅಡ್ವಾನ್ಸ್ಡ್. ಸೊ ಆಟೋಮೇಟೆಡ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಪ್ಲೇಟ್ ರೆಕಗ್ನಿಷನ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಇದೆ, ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ರೆಡ್ ಲೈಟ್ ವೈಲೇಷನ್ ಡಿಟೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ರೆಡ್ ಲೈಟ್ ವೈಲೇಷನ್ ಡಿಟೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಇದಾವೆ ಅಂತ ನಿಮಗೆ ಲೊಕೇಶನ್ ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮೂರು ಎಷ್ಟು ಬುದ್ಧಿವಂತರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಡ್ರಂಕ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಡ್ರೈವ್ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಸರ್ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಲಿಮಿಟ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಅದೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೇಳಿ ಸರ್ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ಅದು 30 mg/100 ml is the legal permissible limit. BAC breath alcohol content 30 mg/100 ml ಇದ್ರೆ legally you can drive, no problem. ಸರ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಲೋಟ ಕುಡಿದ್ರೆ 30 mg ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಕ್ವಶನ್. ಸೊ ಇವ್ರುಗಳಿಗೆ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ತೂರ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಹಿಂಗಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಲೊಕೇಶನ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ. At almost all the locations, at 50 junctions now RLVD cameras and ANPR cameras are located. Probably in the central area, everywhere it is there. So outskirts allೂ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. So be aware that traffic police are concentrating more on the regulation rather than the enforcement, because enforcement is happening automatically by the cameras. Imagine 30,000 cases per day. It is almost 10 lakh cases per month. So you should be very careful. Your 500 rupees is not important to us. As all of you know that traffic police, we don't have any onus of collecting revenue and giving it to the exchequer. Our only aim is to see that accidents are reduced and your safety is ensured. Sir was mentioning, Dr. Gautam ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, safe system ಬರಬೇಕು. System it should take care of any unwanted movement of any vehicles. And to all those who are sitting here, my sincere request is that ಖೋಖೋ ಆಟ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿರ್ತೀರಿ. ಖೋಖೋನಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಚೇಸ್ ಮಾಡೋರು ಕೈ ಹಿಂಗ್ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ, so that they will see in the front only. ಎಡಬಲ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಔಟ್ ಅಂತ ಕೊಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದೇ ತರಾನೇ ನೀವುಗಳು ಸಹಿತ ಗಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನಿಯರ್ಲಿ 90% of the information that you gather while you are driving or riding is through your eyes, and rest of the things through ನೀವು ಕಿವಿಯಿಂದ ಕೇಳ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರೇನೋ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಬಟ್ 90% ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಣ್ಣಿಂದನೇ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಹೋಗೋದು. ಮತ್ತೆ we have seen the over speeding is the major cause of the 90% of the accidents. ಸೊ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಯಾರನ್ನು ಓವರ್ ಸ್ಪೀಡಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಎರಡನೇದು ನೆಗ್ಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ. ಅದ್ರೊಳಗೆ ಇದು ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಡೈನಮಿಕ್ ಎಂಟಿಟಿ. ಅದು ಒಂದು ಲ್ಯಾಬೊರೇಟರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋಂಗೆ 24 ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಸೆಂಟಿಗ್ರೇಡ್ 85 ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ರಿಲೇಟಿವ್ ಹ್ಯುಮಿಡಿಟಿ ಆ ತರ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನೀವು ಈಚೆ ಹೋದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಒಬ್ಬ ಹುಡುಗ ಓಡ್ ಬರ್ತಾನೆ, ಒಂದು ಕಾಯೇನೋ ಬಿದ್ದೋಗುತ್ತೆ, ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಕೊಂಬೆ ಬೀಳ್ತದೆ. So you cannot take anything as granted. It is a dynamic entity. ನೀವು ರೋಡಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಒಂದು ಗಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತಾಗ all your conscious should be on facing the challenges. So every second you will have a different environment. So you cannot take anything as granted. ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ ಉಟಾಹ್ನವರು ಒಂದು ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದ್ರ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಯೂಸಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಲ್ ಫೋನ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಡ್ರಿಂಕ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಡ್ರೈವ್. You see the danger, but you don't know what to and how to react for a unwanted or immediate ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಅಂತ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಸರಿ ನೀವು ಹಿಂಗ್ ಮುಂದೆ ಬರ್ತೀರಿ, ಲಿಫ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಯಾರೋ ಹೋಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ವಿಷಯ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ಕೋತೀರಿ. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಹೌ ಇಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ಸ್ ವೆನ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಡ್ರೈವಿಂಗ್, ಯು ಆರ್ ಲಿಸ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ಯುವರ್ ಸೆಲ್ ಫೋನ್, ಎನಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್. ಸೊ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಯುವರ್ ಸೆಲ್ ಫೋನ್. Let it take rest. Actually, traffic police can book a case. If you are a single driver, you are driving a car and your vehicle, ನಿಮ್ಮ vehicle ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಆನ್ ಇದೆ, ಮತ್ತೆ that is being used for any other thing other than negotiating your destination. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಗೂಗಲ್ ತಾಯಿನ ಜೊತೆ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಆ ಗೂಗಲ್ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನೀವು ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಹಾಡು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ಟೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಫೈನ್ಡ್. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಆರ್ಟಿಫಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಇಂಟೆಲಿಜೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ ಆನ್ ಕಾಲ್ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಆಪ್ಷನ್ ಇದೆ. ಅದು ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ. ನೀವು ಜಂಕ್ಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ ನೀವು ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತಲ್ಲ. ಕೆಲವು ಜನ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ದರ್ ಓನ್ ಲಾಸ್. ಅವ್ರ ಮನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಅನ್ಕೋತಾರೆ ಇದು ಈ ತರ ಇರೋದು ಅಂತ. ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರೊಬ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ತದೆ. ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಒಂದು ಜೋಕ್ ಇದೆ, ಮುಂದ್ಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ಬ ಲಾರಿ ಅವನು ಬರ್ತಿರ್ತಾನೆ, ಈ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಒಬ್ಬ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾನೆ. ಲಾರಿ ಅವನು ಹೆಡ್ಲೈಟ್ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ, ಈ ಕಡೆ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ ಹೆಡ್ಲೈಟ್ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ನು ಬರ್ತಾನೆ, ನಾನ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ. ಇವನು ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾನೆ, ಇಬ್ರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಗಲಾಟೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಯಾಕಪ್ಪ ಗಲಾಟೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಲೈಟ್ ಹಾಕಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ವಾ, ನಾನು ಹೆಡ್ಲೈಟ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ. ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾನು ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ವೈಪರ್ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಲ್ಲ, ನೀನ್ ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಆಲ್ ದ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್. ಅವ್ನು ಇಮ್ಯಾಜಿನ್ ಮಾಡ್ದಾಗ ನೀನು ಅವ್ನಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ಯಾ, ನಾನು ನಿನ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಈ ತರ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ acceptable. So our imagination. So be careful. ಮತ್ತೆ ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರಿಗೂ ನಿಮ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಗಾಡಿಗಳನ್ನ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಡಿ. The road is for everyone. Please share that. ಮತ್ತೆ ಇನ್ ಕೆಲವು ಜನ ಆಂಫಿಬಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. Those amphibians are ಯಾವ ಯುಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ರು ಅವರು ಮರುಜನ್ಮ ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದಾರೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. 2-wheeler riders on footpath. ಫುಟ್ಪಾತ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಫುಟ್ಪಾತ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗೋರಿಗೆ ಹಾರ್ನ್ ಹೊಡೆದು ಗೂಬೆ ಸೈಡ್ ಹೋಗು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋಕೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. God only should save them. So my sincere request to all of you who are sitting over here or watching this program, I Change My City ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಆಪ್ ಇದೆ. You can go to Google Play Store, download that app. You can also send violations. ಅದರೊಳಗೆ aim, click and send ಅಂತಿದೆ. That will come to our traffic police database, and we'll see whether if all the characters are there for raising a violation, a love letter will be sent to that person, and your name and address will not be revealed to anyone other than the court of law. Court, if wants, we have to say. Otherwise, your identity will be kept a secret. Hanganta ನಿಮ್ಮ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಕದ ಮನೆಯವ್ರದ್ದು ಫೋಟೋಗಳು ತೆಗೆದು ಹಾಕ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ಬ್ಲಾಕ್ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. So that is not acceptable. So you can be a law enforcer by way of taking the photographs. You can do that. Kindly do that and be a helpful citizen. Apart from that, instead of commenting on the different units like traffic police ಅವ್ರು ಸರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಗಳು ಸರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, RTO ಸರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರು ಸರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇವ್ರು ಸರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಾವ್ ಯಾವ ಲೆವೆಲ್ಗೆ ಸರಿ ಇದೀವಿ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನೋಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ನಾವ್ ಯಾವ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಸರಿ ಇದೀವಿ, ನಾವ್ ಹೆಂಗೆ, how we can bring the changes. So the change which we want to see in the society, it should start from us, not from elsewhere. ಅವರು ಇವರು ಆ ತರ ಹಂಗ್ ಮಾತಾಡೋ ಬದಲು, there are some people who volunteer to join traffic police during special enforcement. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಗೌತಮ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಟೀಮ್ ಈಗ ನಮ್ ಜೊತೆಗಿದೆ. ಪ್ರತಿ ದಿವಸ ಡ್ರಂಕ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಡ್ರೈವ್ ಕೇಸ್ಗಳು ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. More than 100 cases have already been booked by that. And also ಯಾರು ಕುಡಿದು ಗಾಡಿ ಓಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಅವ್ರದೆಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ವೇನು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. So likewise, we have a voluntary organization called as the Traffic Warden Organization. Those who have cleared their PUC examination, you can also join our Traffic Warden Organization. There are nearly 800 active members already. Once in a week, if you work for 4 hours in a junction near to your home, it is sufficient. It is an honorary work and no salary or perks will be paid for that. But you will be owning a uniform of your own. ನೀವು ಒಂದು ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಂತೀರಿ. Instead of just commenting on the system, you can be part of our solution also. So this part, ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ವೈಲೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಬರ್ತದೆ. So please don't think that you are not being watched. You are always being watched. And our aim is to not to collect maximum revenue from all of you. ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ನಾವು ಕದ್ದು ಮುಚ್ಚಿ ಫೋಟೋ ಹೊಡೆದು ಕಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯತೆ ನಮಗೇನು ಇಲ್ಲ. Under BTRAC scheme, we have sufficient funds for doing lot of wonderful things in the city. And all the signal lights which were earlier basic ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಅಡ್ವಾನ್ಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಆರ್ಟಿಫಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಇಂಟೆಲಿಜೆನ್ಸ್ ಬೇಸ್ಡ್ ಅಡಾಪ್ಟಿವ್ ಸಿಗ್ನಲ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ. ಈ ಅಡಾಪ್ಟಿವ್ ಸಿಗ್ನಲ್ಸ್ ಏನ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟೇಬಲ್ಸ್ ವಿತ್ 20 years of ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ನೋಡ್ತಿದ್ದ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಇನ್ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಅದನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಈವ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಔಟ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಅದನ್ನ ಕಳ್ಸ್ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಅದೇ ತರಾನೇ ಇದು machine based learning ಮಾಡಿ different junctions, they will talk to each other. Signals in different junctions, ಈಗ around 400 plus signals ಏನಿದಾವೆ, how they talk to each other where the traffic is coming and where it is going, and so that green time is not wasted. Many times you might have seen, ನೀವು ಕಾಯ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀರಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ 20 seconds ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಒಂದು ಗಾಡಿ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಆ ತರದ ಸಿನೆರಿಯೋ ಈಗ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ with the advent of all the advanced technology. So traffic police are also imbibing maximum technology which is available across the globe, and we are pioneering it. ನಮ್ಮ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಅವರು ಒಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಸಿಟರ್ಸ್ ಬುಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಲ್ ದ ಹೆಡ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ in the country should make it a point to visit traffic management center in Bangalore city and mimic the same thing in their respective jurisdiction antandu. We are doing a lot of work regarding that, and I only hope that all of you will be safe on the roads of Bangalore city. And as two-wheeler riders, all of you please wear helmet and quality helmets. I think I am taking too much of time. I conclude with this. If you have any questions, you can ask me.
Any questions from the audience?
Sir, could you repeat that app name? I was trying to download it from the...
Yes, madam. This is I Change My City, ICMC. I Change...
It should be not available. I'll try it once.
I try it once again, madam. I Change My City. Or else you have also app called as Public Eye. Public Eye. Both of them you can use.
So like to imbibe this behavior, the ಚಿಕ್ಕ ವಯಸ್ಸಿಂದನೇ ಈ behavior modification ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, like and it is very unlikely that children will learn from their parents because parents are committing this throughout the city. So ಅವ್ರ ಬೆಳಿತಾನೆ like they should imbibe all this ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ it is very important to bring it through schools, education. Like, how are we going in that time?
Sir, I am very happy that you rightly pointed out we have to catch them in. We have a special program in B-Track that is called as Safe Route to Schools. Safe Route to Schools. Under that, SARS and Students Association for Road Safety. These are the two wings that we have exclusively for children. So all the school children, we have 48 police stations across the Bangalore city, and in each police station, one constable or head constable or ASI or PSI will be heading the unit as SARS, Students Association for Road Safety. In his jurisdiction, what all the schools and colleges are coming, he will go to each of the school and he will engage them in road safety aspects. So we will distribute them the pamphlets, and we have made cartoons for the children that will be exhibited there. And we have one more thing which is called as Students Traffic Park at St. Mark's Road near that Hotel Airlines. So usually children from all the schools on the rotation basis, they come to that place. In that, we have mimicked the major roads, like all the types of signal lights are there and different types of mandatory boards and informatory boards. They have all been fixed. So we will educate them on stage, because the Supreme Court says that we should not create a dangerous situation for the students. Earlier, when we were students, usually traffic police used to take us to the main road and they used to tell us how we have to give the signals and all. But now that is outdated, because a lot of toxic gases is being there. So because of that, it is now taken away, sir. But we are with the students. 2021, we did a very big National Road Safety Week. Nearly 40,000 students participated in that.
The mainly I wanted to talk on this road humps. Each has got a different size, and there is no white parking on so many places. I don't know who is doing the things, but they are causing also two-wheeler accidents because they lose the balance. That is one. Second is, everywhere we are putting no parking. So where to park? On either side of the road, there is no parking place. So some places have to be done for parking also.
Sir, your concern is very much appreciable. The one thing is, in Bangalore, the total number of people present is the total number of traffic experts available in city. It's almost 1 crore experts are available in Bangalore city. That's a major problem for majority of the traffic officers, because even when there is a small accident, the localites, they feel that ilond hump bege sir avaru yaridara avaru gele avaru haklebekku ilge and without the notice of the traffic police, one hump will come there. But finally ಮನೇಲಿ ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲಾರು ಅವ್ರನ್ನೇ ನೋಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾರು ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅವ್ರನ್ನೇ ನೋಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಆ ತರ ಇರ್ತದೆ. So usually traffic police, we recommend after scientific analysis, we have a designated body which will say whether elevated or high-raised humps is required or not. Usually we recommend that will go through a process of evaluation. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಲ್ ಅಂತಿದೆ BBMP ನಲ್ಲಿ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ you can install one HRPC, high raised pedestrian crossing, or HRPC ಅಥವಾ ಹಂಪ್ಸ್ ಆಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. Other than that, people think that traffic police are putting the ಇವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ಕೋತಾರೆ, but it is not true. So traffic police, we don't have that onus of placing the humps. It is the traffic engineering cell of the BBMP which does that. But the engineers also require our opinion also. Or usually ಕೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ whether it can be given ಅಂತ. So such requisitions are sent to the local police officer, and after due analysis of how many accidents have taken place, whether it is required, so only then it is permitted, sir. Other than scientific humps, all the humps are need to be removed. ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಅನ್ವಾಂಟೆಡ್ ಹಮ್ಸ್ ಇಂದ, ಅನ್ಸೈಂಟಿಫಿಕ್ ಹಮ್ಸ್ ಇಂದಾನೆ ಆ ತರ ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ. ಅದು ಒಂದೇದು. ಎರಡನೇ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಸರ್ ತಾವು ರೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ರಿಗಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ದಿ ಪಾರ್ಕಿಂಗ್. ಸೊ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಕಡೆನೂ ನೋ ಪಾರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಇದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಅದು ಸತ್ಯ ಇದೆ. ಬಟ್ ದ ಪಾರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಫೆಸಿಲಿಟಿ ಕೊಡೋದು ಬಿಡೋದು BBMP ಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಿಸಿದ ಒಂದು ಜಾಗ ಆಗಿದೆ. ವಿ ಆರ್ ನಮ್ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಅವರೇ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಅದೇ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್, ರೋಡ್ ಸೇಫ್ಟಿ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ರೋಡ್ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್, ಆಮೇಲೆ ರೆಗ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಪ್ಲೇಸಸ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಷನ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಅವರ್ ಜಾಬ್ ಸರ್. ದ ಲೋಕಲ್ ಅರ್ಬನ್ ಬಾಡೀಸ್ ಏನಿದಾವೆ, ಅರ್ಬನ್ ಲೋಕಲ್ ಬಾಡೀಸ್ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಓನರ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಅದು ನಾವು BBMP has come up with a new parking policy, residential area ಮತ್ತೆ ಕಮರ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಏರಿಯಾ. ಸೊ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಟೈಪ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಏರಿಯಾಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಲೊಕೇಶನ್ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಲ್ಟಿ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಪಾರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಲಾಟ್ಸ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಅವ್ರು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೋ ಅದು ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು. ನಾವೇನಂತೀವಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, all main roads and all cross roads are deemed to be no parking unless there is a parking board. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಜನ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ನೋ ಪಾರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಲ್ಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಸರ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ವಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಅಂತ, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಕಾಂಪೌಂಡ್ ಹಾಕ್ತಿವಲ್ಲ ಆ ತರ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು, ನೋ ಪಾರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ. ಸೊ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಸಿಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಆಲ್ ರೋಡ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಆಲ್ ಮೇನ್ ರೋಡ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ನೋ ಪಾರ್ಕಿಂಗ್. ಅನ್ಲೆಸ್ ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಪಾರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಇಸ್ ದೇರ್, ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಪಾರ್ಕ್ ದೇರ್. ಅದರ್ವೈಸ್ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ನಾಟ್ ಪಾರ್ಕ್. ಒಂದಿಷ್ಟಿದೆ, ಯಾವ್ದಾರ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಮುಂದೆ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗಳ ಮುಂದೆ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಬಾರ್ದು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಮೇಜರ್ ರೋಡ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್. ಪಾರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಅವರ್ ಕಪ್ ಆಫ್ ಕಾಫಿ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾರು ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ತಗೋಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನೋಬಡಿ ವಿಲ್ ಕಮ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಆಸ್ಕ್ ದ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್, ಸರ್ ಒಂದು ಹೊಸ ದೊಡ್ಡದ ಗಾಡಿ ತಗೋತಾ ಇದೀನಿ, ತಗೋಬಹುದಾ ಅಂತ. ರೋಡಿಗೆ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸರ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ ನಿಲ್ಸಿದ್ರು, ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಕಡೆ ನೋ ಪಾರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಹಾಕಿದೀನಿ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಓನ್ಲಿ ರೋಡ್ ಇಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಸ್. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ 1,08,00,000 ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಸ್ ನಾವು ಡೈಲಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ರೋಡ್ ಇದ್ರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಪಾರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಫೈಂಡ್ ಎ ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಕಾರ್ ಪೂಲಿಂಗ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು. ಒಂದೊಂದು ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ 100 ಜನ ಹುಡುಗರು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ 2 BMTC ತಗೋಬಹುದು. ದೊಡ್ಡ ಗಾಡಿ ಬರ್ತದೆ, ಆ ಗಾಡಿನಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಮೈಕ್ರೋ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಚರ್ ಈಚೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ ಇಳಿಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ. ಒಂದು ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಹುಡುಗನ ಒಂದು UKG LKG ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬರೋಕೆ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಗಾಡಿ ತಗೊಂಡ್ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. So people should understand it is not the traffic police which always can give you solutions, but the community as a whole we should think what can be the best thing. Otherwise it is not solvable. We will shift the bug to someone else and ಆ ಇಲಾಖೆಯವರು ಹಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಯ್ತು, ಈ ಇಲಾಖೆಯವರು ಹಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಯ್ತು. It is not that question that should remain forever. All of us should come under a single umbrella. We have to discuss and we have to find the solutions, because it is our community, it is our life, it is our livability in the city of Bangalore, which is loved by everyone like anything. In spite of all the problems that we face and daily, Bangalore is most lovable city on the earth. It is like a heaven on the earth.
Sir, I would like to ask one last question, sir.
Please, madam.
Thank you for disseminating a very important information that there are CCTV cameras capturing all. I'm sure you do have plans with the auto drivers or taxi drivers, but I think it is very important to get into the colleges to give this kind of information, sir.
Yes, madam. In majority of the colleges also, they arrange road safety week, madam. During the month of January, usually National Road Safety Week will be there. So almost all the engineering colleges, for example, I myself have gone for the induction program of RV Engineering College and BMS College of Engineering. So all the colleges usually they invite traffic officers for educating them regarding road safety, as well as even ragging. So different thing, even women safety also. They invite the traffic police and law and order police for various issues. And apart from that, those who are interested can also visit our traffic management center, where we will give them the talks like this. So we are reaching majority of the students, madam. Thank you very much for this golden opportunity. On behalf of Bangalore Traffic Police, I thank all the doctors of NIMHANS who are doing a wonderful service to the nation, I should say. And our association will continue to be flourishing in the days to come. For good reason, not having more of accidents and more of head injuries, rather than reducing head injuries and reduced number of patients to NIMHANS.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable information. And whatever you have given the information, today we came to know what is the duties and responsibilities of the traffic police. And thank you very much. I would like Dr. Nishant Sadashiva to felicitate, sir. Thank you. Next up, we have Dr. Gautam MS, Additional Professor, Epidemiology, NIMATS, will be speaking on road safety risk factors and head injuries. I would like to invite Dr. Gautam MS onto the stage.
I think we should break for a lunch and then come back. Shall we do some? Yeah. Thank you.
ನಾನು ಶಾಲೆಗೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತಿರುವ ಮದ್ಯಪಾನ ಮಾಡಿ ಗಾಡಿ ಓಡಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದ ಚಾಲಕ ಬಂದು ನನಗೆ ಡಿಕ್ಕಿ ಹೊಡೆದ. ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರುವುದರಿಂದ ಅವನು ಅಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಸತ್ತು ಹೋದ. ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಬಲಗೈ ಕಳೆದುಕೊಂಡೆ. ಈಗ ನಾನು ಎಡಗೈನಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೆಯಲು ಕಲಿಯಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಕುಡಿದು ಗಾಡಿ ಓಡಿಸುವುದರಿಂದ ನಿಮಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಬೇರೆಯವರಿಗೂ ತೊಂದರೆ. ಕುಡಿದು ಗಾಡಿ ಓಡಿಸಬೇಡಿ ಮತ್ತು ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ಮರೆಯಬೇಡಿ.
It's a social responsibility, it's not your personal. Whenever you tell, I will start, okay? Whenever you tell, I will start. I'm ready.
No, it is in order. They were all standing. No, none of this thing.
Either one, this is the one, last one.
Smriti, you know?
Yes, Smriti.
The music she gave us. We should actually we do that. Continuously looping it. Yes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope all of you had a nice, delicious lunch. The post-lunch symposium, we continue. The first speaker is Dr. Dhaval Shukla, Professor and Head, Neurosurgery, NIMAS, will be speaking on traumatic brain injury care and survival. I would like to invite Dr. Dhaval Shukla to speak on the topic.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Dr. Dhaval Shukla. I am a professor of neurosurgery, and currently I am working as head of the department of neurosurgery at NIMHANS. So since morning, you are hearing head injury, head injury, head injury. So I am going to introduce a new term called traumatic brain injury, which you have not heard since morning. So what is traumatic brain injury? So before we go actually to traumatic brain injury, let us recall our high school lessons on what is human brain. So human brain is one of the most critical organ of human body. And we are what we are is because of our brain, not because of our kidney, liver, heart, pancreas, or intestine. We identify ourselves because we have a brain. Like my kidney works same like your kidney in health condition. My liver also works same like your liver. But my brain does not work same like your brain. So brain gives us identity. And because of this very important function of brain, it is protected in a bony covering called skull. And skull alone is not enough. Below skull is thick membrane. It's a sheet called dura mater. Dura means thick membrane, which covers the skull. And below the dura mater is another membrane called arachnoid mater. And there is a CSF. There is a liquid surrounding the brain, which gives a cushion effect to the brain so that whenever there is movement of the head, brain does not get injured. So this brain, like we call big brain, small brain, like hind brain, fore brain, it's divided into two equal halves, right and left hemisphere. And though all the parts of the brain are interconnected with each other, but some parts of the brain serve more critical functions. Like this blue color is called frontal lobe, which is situated in the front of your brain. And it is responsible for execution, planning, sometimes memory, and personality changes. And the parietal lobe is mainly for sensation and movement, temporal lobe mainly for memory, occipital lobe mainly for the vision, and cerebellum for balance and coordination. And this is most critical part of the brain called brainstem. It is like stem of the tree. Like if you cut the stem, the tree will fall. So is the importance of brainstem. If the brainstem is injured, the whole brain falls. That patient becomes brain dead. So why we are talking of injuries and not of malaria, TB, HIV, etc. So if you see more than a decade back, injuries were not given much importance. We were still giving importance to pneumonia, AIDS, TB, malaria, dengue, and all those things. But it is projected that in next 5 or 7 years, injuries will be the 4th common cause of death in the world. It will increase much more than malaria or something. Like you can see the proportion. The yellow man is injury and the red man is HIV, AIDS, TB, malaria, all put together. So now as the nation is developing, we are seeing a new type of epidemiology, new type of epidemic, which is called traumatic brain injury. And it is a silent epidemic. It is slowly increasing. Now we have very well controlled all HIV, AIDS, TB, malaria and all. So now our focus should shift from all this infectious disease to injuries. So head injury is known by various terms. Like since morning you heard only head injury, head injury, head injury. Some people call it concussion. Some people call it brain injury. Some call it acquired injury. Some call it traumatic brain injury. So traumatic brain injury is actually any type of injury to the head, which results in dysfunction of the brain. This dysfunction can be very small dysfunction like blackout, loss of memory, or loss of consciousness, some convulsions, etc. So what happens when brain moves inside the skull? So this animation shows that when the brain moves inside the skull or there is an impact of the brain actually moves inside the skull. And that is not enough. The small structures of the brain, connections of the brain also move inside the skull. So for brain injury, it is not necessary that head should be impacted, like you should bang your head on the wall to cause brain injury. This is an example of new type of injuries that we are seeing nowadays because of this war, like you were seeing in Ukraine war, which are called shock wave injuries due to bomb blasts. So there may not be actual physical contact with the head, but because of the shock waves, the brain suddenly moves, and that results into disruptions of connections of the brain, leading to sometimes coma as well. So among all the causes, road traffic accidents are the commonest cause of brain injury in India. Fortunately, road traffic accidents are not so common in developed countries. Like in morning, you heard Commissioner say that in Dubai, only 7 deaths occurred, though the population of Dubai is 45 lakhs. But we see extrapolate to Bangalore, like 2 times the population. So we should have only 14 deaths, but that does not occur. So in developed nations, they have very well controlled the road traffic system, and the road traffic accidents are not the common cause. Now in developed nations, falls are the common cause of injury, which Dr. Nishant mentioned in morning. Like now the falls, like small children, very small children and very elderly people are vulnerable to fall. Like if you see, like if you're any one of you are from the western part of the country, Ahmedabad or MP or something, during the kite flying days, you will get 40, 60 children who fall down from the terraces while flying kite. So falls are pretty common cause of injury in children. And Dr. Yasha mentioned in morning, like repeated head injury, what we call is repeated head injury, chronic traumatic encephalopathy. This is typically seen in combat sports like American football, boxing or wrestling, or ice hockey, where where athletes collide with each other. There's a movie also on the same called Concussion, which showed that pathology of chronic brain injury. So why brain injury is important for India? Like population of India is 1.3 billion or more, and annually you have heard all these numbers since morning several times. So most important in the number of surgeries done for traumatic brain injuries, like 180,000 surgeries done every year in India only for the brain injuries. That's why we are giving so much importance to brain injuries rather than any other injuries. So what happens once there is an impact on the head or movement of the head? The common symptom is called concussion. Concussion is nothing but just alteration of the brain function, which is just transient. So classically lasting for few minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or max half hour. So like person may have loss of consciousness, blackout, loss of memory, what happened to him or her. Like typically they show in Hindi movies, the person gets injured on the road and admitted in hospital and wakes up, main kahan hoon. So that is typical of concussion. Like patient immediately becomes conscious within few minutes or maybe max half hour. So most of these times, the concussions are minor injuries. They do not cause, they are not due to structural injury of the brain. And when you do CT scan, it will be largely normal. So all patients with concussions do not require CT scan. Like concussions are very common in American football. If you see, like there is something called fencing phenomenon. If you watch football, immediately after fall, football, the player becomes a little stiff, lasting hardly for 2-3 seconds. That is also concussion. But not all players will be rushed for CT scan, right? So all concussions do not require scan. So when you should ask for a scan, when if you see a victim of head injury, when should you ask for a scan? Like if person is unconscious, like person is not obeying commands, you talk to him or her, is not responding. Person is conscious but having very severe headache, has got persistent vomiting, and if person is throwing fit on the road or at the site of the accident, and if person has got paralysis, not able to move one part of the body or something like that, or if there is an open wound and you can see the fracture, you can see the bone, fractured bone through the wound. If there is a bleeding through nose or ears, or there is some clear watery fluid, what you call CSF coming out through nose or ears. Or if the person is very young or very old, because very small and very old people, they cannot complain that they have headache, they have some problem. So such patients will require CT scan of head. So what is actually CT scan of head? It's like a large tube through which a person goes inside, and like you cut tomato with a slicer. Now we've got automatic slicer, you just put and you get 10 slices of tomatoes. Similarly, multiple slices of the skull are taken, and that's how you get a CT scan through computerized tomography. So what you see white ring all around is a skull or bone, gray portion inside is brain, and blackish portion right in the center is called CSF or fluid of brain. So most of the time CT scan is normal after concussion, but in severe injuries, it can be abnormal. So whatever you see white instead of gray inside the CT scan of the brain is blood clot. You don't see red blood clot on CT scan because it is a gray image. And this is an example of shattered skull, like due to injury, road traffic accident, whole forehead was shattered. So depending on the type of the hematomas, like blood clot, that can be over the dura, beneath the dura, or inside the brain. So more deeper the blood clot, it is closer to the brain stem, more dangerous it is, and it can be fatal. So video is not running, sorry. So another thing is like CT scan is not available everywhere. It's not available in the sports field, war field, or sometimes on the road. The CT scanner may be 200, 300 kilometers away from the site of the accident. So now we have come out with what we call as point of care device, like a device which can detect blood clot right at the site of the accident or in the ambulance while transporting the patient. So there are a number of such devices are available. Like one such device is based on EEG. Like what we have ECG for heart, we have something called EEG for brain. So it's like cap-like, you put it on that and it will take electric signal like waves from the brain. So that has got machine learning algorithm and it will tell whether those waves are normal or abnormal. If it is abnormal, it indicates the brain is injured and you need to go for a CT scan. Another type of point of care device is based on near infrared spectroscopy. So people from science background may know what is NIRS. But like what we have remote control of TV, it uses the same technology called IR, infrared, or radio control toy or car that also is. So it is near infrared. The one level lower than that infrared is called NIRS. So it cannot go too deep into the brain, but it can go up to 3-4 centimeters deep into the brain. And if there is a blood clot, because it is also based on the red light wavelength, if there is a blood clot, it will not be reflected back. It will be absorbed. So it can measure the change in the density difference absorption and will detect the blood clot in the hematoma. So this is one such indigenous device which is developed under Make in India program. And at NIMHANS, we had an opportunity to validate this device and we recently published also in Injury Journal. So the common blood clot, like which occurs over and below the dura mater, what we call extradural and subdural hematoma, these are the common blood clots which occur after injury. And these are the blood clots which require immediate surgery. So the detection rate for such blood clot was 100%. So this device did not miss any of such blood clots. So that is one good thing, like that is mainly for the traffic police people who are here. Like if you cannot transport the patient very far to the CT scan center or trauma center, if you can have device in your ambulance or care center on the road, you can just use the device and it is like it's the size of it is like same like your speed gun, what is displayed outside. It is of the same size, you can see here, and just touch it at the 8 points in the skull and you will know whether there is a blood clot or not. If there is a blood clot, then patient has to immediately transfer to the CT scan center. If there is no blood clot, then you can send him to nearby hospital. You can wait for an hour or two and you can repeatedly test because it is harmless. It does not use radiation or something. And third type of point of care devices are the blood test. So as I told you, whenever there is an injury, the neurons, the nerve cells, they get damaged. So when the nerve cell is damaged or gets disconnected, it releases protein inside of the blood. And those proteins can be detected by blood test. So there are two types of nerve cells inside the brain. One, what we call neuron or proper nerve cell, and supporting cells, what we call glia. So when both get injured, they release specific proteins. So these are the two types of proteins. So you need not to know their names. But this can be detected with a device which is as small as laptop with a technology called lateral fluid assay. And within 15 to 30 minutes, you can get test that whether the brain injured protein is present in the blood or not. And if it is present, again, shift immediately patient for the CT scan. If it is not, you can wait for a while. So once you have detected there is a brain injury, what are the treatment options? Like for mild traumatic brain injury, that when CT scan is largely normal or shows very small blood clot and patient is pretty conscious, he has recalled what all happened to him and all those things, is pretty fine. But sometimes he may be having some symptoms like headache, lack of concentration, etc. So we advise rest. And for mild head injury patients, more than 2 days of rest is not required. Actually, it is contraindicated. If you give more rest, his brain will not get activated early. So 2 days rest is enough. Just observation for some signs of brain injury and counseling. Like it is very important to tell patients with normal scan or very minor injuries in the scan. And if patient is conscious and fit to discharge, that mood, memory, speech, behavioral, personality changes are very common after injury. And is likely to have such symptoms for ranging from 2 weeks to 6 weeks, sometimes 12 weeks. And one by one, all the symptoms will resolve. And there is no need to worry. And the symptoms do not indicate anything serious inside your skull because we have taken a scan. It is pretty good. So if you just educate the patient like this, most of the symptoms will go away. Because sometimes what happens because of symptoms, patients get so much bothered about by symptoms that he constantly feels that something is wrong with him, something is wrong with him. And such patient, we should avoid giving medicines unnecessarily, because a lot of medicines have side effect, and sometimes these medicines can actually decrease the rate of recovery after injury. So when do we do surgery for injury? Like as I told you, the white ring is skull, gray is brain, and white is blood clot. So if a lay person can see white spot on CT scan, that means it is big enough, which requires surgical evacuation. So like here you can see like idli shaped white spot on the right side of the screen. So that is a blood clot, huge blood clot. So if there is a huge blood clot, there is a shift of the brain, the patient requires immediate surgery. So this is one example of blood clot over the dura, what we call extradural hematoma. So what we do, we elevate the skull flap, we make a hole into the skull, and we have something called craniotomy, like a cutter. So the skull is cut. It is viewed for. If you are not happy seeing this, I will stop it. So skull is cut in a circular fashion, and like a plate, skull is lifted. So you can see we are cutting the skull. So now what you are seeing red is blood clot. This is the blood clot below the skull over the dura, which is sucked and removed. This was a 13-year-old boy who was cycling during lockdown because he did not have any place to go, and he fell down. He was conscious after injury, and when he came to Nimans, by the time he reached Nimans, he was in coma. And within 30 minutes of arrival, he was taken to operation theater, and immediate surgery was done. Now you can see the blood clot is removed, and we are placing white material which will prevent further bleeding, and the skull is fixed with mini plates and screws, and then the skin will be closed. So this is one of the common surgeries done for blood clots inside the skull. So within half hour of surgery, child was conscious and he was asking, where is his cycle? So the timing is very important. Timing is extremely important. Had this child come even half hour or 1 hour later, the child would have died. So in morning, our commissioner was telling, one traffic policeman was telling that they are making sensors so that ambulance can move faster and you can reach hospital faster. So time is brain. So it is very important the person who has blood clot should undergo surgery immediately. That's what Dr. Nishant also mentioned in morning. Like if patient has serious injury, don't waste time taking the patient to small hospital. The nearest hospital may be maternity home. It does not mean that because it is nearest, you take him there. They will not be able to do anything for the person. So as a citizen, as a responsible citizen, like all of us are responsible citizen, we like to do shopping, eating and all. If you ask anyone randomly on the street, where we will get the best liquor, where is the best bar, where is the best dresses available, where is the best jewelry available, we all know. Similarly, you should know where is the best hospital, which hospital treats what type of patient, you should all know. If you are going daily to college, daily to workplace, you should know on my way to workplace or college, which hospital are there on the road, which hospital gives which treatment. So if I meet with an injury or if somebody else meets with an injury, I take him or her to the appropriate hospital rather than taking that person anywhere and wasting time. So after surgery, or sometimes when there is no blood clot, but there is just brain swelling, severe swelling in the brain, the patient requires intensive care treatment. So in ICU, we have a lot of monitoring like ECG and everything. One of the critical monitoring is called intracranial pressure. So like if you've seen movies 3 Idiots, I don't know whether you recall this scene during the funeral of Lobo, I don't know what was his name. So Amir Khan. Amir Khan, he just sarcastically told the principal कि इंजीनियर तो बहुत चालाक होते हैं, उन्होंने हर जगह प्रेशर नापने की मशीन बनाई है, किसी ने यहाँ का प्रेशर नापने की मशीन बनाई है, एक्चुअली यहाँ का प्रेशर नाप सकते हैं, and that is called intracranial pressure. That is pressure inside the skull. So measuring the pressure inside the skull is one of the cornerstone of critical care for management of head injury patients, and that's what we do, and that guides us what type of treatment to be given, how intensive treatment should be given, whether the patient requires surgery or not, whether the patient will live also or not, that can be told by the intracranial pressure monitoring. So once surgery is done, intensive care is done, then outcome after traumatic brain injury. Like outcome after mild injury where scan is normal, patient is conscious, is generally good, but 10 to 15% of the patients can have persistent symptoms beyond 3 months. As I told you, mood, memory, speech, behavior, personality changes. So these are the constellation of symptoms, what we call as post-concussion symptoms, that is symptoms after concussion. The outcome after severe traumatic brain injury, nearly 1/3 patients who are in coma after accident, they will die. And the 2/3 who survive, all 100% of them will have disability at the time of discharge from the ICU, and they require rehabilitation. So what are the determinants of injury, whether a person will live or die? That is, one is deep coma, like a person is in coma, like what we call as coma in general layman language, not able to open eyes, not responding to their speech, not responding to pain. These are the patient in coma. If the patient is in deep coma, is unlikely to survive. If the CT scan is bad, as I told you, if there are multiple white spots in the brain that indicates multiple brain hemorrhages, such patient is unlikely to survive. And like Dr. Suparna told in morning, like secondary brain injury, like at the time of accident, you already had brain injury. But to prevent secondary brain injury, you have to maintain blood pressure normal, you have to maintain oxygenation normal, you have to maintain his glucose normal, you have to maintain his temperature normal, you have to admit him in ICU, put the head portion of the bed little higher than the rest of the body. So if this general care are also not taken, or there are lapses in such care, or if the patient has lost a lot of blood on the way to hospital, like if he has fracture of the leg, a fracture of the ribs, he will lose a lot of blood. But because of lung injury, he will not be able to breathe properly. So all this are also determinant. The person will have bad outcome or will die. So one particular type of death which we see in head injury patient is called brain death. So randomly I'll ask anyone, can someone define what is death? Someone, please volunteer. Huh? Very good. Anybody else? Define death. What is the meaning of death? When do you call a person is dead? Heart stop. Okay, so that's what we call conventionally in India, the legal definition of death is permanent and irreversible cessation of heart and lung function, that is breathing and heart beating. If it permanently and irreversibly stops, a person is considered as dead. But there is a different type of death, what we call as brain death. So in brain death, what happens? Brain is so severely injured, either due to trauma, accident, or due to stroke, that brain does not function at all. As I told you, brainstem. So brainstem does not function. So brain is disconnected with the rest of the body. That means we are because we have brain. So if we do not have brain, then practically we are dead. So currently we have all possible medications, intensive care, ventilator, ECMO, and etc. to keep our hearts and lungs live, beating and pumping. But we cannot keep brain live. So when there is no response of the brain, we do a number of tests like bedside tests, examining the eyes of the patient. Like you see in movie, typically doctor examines eyes and all, and put on ventilator, switch off ventilator and see whether a person is able to breathe after removing ventilator or not. So we do a number of tests like this, sometimes CT scan, sometimes EEG, etc. and determine patient is brain dead or not. Why I'm talking about brain dead? Because if the person is brain dead, his rest of the organs are normal and healthy. And they can be maintained for a few days in very healthy condition. And this particular type of patients with brain death are potential organ donors. We require lakhs and lakhs of organs in our country. And if a person is brain dead, these organs can be harvested and these organs can be given to someone. Like one person can give life to nearly 14 other human beings. So there is an awareness of causing brain death. Like I agree, I am a surgeon, we have intensivists, we take maximum care to survive the patient, but all patients cannot be survived. But few unfortunate patients who die due to injury, due to brain death, can help others live. So that's what a bigger picture you should see rather than looking at the nihilism part of the brain injury. That's all I want to say. Thank you very much. Any questions? If no question, that means you understood everything. If no question, that means you are not interested.
No, they understood very well.
Next one.
Thank you very much, sir, for your information. And I would like to call Dr. Kanvi to felicitate, sir. And the next speaker is Dr. Gautam, MS, Additional Professor, Epidemiology, NIMANS, will be speaking on road safety risk factors and head injuries. I would like to invite Dr. Gautam, MS, onto the stage.
I'll not be taking much time. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜರಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಎಪಿಡೆಮಿಯಾಲಜಿ, ಕ್ಲಿನಿಕಲ್ ಕೇರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂಥರ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕವರ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. I'll just try to speak on a few things about risk factors and what we are basically doing. Okay. I request all of you to stand up, please. Okay. You can just sit down if it is yes to any one of these things. It includes the police. I don't know for what you're sitting down, but you can just sit down if it is yes to any one of these. In the last 30 days, however short a journey, have you driven or ridden without wearing an ISA helmet?
Yes.
So I think the people who are sitting should give a round of applause to the people who are standing. Sit down. So thank you, sir. Thank you. So this simple example is kind of what I was trying to say is, I was trying to display that we are so commonly exposed to certain risk factors, which is linked to an outcome, which is fatal, probably fatal most of the times. Yet we fail to acknowledge that these are risk factors. It's easy for us human brain and thinking to acknowledge that diabetes is a risk factor for heart disease, hypertension is a risk factor for cardiac disease. We are willing to take medicines for the same, willing to spend money and exercise and reduce everything. But it's very difficult for us to, there's an attitudinal barrier for us to accept that there are some risk factors for occurrence of road traffic crashes, because we don't perceive these as risk factors and we don't perceive road traffic crashes as a disease or an outcome or a fatal event. So I'll just briefly just touch about certain risk factors. So by the time I finish this talk, at least some 5-6 people would have left this planet for good, because that is the commonality. And I think somebody was, I think it was Davachukla sir who was saying that it's no, I think it was Salim sir who was saying that it's almost equivalent to the COVID-19 pandemic, the number of people who are dying, but we fail to acknowledge this. And I'm not going to go into details of statistics. It's very clear that a lot of people are dying. Most of them are youth. But I will try to talk about this slide. This is our own NIMANS data as such. If you see non-fatal crashes or fatal crashes, if you look at the site of injury, and it's many a times a person does not get hurt only in one place. It's usually polytrauma is also there. People may get hurt in more than one place. But if you see 77, 19 and 4, if you take the head and neck, a significant proportion, the site of injury in road crashes is happening in the head and neck and face region. Among fatal crashes, even among non-fatal crashes,
The proportion is high, but it is lesser than the fatal crashes. So in our mind, we are automatically drawing conclusions that if I get hurt on my head, I'm probably going to die. The risk of death is higher because the proportion of injuries on the head among survivors is lesser. So they have survived. So why is that in India, such a high proportion of head injuries among fatal crashes? What could be the reason? Significantly, 25 to 30% are having polytrauma. 50 to 60% of all the people who are dying are having head injuries. What could be the reason? Why? Why this peculiar distribution in this country? What could be the reason? The answer is very simple. If you look from an epidemiological perspective, 70% of the vehicles on these roads are two-wheelers. And head injuries are more among youth. Who are the major users of two-wheelers? It is basically youth and middle-aged people. And what is the proportion of helmet use if you go beyond Bangalore? It is very less. Speeding is high and people have a disregard for traffic rules. Since they form a significant chunk of population, the head injuries are very high because the two-wheeler, they are exposed, they can fall, they can get hurt. So any interventions which is government is planning to reduce head injuries will never be successful if they don't address the issue of two-wheelers and helmet use. Speeding is also there, everything is there, but this is the causal link from an epidemiological perspective. So unless we break this causal link, you will never be able to reduce the number of crashes and head injuries that occur. Then comes the issue of taking them to hospital and managing. And even the hospital issue is, I will come back to it afterwards. If you look at the causes, I think Dr. Nishant was saying, and the most important thing is we don't have data. How many head injuries are occurring? Whatever we are doing is from the police records. And we have developed a formula from our epidemiological studies that, for example, I'll just give a simple example. For 1.5 lakh deaths, we don't believe because we believe there's a 20% underreporting. So our estimate is close to 1.8 lakhs deaths because police data is only based on FIR. First information reports based data. There is no hospital based injury surveillance in this country. So it's very difficult to say actually how many cases were there. And throughout years of research, we have arrived at a 1:30 to 70 formula. So for every one death, one savage, 30 moderate to severe injuries irutte. Hospital admission avashyakate iroru. So that means to say for 1.8 lakh deaths, close to 55 lakhs need hospitalization. So that is the persons whom the hospital services have to cater. And for every one death, 70% are having mild. Usually clinic direct but as janake problem agirutte. So namge hospital care, if it's 55 lakhs is that. If you take 50 to 60% of this, they are likely to be traumatic brain injuries. So that is the burden of the problem. So, and if you look at the causes for traumatic brain injuries, they closely relate with age. In the younger children, it's mostly falls and it's peridomestic. As the child grows, sports injuries and falls become more common. Road exposure kammi irutte, road traffic crashes, even though it's common, it's not as common as falls and the sports injuries. So we did an assessment of around 134 schools in Bangalore under the school safety assessment program, which Dr. Anil was talking in the morning. Most of the injuries we thought is going to be road traffic injuries, transit to schools. But in the younger children, playing children, most of the injuries are within the school and around their houses, and all are sports-related injuries. And wherever injured, it will be when they start using cycle, then they start getting injuries related to road traffic crashes. So as in the age, and as the age old, falls again takes predominant over the road traffic injuries. Coming to the risk factors, we are doing an observational study of risk factors in the entire Bangalore metropolitan region, Bangalore urban, Bangalore rural, and Ramnagara district. As of now, we have covered 3 lakh vehicles. Along with Bangalore Traffic Police, we have got a representative random sample survey of 25 locations in these 3 districts. And this is the key findings. This is what we have surveyed. So what did we survey? What did we find? See, any helmet use, because of enforcement measures, any helmet use is around 88% if you take driver, rider and pillion. If you take only rider, it's around 92%. So we can pat our backs and say that we have done a very good job. Actually, in fact, we've done a good job. 2008, when helmet legislation was there, helmet use rates was 5%. 1 decade afterwards, it came to around 30%. Now it's 88% to 92%. But if you see the correct helmet use, ISI standard helmet use with strap, by law, even if you wear a helmet and if you're not strapped, it is defined as not use. So it has to be strapped and it has to be an ISI helmet. That is coming only to around 24%, or 1/4. If you take the Bangalore Traffic Police data, correct me if I'm wrong, sir, the deaths are more among helmet users. So does helmet protect? Deaths are more among helmet users, not among non-users. So deaths are more among that because they only analyzed people who have died, fatal crashes. Non-users data is not there. That is where we are coming. We don't have how is the population behavior with respect to the risk factors. And the deaths more among helmet users is because people are wearing faulty helmets, cap helmets. Since everybody is wearing some sort of helmet on Indian roads, on Bangalore city roads, whoever is going to meet with a crash will obviously have some helmet on this head. Because the helmet use rate is around 88%. But most of them are wearing cap helmets and sports helmets, which really do not give any protection. That's one of the important findings. So there's a need to step up enforcement of standard helmet in Bangalore. And when we look at the hospital data, more or less they correlate. If you take the autopsy records, ER data, admission data, most of the people are coming to hospital, they're having low helmet use rates. It shows that wearing helmet will give protection. Similarly, with respect to alcohol, the national data says that drink driving among the people who had fatal and non-fatal crashes, the alcohol use was only 2 to 5%. It's really difficult to believe. So if you take the hospital data, Niman's hospital data shows that it's easily 25 to 30%. If you go street viewer, it's close to 40 to 50%. Okay, so that's the proportion of people who are hospitalized and who had some amount of drink driving exposure. So that is the distribution of risk factors. Seat belt is little better. 66% of the drivers wear seat belt. 16% of passengers wear seat belt. Even though there is a sound, the car will give an alarm for you to wear a seat belt, but still the use rates are very much lesser. But head injuries may not be high in people who are using car because of the protection the car offers. But nevertheless, it's the two-wheelers which has to be focused on speed. I don't want to go into detail because of lack of time, but I would like to say this much, that if the impact speed is more than 50 kilometers, even more than 40 kilometers, the probability of survival is half. So if that is the reason people who are buying the best cars, Mercedes-Benz or BMW, whatever company cars, even if they're crashing at high speeds, no amount of safety devices can protect the person from dying. That is the reason we see many CEOs and many of them succumbing even though they're using high-end cars. So close to 40% are linked to speeding. So here from morning, there was a discussion saying that nam Bangalore speed illa, adike yaru saitilla, accidents kammi hange hinge anbittu. Sir, but adu yav road alli neev heli. ಈಗ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ 100 ರೋಡ್ ಇದ್ರೆ 100 ರೋಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಜಾಮ್ ಇರುತ್ತಾ? ಇಲ್ಲ. So if you want to prevent fatalities due to road traffic crashes, we have to reduce speeds, because where people are crashing and where people are dying is not in the roads where there is a jam. The roads which are amenable for speeding, that is where there is crashes happening and that is where people are dying. So in this survey, which we undertaken with Bangalore Traffic Police, the survey was conducted among roads which are amenable for speeding, not every road. So there was a criteria for selection of roads which is globally followed, given by the Johns Hopkins University. Across 30 countries, in India there are 3 cities. If you survey the roads which is amenable for speeding, Papa, nam investigators ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ರಾತ್ರಿ speed record ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. See, you'll be surprised that the average speed is more than 45 kilometers, but the average speed of traffic movement in Bangalore is around 10 kilometers. But in roads where speeding is possible, andre now criteria ಏನು ತಗೊಂಡಿರೋದು, at least 500 meters it should be straight, no speed hump, no road hump, there should be no entry to schools, colleges. So there's a global criteria. That means to say that there is a tendency to speed. So in those roads, crashes are happening. And if you see all the fatal crashes are distributed on outer ring road, there's the tendency to speed. So with this, why this is the last slide, I would like to end at this, because if you analyze where people die, so 50% die at the spot, 20% during transit, 20 plus 30, at the spot and transit. 50% hospital. If you improve your healthcare systems, the best possible extent, quality trauma care systems can prevent 30% of deaths in a hospital. So of the 50% of deaths that is expected to happen in the hospital, very good trauma care systems can reduce it by 30%. But the remaining 50% happens at the spot and transit from the spot to the definitive care hospital. That is where we say that prevention and emergency systems are very, very important. If this is good, work in the hospital will be very, very less. So what needs to be done? These are the things that needs to be done. Safe built environment, safe systems approach, increase first responder access, rapid transit. This is not, I am not saying, whatever I am saying is evidence-based proven interventions. For example, penalties. Increasing fines is a proven strategy that has worked throughout the globe for traffic crashes. If not self-motivated to prevent their pockets from being burnt, people to some extent, they will follow traffic rules. So we are also doing our bit with the traffic police, doing some rules and advocacy efforts to strengthen helmet use. But what is more important is that it is the responsibility of everyone, each one teach one. We should follow the traffic rules. We should reduce our risk for road crashes. We should also educate others regarding these common risk factors. I will end with this talk by requesting everyone to spread the message that road accident, I never say accident, because accident gives ittafaq, it happens by chance, it is not by chance. Road accident is not an accident, it's a road crash. There are specific risk factors for every road crash, which is human related, vehicle related, environment related. And the risk factors are between pre-crash, at the time of crash, and post-crash. So every road crash is basically caused. So you tell everyone that road crash is not an accident. There are definite risk factors. And the key risk factors for head injury, you reduce helmet, wear proper helmet, wear seat belt, don't overspeed, don't drink and drive. 50% of the problem is, more than 50% of the problem is going to be solved. Thank you. Any questions? You can take.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your valuable information. I hope everyone will take your message as a take-home message. I hope everyone will teach others and limit your speeds also. I'll request ma'am to felicitate, sir.
Can I want?
Sir.
Yes. To bottom and to traffic police people also. Like, do we have any system when you pick up a person from the road, like where all he has got injuries?
Yes, sir. Sir, there are two systems for recording injuries. One is, the source is the same. It is through police data records. But
talking about non-fatal, in autopsy they will mention non-fatal.
No, it's not non-fatal, sir. All FIR cases. All FIR cases, they will actually do a spot measure and have one form to fill. There, one of the variables is site of injury also is there. But the data is not getting analyzed. But the police concentration, new forms like full computerized, sir. Your forms all is computerized.
ಮೇಜರ್ ಇಂಜುರೀಸ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಸಿವಿಯರ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಅವರನ್ನೇ ರೆಫರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬೇರೆ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ಗೆ ಕಳ್ಸಿಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಏಡ್ ತರದ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡತ್ತೆ. ನಮ್ಗೆ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಕೇಸ್ಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ವೂನ್ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ಸ್, ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ MLC ಕೇಸಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ.
ಅಲ್ಲ, SCRB ಗೆ DCRB ಗೆ ನೀವು ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ವೇರಿಯಬಲ್ ಇರುತ್ತಾನೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಿ
ಸರ್ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ
ಸೈಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಜರಿ
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವೇರಿಯಬಲ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. 337 338 ಈ ತರ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮೂಳೆಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಮುರಿದೋದ್ರೆ, ಮೇಜರ್ ಫ್ರಾಕ್ಚರ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಆ ತರದೆಲ್ಲ 338 ಹಾಕೊಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಮೈನರ್ ಇಂಜುರೀಸ್ ಈ ತರದೆಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ರೆ 337 ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ತರದ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ.
So there's one suggestion, like for both of you, there is something called abbreviated injury score that Dr. Gautam took. AIS, like for each 6 parts of the body, like head and neck, legs, chest, abdomen. So it's like a picture, like, so severity 3 is more severe, 1 is less severe. So if you can have such type of data collection,
it will be really useful.
We can actually
Because you gave one slide on fatal and non-fatal different types of injuries. So it's an AIS, like attenuated injuries score. So app is also available, and it is like picture type, like picture of a man will be there. Just click and score 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Sir, now road in the accident ambulance shift ಮಾಡಿ hospital
ಅದು ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇನೆ ಯಾರು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ಅದು ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ಗಳಿಂದಲೇ ಶುರುವಾಗಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಅದು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಇಂದ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ನಮ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಫೈಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಕೌಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಡಿವೈಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು.
So what we can do is we can take that suggestion and do a pilot. Hospital versus police recording the same thing, but
AIS based, no, like just man, and depending on AIS score, they will prompt which hospital to be shifted.
Sir, but the site of injury data is collected because that is how it is transferred to the State Crime Records Bureau and National Crime Records Bureau. Any more questions? Sir.
Good evening. ಈಗ ನಾವು ಯಾವ ಪರ್ಪಸ್ ಗೆ ಇದನ್ನ ಡಾಟಾ ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮೀನ್ಸ್ SCRB ಅಥವಾ ನಮ್ಮ NCRB ಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ರಲ್ವಾ? ಎಸ್, ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಒನ್ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಗೈಡ್ ಲೈನ್ಸ್. ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು RTA MLC ಬರ್ತದೆ, ರೀಚ್ ಆಗ್ತೀವಿ, FIR ಆಗ್ತೀವಿ. ಡ್ಯೂರಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಸಬ್ಮಿಟ್ ಓನ್ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಶೀಟ್ಸ್ ಫೈಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಇವನ್ ಇದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ SCRB ಗೆ ಮತ್ತು NCRB ಗೆ ಎವ್ರಿ 3 months ನಾವು ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಶೀಟ್ ಸಬ್ಮಿಟ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ವಿತಿನ್ 1 month ಅಥವಾ 3 months ಒಳಗಡೆ 241B ಅಂತ ಆಸ್ ಪರ್ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಗೈಡ್ ಲೈನ್ಸ್ 241B ಫಾರ್ಮೆಟ್ ಫುಲ್ಫಿಲ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ದಿಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಗೋ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಟು SCRB ಅಂಡ್ NCRB. ಈ ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬಹುದು, ಎವ್ರಿ ಡಿಸೆಂಬರ್ ಎಂಡ್ ಅಥವಾ ಜನವರಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ವೀಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ NCRB ಮತ್ತೆ SCRB ಇಂದ ಒಂದು ಬುಕ್ಲೆಟ್ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಆ ಡಾಟಾಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಸಬ್ಮಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತೀವಿ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಕಂಪಲ್ಸರಿ, ಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಫ್ಯಾಟಲ್ ನಾನ್ ಫ್ಯಾಟಲ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಕೇಸಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಕಂಪಲ್ಸರಿ. ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿದಂಗೆ ನಾವು ಫ್ಯಾಟಲ್ ಇತ್ತಂದ್ರೆ ತಾವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಆಪರೇಷನ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಎಲ್ಲೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಬಾಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ 6 parts ಇರ್ತಾವೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಫುಲ್ಫಿಲ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ.
That's what I was trying to say, sir. So the reporting site of injury is part of the routine reporting. It is already, that is why the reports are, we know the proportion of people, it's got a lot of variables, and that form has recently been revised in 2019 and ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ತಿರ್ಗಾ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು. 2019 ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಹೊಸ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಆಫ್ ರೋಡ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಹೈವೇಸ್.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Dr. Jamuna Rajeshwaran, Professor of Clinical Psychology. Madam, kindly come up on stage and speak about cognition and TBA, life after TBA.
But only this thing. ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ. A very good afternoon to each one of you. Well, I do not have any slides, but I just would give you a glimpse of what are these problems that after head injury people have. As we all know that traumatic brain injury is a silent epidemic of modern times. When a person meets with a traumatic brain injury, the family is bewildered, shocked, catastrophized. They run helter-skelter to see that the patient survives. That is the first goal that they have. After a point, when they know that the patient has survived, the family members undergo a lot of guilt. Why did it happen to my family member? Then they get on to going to religious places, faith healers. By then, the patient is improving. Once the patient is discharged, goes to the family, patient is showing significant improvement, but has another issue. The flip side of it is, yes, the patient has survived. Now patient has problems in remembering, identifying people, and understanding what the person is saying, language issues. All these are surfacing.
family members are able to understand, yes, this is an injury-related problem. Later on, as and when the patient starts improving further, behavioral issues come, emotional issues come. Patient himself realizes, if, for example, we had a CEO who was of a very huge company, he met with an accident. Now, as he's improving, he realized he's not even able to remember the names. He's not even able to attend to simple everyday activity. Now, he knows that he's not able to do. Now, what happens to this person? He gets very depressed. His stress is very high. Now, the family members, on the other hand, are able to, it's okay, he's not able to remember, we can give him some time. But when the patient starts showing behavioral issues, the family members are not able to handle it. And that is when they realize that this person requires some kind of a intervention. He should be taken to somebody where they can work on these kind of issues. And you can imagine when they reach us, the family members are already, they have reached a burnout because financially it has drained them, emotionally it has drained them, and all the activities which the person was doing, who was an irresponsible adult before the injury, has become a problematic child in the family. Now, they have to take care of the individual. Now, when they come to us, it is just patient is a primary concern, but it is the family that we have to handle. Like you saw, now we are clinical neuropsychologists, where we look at what is the structural damage, how that structure damage leads to functional damage, and how we can detect those problems and help them improve. Dr. Dhaval showed you the different sides of the brain, frontal lobe, temporal lobe. So for each of these structures, we do have a test. Many a times when it is moderate to severe injury, we are not able to administer this test. Along with this, they may have sensory motor deficits. That is, they're not able to hear properly, they're not able to see, they're not able to talk. Now, as a neuropsychologist, what are we supposed to do? So what we do is we just get a baseline. What is that person able to do? Because each of the function and the structure has a specific role. For example, in the left side near the ears, there is a structure. What I'm telling you understand is that is where the structure is. That may be damaged. The patient is not able to understand what I'm telling. So these are the profile that we draw, and then we decide how should we rehabilitate. A person who's not even responding when I call his name or not even looking into my eyes, how do I help this person? So we do have techniques to do it. What I'll do is I'll play a video where it is a 24-year-old boy who had a severe head injury, who's from Mangalore. I've taken informed consent from the patient and the family to play this video. So after which I will come back and tell you how we rehabilitated this person, at what stage, what kind of an intervention did we give. Yeah.
December 2013 दोपहर का वक्त था, वो एक शादी अटेंड करके वापस आ रहा था। बाइक में नीचे बैठा हुआ था। जैसे कि लोगों ने बताया कि सामने से एक टैंकर उनकी गलती की वजह से जो ड्राइव कर रहा था उसने सडनली ब्रेक डाला और वो गिर गया रोड पे। फिर इनिशियली उसको बहुत सुनने में आया कि उसका ब्लड बहुत पास हो गया था। मेरे बात किसी ने बताकर एम्बुलेंस करके उसको इनिशियल ट्रीटमेंट देकर हॉस्पिटल में उसको एडमिट किया गया। फिर डॉक्टर ने उसका ट्रीटमेंट करने के बाद बोला कि उसका ब्रेन 80% डैमेज हो गया है, इसमें कोई होप नहीं है, ऐसा बोला डॉक्टर ने। प्रोफेसर ने बताया कि 80% ब्रेन डैमेज है, कुछ ज्यादा होप नहीं है, बहुत ज्यादा ब्लड क्लॉट्स मिला है। 27 days वो जो उनके हॉस्पिटल में वहाँ पे हमने उसको 27 days 3 ऐसे कोमा स्टेज में था वो, 3 दिन बाद अपनी आँख खोला, कुछ भी मूवमेंट नहीं था उसके बॉडी में, आँख भी ब्लिंक नहीं हो रहा था उसका। ऐसे 11 days एक दिन को एडमिटेड पे रखा गया था। उसी रात को वन ऑफ द ड्यूटी डॉक्टर ने बोला कि इसका कोई अभी चांस ही नहीं है, अभी 1-2 घंटे में कुछ हो जाएगा, इसको बुलाना है। रात के 2 बजे सब रिश्तेदारों को बुला लिया गया, कोई हो भी नहीं था उसका, अभी कुछ भी हो सकता है, इसको बुलाना है, दिखाना है। फिर 11 days के बाद नेक्स्ट डे उसका हालत में सुधार आ गया। डॉक्टर ने बोला जांच का खतरा नहीं है अभी, बट जस्ट बॉडी कोमा में थी उसकी, कुछ भी मूवमेंट नहीं था, जैसे ऐसे कुछ भी बोलो, कुछ भी बोलो, कुछ भी रिएक्ट ही नहीं करता था वो। उसके बाद 27 days वही हॉस्पिटल में, 11 days के बाद वार्ड में शिफ्ट किया। वार्ड में शिफ्ट करने इसकी हालत बहुत खराब हो गई थी, इसका बदन पसीने में स्वेटिंग, एक्सेसिव स्वेटिंग होता था। तो लोगों ने डॉक्टर ने कुछ भी नहीं बोला, हमें कुछ रिएक्शन जैसे इंटरेस्ट नहीं करती थी। हमने उसको फिर मैंगलोर हॉस्पिटल शिफ्ट किया आफ्टर 27 days। वहाँ पे 2-4 दिन वो वार्ड में था, उसके बाद में ऐसी बॉडी ऐसे एक साइड उसका लेफ्ट साइड ऐसे शेप, हाथ से ऐसे 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 शेप होते।
He keeps saying, I'm very happy, I'm very happy.
What makes you so happy? Good points make you happy. Okay. So आपको good points कैसे मिलते हैं? How is it? This was happy. You're doing very well. Feel that? Okay, very good. Do that. आप बताइए ना, पहले जब दूसरे साल के बाद स्टार्टिंग किया शुरू किया तो किस तरह से तो कुछ दूसरा करता था, कुछ करना पड़ा। आप कुछ कर बोले तो वो करते अभी वो मैथ्स गाँव से रहता है ना, उसको भी मैं मैथ्स सब लिख के देती हूँ, मोबाइल लेके मैथ्स करता है और मैं मोबाइल लिए तो के बाद हमने पता चला कि वहाँ पे एनएफटी से बहुत तो हमने जिस दौरान गंगा मैडम आपको उसका केस दिया था, उसके बाद चेंज होने लगा। अकॉर्डिंग टू माई मॉम, जैसे गंगा मैडम ने उससे बात की, उसका केस देखा, वो एनएफटी के फैसले में राजी हुआ, कुछ लिख लिया बोलते हैं। फिर एनएफटी में यहाँ पे आने के बाद, उनके देने के बाद तो उनसे खाना शुरू किया, खुद तैरना शुरू किया, खुद पानी जाना शुरू किया। मतलब जो अपना पर्सनल काम शुरू करते थे, पहले सब उसकी मॉम उसको लेकर थी। यहाँ तक कि वॉशरूम लेके जाना भी वो आदमी लेके उसको यहाँ पे आने के बाद चलना शुरू किया, चलता भी नहीं था, इधर से लोग को इसका पैर बैलेंस ये आपको संभालने लगा वो बहुत अच्छा हुआ कि तेरा से जो कुछ जी अपना मदद अभी कितना सेशन शुरू आपका 20 सेशन 20 जो जब किसी केस में कोई हो गई था कोई उम्मीद बाकी नहीं थी अब मेरा भाई नॉर्मल लोगों की तरह एक जगह जाता है आता है अभी तो 20 हुआ है हम उसका पूरा ट्रीटमेंट करेंगे तो हम for the best and we also try to manage. Thank you. At last I
So this is a patient who had severe head injury where there was no hope. In fact, doctors seeing in Mangalore did not have any hope on this patient. When he came here also, it was an Herculean task for all of us because from the gate, from the entrance to come to our room, he would take 1 hour. And hats off to the mother who had tremendous patience with him. I asked the mother, how is that he's pulling you, he's harming you, you're so tolerant. What she told me was prior to the accident, the patient was doing all the work at home because father was working in Saudi Arabia. He would take care of the mother. He was studying as well as taking care of this mother. So we don't get all the time this kind of a cooperation from the family. Many a times we handle those issues also along with the ongoing session of our cognitive retraining or neurofeedback training. Now, the take-home message, what I want to give here is, if you find patients who have problems in cognition, memory, or the emotion and behavior, please do refer them to us because we know we can bring in a lot of change. At least our aim is to see that they go back to pre-morbid level of functioning. But even if we reach 80%, 90%, I think we have done a good job of it. Thank you all very much. I would like to take questions if you have any. No.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable take-home message. I hope even the police people, they might got some idea to refer the patient to NIMANS also. Thank you very much. Now I would like to call Dr. Kanmani to felicitate Dr. Jamna, ma'am. Thank you, madam. Now we have come to an end of the head injury symposium. I hope our speakers have enlightened the audience by their words. Thank you all. And I request all of you to participate in the quiz. The quiz to be conducted by Dr. Gautam MS, Department of Epidemiology.
From morning, people from the dais keep talking, you keep listening, it's very boring. So I think it's time that you will also get involved. So we were asking volunteers for quiz, sir. Totally 9 team ಮುಂದೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಕ್ವಿಜ್ಗೆ. ಒಂದೊಂದು ಟೀಮ್ ಹೆಸರು ಕರಿತೀನಿ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ 9 ಟೀಮ್ ನ ಮೇಲ್ ಕೂರ್ಸಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇನಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು 4 ಟೀಮ್ ನ ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ಡಯಾಸ್ ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸರ್ಸ್ ಟು ಅರೇಂಜ್ 8 chairs, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. So I will call the name of the team. ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೊಂದು ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಅವ್ರು 5 ನಿಮಿಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ತುಂಬಬೇಕು. ಅದ್ರ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ಸ್ ನೋಡಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. Team 1, Mr. Rajesh Nayak and Mr. Shivakumar. Mr. Rajesh Nayak, Mr. Shivakumar. Sir, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬನ್ನಿ. Team 2, Mr. Umesh, Mr. Imran. Mr. Umesh, Mr. Imran. Sir, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Team 3, Swapna and Surekha. Basumani and Nirmala. Brahmini and Nirmala, sorry. Gaurish and Afid. Mr. Ansara and Mr. Jahangir. Ilbani. Saitya and Shreya. Saitya and Shreya. You can sit there. I think I will sit here, no problem. Prabhu and Sahil. Last team, Danya and Sangappa.
Introduction.
What's your name? Nivedita and Bhargav. Sit here. So I will tell the rules. There will be 10 questions. We give 5 minutes. Okay. Write the name of the team members. Pen idea. Pen yaar hatra illa? ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಇದೆ. ಇದೆಯಾ pen ಇದೆಯಾ? ಯಾರ ಹತ್ರ pen ಇಲ್ಲ? Pen ಇದೆಯಾ? Okay. We'll give you this. First write the name of the team members. Then we'll give 5 minutes. Answer the 10 questions. Okay? Don't start, don't open the paper. Just hold it and keep it. Hold the paper and keep. Do not open until we say. Hold the paper. Do not open it until we say. We are connecting the paper. Yeah, yeah, there one. Like the paper. No. The time starts now.
What were the ingredients that we can
Teams, we have to select 4, and the highest score is 6 out of 10. And I would like to invite the people, as I call out the names, you can occupy. This is team 1, 2, 3, 4. So team 1, Emia and Teresa. Team 2, Gaurish and Afreet. Team 3, Arsalan and Jahangir. Team 4, Rajesh Shuraj Kumar. Okay. Let's begin the score. Mic ಕೊಡಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು mic ಇತ್ತಲ್ಲ So since there are 2 mics, I would have a request to the teams. ಇದೇನಿದು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. So we will have 4 rounds of quizzing. Okay. If you know the answer, and then you can answer. Okay. So there will be 4 rounds. Each direct question carries 10 points. If there is passover in that round, then 5 points. Time for answering is 30 seconds. I request one of you to keep the time. 30 seconds maximum for one question. Decision of the quizmaster is final. top 3 scoring teams will be declared winners. There is going to be a prize. If there is a tie, we will have a tiebreaker round. Okay? Any doubts? So this is team 1, team 2, team 3, team 4. Team 1 names you have written? Please write down the names. Team 1. You can introduce. You say team 1 name.
Team 1, Teresa, Jamia.
Team 2, Gaurish. Team 2, Abri. Gaurish. Team 3 of 1, Light Aki.
Jahangir.
Sir, Kanal. Good evening, team 4, Imran and Rajesh. Okay. Okay. So shall we start? So the ಹೌದು ನಾನು ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ The first question. Scoring. Okay. First round is MCQ round. The first question is for team 1. Team 1, never answer madagilla. This is for team 1. The UN cabinet on 15/3/2010 approved which of the thing? National Highway Trauma Care Program, National Road Safety Policy, National Injury Prevention Program, National Road Traffic Policy. 30 seconds you have time.
Sir, option A, National Highway Trauma Care Program.
Pass. You want to answer? If you are, you can pass it. For pass 15 seconds. That's all. That's why I passed. Option B. Option? So option B is the correct answer. So option B is the correct answer because the National Road Safety Policy, the first time, 2010 pass ಆಯ್ತು. The United Nations Cabinet, the Union Cabinet approved that actually. Okay. Now this question is to team B. As per Global Burden Studies in India, Global Burden of Study in India, 2019, injuries caused by two-wheeler deaths is dash percentage of vehicles. What percentage of deaths are due to two-wheeler deaths? What percent of road deaths is because of two-wheelers? 50%. 50%. Yes. 73%. We will stop at that. The answer is 73%. Okay, the answer is 73%. 73%. The answer is 73%. So now this is a direct question to team C. Scorer, you scored. Direct answer is 10. Pass answer is 5. Okay. Accident severity is defined as per Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. What is the definition of accident severity? Persons killed divided by persons injured. Persons killed for every 1,000 vehicles.
Option D.
Persons killed by population or persons killed by 100 accidents.
Option D. Persons killed divided by 100.
Very good. So it is number of deaths per every 100 accidents. Okay. Direct question to team 4. Highways account for 4.8% of road length, but dash percent of road deaths. 4% of all roads in India are highways, but even though they are 4% of roads, dash percent of deaths. Option A. Option A.
Time's up.
Time is up. Pass. No. I think we cannot give more than 2 passes for MCQs. Okay. Huh? It is 63% of all the deaths. Okay, 63% of all the deaths happens in the highways. Okay. So at the end of one round, we had an extra question just in case of tiebreaker. I think we will keep this question to the audience. JP Research India does work on what? Who wants to answer? Raise your hand. JP Research India is a research group that does work on what? Yes, Sangappa. Option A is the correct answer. Accident case analysis. Lot of work is done by JP Research India. Okay. It's the name of a company. Okay, we'll go to the round 2. It's more of a fill in the blanks kind of a round. Now we started with team 1. Okay. So now this round we are going to start with team 2. Okay, this question is for team 2. Arrive Alive, an innovative practice in which country was started in November 21 that reduces fatalities by 20%. Arrive Alive was started in some country. Which is that country? They started in 2001, and with that, they reduced the fatalities by 20% in 6 years. Pass. Mic coordinate. Huh? No?
UK.
No, pass. Guess. Saudi Arab, no. Pass. Fill in the blanks, you can pass, no problem. MCQs. Yes. USA, no. Nobody got the answer. Audience? South Africa? Huh? India? Yes. No. Australia. It started in Australia. Okay. So team 3. As per Ministry of Road Transport and Highways report, pedestrian deaths accounted for dash percentage of deaths. Ministry of Road Transport and Highways report only. What percentage of deaths is recorded as deaths among pedestrians? Even if you get close to the answer also, we will give it.
20 to 30?
No, pass.
$10 to 20%.
Okay, we'll come back. Yes.
20 to
20 to 25 is not the right answer.
5 to 10.
5 to 10. Audience? 20% is the answer. So we will split we wanted, because both of them gave a range. So we will split the score between team 4 and team 1. We'll split the answer between marks between team 4 and team 1.
How much each, sir?
Huh?
How much?
5. Okay. The next question to team 4. As per MVA 2019, Motor Vehicles Amendment Act 2019, traffic offence done by juvenile, how much is the fine to the guardian?
It's a court fine.
Yeah, how much is the fine?
It's depend on.
Give me one figure which is there in the up to or something. Okay, the law in MBA says it is a 3 months or 6 months imprisonment or fine up to rupees. Sir, answer.
6 months, up to 6 months. And 25,000.
Okay, 25,000 is the right answer. 25,000 is the right answer. 25,000 is the right answer. So, yes, for the team 1, studies indicate that underreporting between police and hospital data is around dash percentage. Underreporting between police data and hospital data for injuries is how much?
30 to 35.
No,
20%.
yeah. It was underreporting is around 20% between police and hospital quota. All finished, no? All the 4 finished. Huh? It started here. You got the question, right? Yeah. Yeah.
This question is broader. Sir, sir, the answer was 40%.
No, it's 20%. Maybe that's wrong. 20% is the correct answer. So as per the Motor Vehicles Amendment Act 2019, which section states that failure to allow free passage to emergency vehicles shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which may extend up to 6 months or with a fine of 10,000 or with both? For the audience. Which section? (194)E. Okay. So this round we'll have a negative mark round. So if you answer wrong, it will be -10. Okay. If you answer wrong, it's going to be -10. Okay. If you answer, you'll get +10. Nothing. Okay. No, it's not that nobody will answer. People who want to take risk will answer because they will get more marks. Okay, now we start with team 3. Team 3. The road on which driving in reverse gear is prohibited is
One-way road.
Yeah. Correct. Team 4, section 185 according to Indian Motor Vehicles Act pertains to DD. Yes, very good. Team 1, which is WHO Collaborating Center for Injury Prevention and Safety Promotion in India? Pass next. Who is answering? Who is?
Time's up.
Okay, if nobody wants to answer,
Time's up.
time is up. Obviously, Nimans. Okay, Nimans is the correct answer. You didn't say, you were guessing, asking me. No, that is not the answer. Okay, now is the team 4. No, team 4, I thought. Team 2. Team 2. Which is not a pillar of road safety as per the pillars. Safe vehicles, road use behavior, legislative framework, post-crash care. Yes, pass. Time up. Yes.
Post-crash care.
Post-crash care. I'm sorry. So it's a -10 for team C. So legislative framework is not there. Okay. Over the 4 questions. So we come to the last round. Before we go to the last round, we would like the scorer to give what is the standing.
Team 1 10 points and team 2 15, team 3 15 and team 4 15.
15, huh?
No, and team 4 30.
Give me that one. And it's 35. So team 1, that is Jemia and Teresa, is 20 points. Team 2 is
10. Minus marks are there. Minus marks are there. So they are including this 10, 15.
Team 2 is 15.
15.
Team 3 is 15.
30.
They are 30 points. Team 4 is 30 points. So we have 10, 15, 15 and 30. Big round of applause for them. So this is the final round. This is the final round. So it starts with team 4. The final round starts with team 4. Identify this recent accident which led to death of an eminent person. I want you to name the person.
A famous accident in which a famous person died.
Sir,
Huh? Yes. Yes, correct. So the CEO of Cyrus Mistry car crash, the famous Cyrus Mistry car crash in which a highly luxurious car, but the seat belt was not worn by the rear passenger. That's a very important road safety advocacy picture now. Team 1. What is this machine called? Okay, time up. Time up?
No, sir.
Not time up. 5 seconds more.
Say number.
No. Yeah, there's no points for it because alcohol test is not the name of the machine. What is that machine called? There is no, we cannot plus because yes, half the answer is given alcohol test. What's the name of this machine?
VAC.
Name of the machine. Name of the machine. What are these machines called as? They're all breathalyzers. They're called as alcohol breathalyzers. Alcohol breathalyzers. Okay. Team. Huh? Team 2. That question is not right. You need to say, what is the ISO code for the legally permitted ISI helmet? What is the ISO code for the legally permitted ISI helmet? The question is wrong. What is the ISO code for the legally permitted ISI helmet? Yes, next team.
Is there any negative mark for this?
No, there is no negative mark.
So ISO 5001.
Oh, yes.
ISO 1809 or 90.
No. The answer is ISO 4151-2015. That was old one. Latest is ISO 4151-2015 code. It's a difficult question, the last round. So now the next team. What is the meaning of this sign?
Do not cross.
Yes.
Huh? Give me that.
Yes.
So we can check that.
Yes, check.
Answers are hidden.
Yes.
Answers are.
No? Nobody has got it right. Cross road ahead. Huh?
The last one was match the following.
Match the following.
Oh, sir, we can match the following. If you want, we can continue.
1 second. Okay.
ಎಲ್ಲಾರ್ಗೂ ಒಂದು the fourth round over. All got chance.
Yeah. No, one more is there. One more question is there.
One more question. Came to. No. We can ask the rest.
No, sorry. Yeah. Okay, so fourth round. Nimge alva, sir. Last one. Identify this person. The death of this person accelerated the amendment of Indian Motor Vehicles Accident Bill, subsequently the Act. This very famous minister expired in a road crash near a very famous place, which resulted in lot of parliamentary discussions. Subsequently, the Indian Motor Vehicles Act Bill was passed.
Mahajan.
Huh?
Mahajan.
Anybody would like to improve on this? Yes. Team 1, team 2, team 3. Is it Mahajan or it is Gopinath Munde?
Gopinath Munde.
Gopinath Munde. So that is there. So with the end of this round, I would request the scorers to provide the results, final results, and I would request.
Final score: Team 1, Team 2 15, Team 3 15, and Team 4 15.
Yeah.
It's a tie, you know. Winner is there, but then maybe we can use the mask. Thank you. Last one, sir.
Which is this presentation?
So they have to tell and show this.
What is the answer?
Sir. This one, this one for this, this one for this, this one. 4-1 match.
The winners for today's quiz, before we announce, there is a tie break between Team 3 and Team 2. So Team 3 and Team 2, there is a tie break. So we have a tiebreaker question. The first, we will display the question. If you know the answer, you should raise your hand, not answer. Raise your hand first, we will ask that. In case the person who's raised the hand is answering wrong, they have become automatically winners. Okay. If you raise your hand and if you get it wrong, they become automatically winners. Okay. So display the. I request them to display the question. Match the following. Last 5 seconds. Yes. Yes.
First time we go with last one. Waiting.
Huh?
First science.
This one is?
No, sir, 2. 2, 1, 3.
The first one is?
Last one.
No, actually, then that's not the right answer. So the first one is end of speed limit. Second one is no stopping.
No stopping.
Third one is no waiting. Okay. So it's all right. Every time if you take risk, no, we cannot win. That's an important learning. So I request all of you to put your hands for the third place. Team 3. Team 3. Please take the mic and tell me, you are from?
My name is Jahangir Ramzan. I am from Jammu and Kashmir.
No, where are you? You are
Kidwai College.
Huh?
Kidwai College.
Kidwai College of Nursing. Okay, you are from? Both are from Kidwai College of Nursing. So from the team from Kidwai College of Nursing, they have got the third place in today's road safety quiz. Team 2.
My name is Gauri from Kidwai College of Nursing. My name is Advait from Kidwai College of Nursing.
So the second place is also to the Kidwai College of Nursing. Congratulations to them. And the first prize today is from team from the Bangalore Traffic Police. Imran and Rajesh, I think there has been a change, Alva. New introduce Sports College.
Myself, Muhammad Ali Imran. I am playing here substituted by my batchmate Shikumar. Thank you, Shivan.
So,
ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ರಾಜೇಶ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಹಿಂದೂ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಕೇಸ್
Rajesh and Imran secure the first place. I request Dr. Kalmani to give them a gift. Okay. So I request the second prize winners to please come forward to select the second prize. I request Professor Jamna Rajeshwaran Madam to please award the prize to the second prize winners from Kidwai Nursing, Kidwai Nursing College. Yeah. And the third place winners.
Yeah, it's perfect right now. I know all of them have put in that effort. Yeah.
So just before we end and close today's session of quiz, I would like to acknowledge with sincere thanks both our students, Kirtana and Infanta, and Dr. Aishwarya, who put in a lot of time and effort. Because in the general quiz model, it's easy. The issue is they have to create a road safety quiz for people across different disciplines and different experience, from health, traffic, nursing, and keep the questions general, not too difficult also. So they have somehow managed to do it in a very short period of time, and we were able to conduct this quiz. The whole purpose of doing this quiz is to break the monotony from routine DIAS presentations and keep the audience also involved. Congratulations to all the winners and also to the audience for participating in this quiz. Thank you very much.
I hope we have completed the program. I would like to call Mr. Shivakami to give away the vote of thanks.
Good evening all. So I take this opportunity to thank our.
Good evening all. So we'd like to thank our administration, director, our register for giving us the opportunity to conduct the program. We would like to take this opportunity to thank our medical superintendent, resident medical officer, and other faculties from different departments like Department of Psychiatric Social Work and Department of Neurosurgery, Department of Clinical Neuropsychology, and Department of Mental Health Education, Department of Epidemiology, College of Nursing, and Clinical Nursing Services. And we take the opportunity to thank the participants. Great thanks to the participants. They are right away coming from the different areas like Bangalore Traffic Police Department, from the Kidwai Institute and the Government College. And we take this opportunity to thank our PRO for arranging the stage arrangement and organization of the activities and organization and helping in the activities to carry out in the outside of the hall. And we thank our photographer, Mr. Ravi, for capturing the memories. And we thank our biomedical engineering department for sharing sharing this live streaming program. So that is in the BME Nimans in the YouTube channel. And please share the link to your friends and the relatives. Last but not the least, we thank the persons who are directly and indirectly involved in helping the program for the success. Thank you, one and all.